1.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Rojas and I am the chairwoman of the BPDA board. Thank you for joining the March 14th, 2024 Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. So to begin, I'll take a roll call of the members. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
And the chair is present. Okay. Let's make this bigger. All right. Agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the February 15th, 2024 board. Motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with 22 Dry Dock LLC to conduct pre-development activities at 20 and 22 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, and to enter into a 3-party license agreement between the Economic Development Industrial Corporation of Boston, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, 22 Dry Dock LLC, and NStar Electric, doing business as Eversource Energy, to permit the installation of a temporary transformer to aid in the execution of pre-development activities. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. On April 14, 2022, the BPDA Board of Directors authorized the award of tentative designation status of the 20 and 22 Dry Dock Avenue site to 22 Dry Dock LLC. Since then, the BPDA Board authorized the execution of 2 license agreements for pre-development activity on the site. The last license expired on September 30th, 2023. In order to continue with the completion of the remaining construction items, 22 Dry Dock LLC has requested 1, an additional license agreement to continue with the activities, and 2, a license agreement between EDIC, 22 Dry Dock LLC, and Eversource to install a temporary transformer to aid with the pre-development activities. BPDA and 22 Dry Dock LLC have since entered into a 30-day agreement to allow 22 Dry Dock LLC to reactivate the on-site due diligence. With an affirmative board vote today, BPDA will extend that agreement through June 30th, 2024. The director also has the sole discretion to extend for 2 additional 90-day periods through December 31st, 2024. Additionally, a vote of authorization at this board will allow the temporary transformer to be installed and remain on the development site for a period of 2 years and shall expire on March 14, 2026. At this time, staff is recommending that 1, BPDA enter into a license agreement with 22 Dry Dock LLC to allow them to continue pre-development activities, and 2, to enter into a license agreement between the above referenced parties and Eversource Energy to install a temporary transformer to aid in the execution of pre-development activities. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to enter into an easement agreement with NStar Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, for the installation of electrical distribution lines at the development site known as 20 Dry Dock Avenue and 22 Dry Dock Avenue in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is in reference to the 2022 Dry Dock Ave site that we just discussed. 22 Dry Dock Ave LLC has now requested the installation of a temporary transformer in order to have the power to the site. However, Eversource will need to install new distribution lines adjacent to the site as the existing power sources can't sufficiently power the transformer. Currently, Eversource is requesting a grant of easement and easement agreement for the installation and use of electric utilities under specific BPDA-owned roadways within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in order to install a transformer. In response, staff will execute a short-term agreement to cover a period of time prior to board approval in order to help expedite the installation. Due to a requirement of the BPDA to relocate the existing overhead power lines into the underground conduit network within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, no additional fee is proposed to Eversource for this relocation of distribution lines. At this time, staff is recommending the execution of a grant of easement, an easement agreement with Eversource as it strictly relates to installing a transformer on the development site known as 20 and 22 Dry Dock Avenue. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Mass Bay Brewing Company Incorporated to reopen the outdoor hospitality space on parcel S3 and parcel S2 in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park and host Hub Sports Boston Adult Sports Leagues and Mr. Swindle's Traveling Peculiarium and Drinkory Garden on parcel S3. Maureen.
Thank you. Mass Bay Brewing, also known as Harpoon, was founded in 1986 and has been a tenant of the BPDA since 1987. On March 12, 2020, the BPDA board approved short-term license agreements to temporarily change the permitted use of parcel S3, which was originally a parking lot, into an outdoor hospitality space. Parcel S3 is a triangular lot adjacent to the Harpoon building. Since then, Harpoon has been approved to operate the hospitality space on an annual basis. On May 12, 2022, Harpoon was approved to temporarily relocate the hospitality space from parcel S3 to a small location within the leased premises, also known as parcel S2, and approximately 2,500 square feet. On June 16, 2022, Harpoon was approved to additionally host Mr. Swindle's Traveling Peculiarium and Drinkory Garden on S3. On March 16, 2023, Harpoon was approved to additionally host Hub Sports Boston Adult Sports Leagues throughout 2023 and Mr. Swindle's Traveling Peculiarium. In December 2023, Harpoon requested to reopen the hospitality space on parcel S3 and S2 for 2024. Along with the seasonal hospitality use, Harpoon will continue to host adult sports leagues as well as Mr. Swindle's Traveling Peculiarium. License fees will be collected at 12.5% of all gross revenue collected from all the activities on parcel S3, including during the adult sports leagues. Gross revenue includes, but not limited to, the sale of outdoor hospitality space entrance tickets, merchandise, beverage sales, concession sales, rental fees, and/or fees collected from outside vendors. If Harpoon charges a fee to a third-party vendor to park on the site or otherwise engages in a profit-sharing arrangement, then the BPDA is entitled to 15% of revenue. For Mr. Swindle's, Harpoon has agreed on a flat weekly fee arrangement, of which BPDA shall receive 15% of revenue collected. Additionally, BPDA shall continue to receive 12.5% of all gross revenue collected for activities on parcel S3 and S2. At this time, BPDA staff recommends Harpoon be allowed to operate an outdoor hospitality space through December 31st, 2024, as well as to allow Harpoon to host adult sports leagues and Mr. Swindle's. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Maureen. Oh, one more. Okay. Number 5, request authorization to extend the license agreement with Deacon Transportation, doing business as Old Town Trolley Tours of Boston, and to use BPDA-owned property located in proximity to the Flynn Cruise Port, Boston, for the operation of a trolley stop program, anticipated to run concurrently with the official Massport Authority Port of Call cruise ship schedule. Maureen.
Since 2009, BPDA has entered into annual license agreements with privately owned sightseeing tour companies to establish the non-exclusive use and operation of a trolley stop located on BPDA property and near the cruise port. The trolley stop allows the participating tour companies to serve the considerable influx of City of Boston visitors associated with the cruise port's Port of Call cruise ship schedule. Currently, Deacon Transportation is in its 3rd and final year of the awarded 3-year contract. The current license term for the 2024 cruise season should be effective March 29, 2024 through November 30th, 2024. Deacon Transportation and BPDA have agreed on a base rent payment equal to $12,000 for the use of the BPDA-owned property to accommodate the passengers. And if additional cruise ships are scheduled, Deacon Transportation has agreed to pay $1,000 for every addition of 10 cruise ships placed on the schedule. The fee is a 20% premium over 2023. BPDA staff recommends accepting the proposed fee for a license extension for 2024, with the understanding that BPDA will issue a new request for proposals for the trolley stop program in 2025, which will reflect the then current status of the cruise industry. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Maureen.
Thank you.
All right, item number 6, request authorization to issue an invitation for bids to repair the roof of the 12 Channel Street building in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is the first time this matter is before you. As you'll recall, though, 12 Channel Street is a 9-story masonry building originally constructed by the U.S. military in 1941. It is currently a light industrial, manufacturing, and commercial office building with several tenants, including the Mayor's Office of Housing and our own real estate department up on the 9th floor. This invitation for bids is seeking to restore the roof and install code-compliant barrier fall protection. We are experiencing some roof leaks, and it's time to get that buttoned up. The bid package has been prepared by STV. They are a house doctor for structural engineering. The bid package will be advertised following the state's requirements for Chapter 149. The construction contract would be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder after being brought back to the board for approval. The work for this contract is estimated at around $2.3 million. It is included in our current fiscal year 24 capital budget, and we're hoping to return to the board with an award with a recommendation to award in June. So with that, we're requesting that the secretary be authorized to advertise and issue the invitation for bids for this work. If you have any questions, happy to answer them now.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 7, request authorization to issue an invitation for bids to repair the roof drains of the 12 Channel Street building in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
Related to everything we just said, but a separate project, we're looking to clean and reline the roof drains. They are original cast iron drains, and they have about 80 years worth of scaling and corrosion that needs to be addressed. This invitation for bids would clean, inspect, and reline those pipes so they can last a few more decades. The scope of work has been prepared in-house. We would issue it in accordance with Chapter 149 and bring back for authorization to award the lowest eligible and responsible bidder. Our estimate for this work is about $250,000, and we'll have that included in the upcoming FY25 capital budget. So with that, we're requesting authorization to issue this invitation for bids. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 8, request authorization to issue an invitation for bids for South Jetty bulkhead rehabilitation in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
I'm very pleased to be presenting on this matter. This was last before you in March of 2022 to authorize a design contract with Collins Engineers for this work. And as you might recall, the South Jetty is located in the northeast corner of the Marine Park. It is land that is contained by a 1940s steel sheet pile bulkhead that was originally constructed by the Navy. The waterfront site has direct access from the dry dock number 3 ship channel. It also has direct access by Dolphin Way from Big Kennedy Avenue. And the site is adjacent to, and this work will continue, the bulkhead rehabilitation work that we last completed for the East Jetty in 2020. So the existing steel sheet pile bulkhead in this location is well past its useful service life. The work that we're putting out to bid will replace our failing bulkhead, thus continuing to retain the infill land of the jetty. It will also demolish the condemned and collapsing pier wharf that wraps the jetty structure. The new bulkhead wall will be approximately 400 feet in length. It will allow for future reconstruction of the South Jetty Pier, and this work, similar to the work done at the East Jetty, will allow for future increase in elevation for coastal resiliency. Our bid package has been prepared by Collins Engineers. We recently got our permits from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers a few weeks ago. We'll be putting this work out subject to Chapter 3039M. The work is estimated at $11.5 million. It is included in the current FY24 capital budget. It is certainly a significant investment, but one that we must make to continue use of the entire jetty, allow for future coastal resiliency improvements, and further impact or prevent further negative impact on the marine environment. If all goes well, we'll be back before the board in June with the recommendation for award. And with that, we're requesting authorization to issue this IFB. Happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 9, request authorization to execute a contract with ACK Marine and General Contracting, LLC, in an amount of $2,329,000 for the Pier 10 upgrades and floating dock project in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, and to execute any change orders required to complete the work in an aggregate amount not to exceed 10% of the contract amount, or $2,561,900. William.
Another exciting project for you this afternoon. We were last before you in November of 2023 requesting authorization to bid this work. As a reminder, Pier 10 is located at the end of the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. The site was identified as an ideal location for a new transportation ferry terminal. The purpose of this project is to add a new stop for a commuter ferry that would be operated by or in collaboration with the Seaport Transportation Management Association. The dock that we're looking to construct will increase access to the marine park by water taxi, commuter boat, and ferry, as well as provide important dock access for the planned Boston EMS station that's going to be constructed here in the marine park, also at Pier 10. The project was competitively bid in accordance with Chapter 3039M. We had 70 interested parties who downloaded the bid documents. We received 2 general bids from reputable contractors. ACK Marine was the lowest bid at $2,329,000. All of the documents required by Chapter 3039M and our invitation for bids were received. The total contract, we're looking to include a 10% contingency. The contingency would be for $232,900 for a total authorization of $2,561,900. That work would be funded from the current FY24 capital budget. And with that, we'll request an authorization for the director to sign and execute this contract. Work will begin this summer and be complete by year's end. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, William.
Thank you very much.
All right, item number 10, request authorization to execute a contract with Williamson Pump and Motor for Dry Dock 4 pump maintenance service at the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in an amount not to exceed $98,000. Lauren.
Good afternoon. Constructed in 1941, Dry Dock Number 4 in the Raymond L. Lynn Marine Park has been deactivated for several decades and requires pumps to keep the water level low and ensure that the caisson remains seated in a closed and upright position. The original pumps were replaced in 2020. The scope of this contract includes all labor, materials, equipment, parts, machinery, transportation, supplies, and service necessary for the maintenance, repair, and refurbishment of the designated pumps. As authorized by the board on September 14, 2023, bids for dry dock 4 maintenance were publicly solicited pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 30B. This opportunity for bid is advertised in local newspapers, on the BPDA website, the statewide combine system, and the state's Goods and Services Board. Affirmative marketing to small, local, and diverse businesses was done through neighborhood and/or multilingual publications. One bid was received by the deadline on December 22nd, 2023, and was opened and read aloud via virtual bid opening. After reviewing the submitted bids, staff has determined that Williamson Pump and Motor to be the responsible service provider, offering the lowest price quote for requested services. The term of this contract is 1 year and includes 2 one-year extension options, which the BPDA can exercise at its sole discretion. The annual contract price shall not exceed $98,000. Glad to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you.
All right, item number 12, personnel. Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have 6 appointments. In the Director's Office, Chelsea Tetrault, Operations Assistant for Executive Director Secretary, Claire Noble, Operations Manager. In the Urban Design Department, John Stewart Fishback, Senior Landscape Architect 2. In the Real Estate Department, Yoon Shao Cha and Benjamin Merker, Real Estate Development Officer. In the Office of Workforce Development, Carolyn Grosset, Special Projects Manager. We also have 1 contract in the Office of Workforce Development, Kimberly McLaughlin. We have 2 internships, and co-ops in the Planning Department, Daisy Song, and in the Research Department, Phoebe Kong. We also have 10 out-of-state travel requests. We have 3 departures in the Office of Workforce Development, Mary Kate Murphy, Grants Administrator, Sajad Sharifi, Crew Leader, Power Corps, and Michael Andaman, Senior Program Manager, Bank on Boston. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Michael. All right, that was the last item, so I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Okay. So let's start the next meeting here. Thank you for joining the March 14th, 2024 Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. So to begin the meeting, I will take a roll call of the members. Ms. Bennett?
Present.
Dr. Landsmark?
Present.
Mr. Shepherd?
Present.
And the chair is present. Before we go to the first agenda item, Secretary Polhemus, I believe we have City Councilor Fernandez Anderson here that would like to offer some remarks.
Yes, either she's here or staff is here.
Oh, either one. So the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Apologies, I wasn't able to change my name in the settings. Thank you so much to the chair and members of the board for taking me out of order. My name is Angie, and I'm representing Councilor Anderson, who is not able to be here at the time due to another meeting. She is reporting on behalf of many members of District 7. And I would like to say that she appreciates the opportunity to address the board regarding the Squares and Streets draft zoning amendment. After careful consideration and thorough review of community concerns, she regrets to inform you that she cannot support this measure in its current form. The decision is based on over 40 emails that have come into the office, specifically around concerns with the timing of this vote. Furthermore, the community is requesting that BPDA board defer the vote on Squares and Streets zoning text amendment until the public has sufficient time to review the changes and provide community feedback. This decision was not made lightly and is rooted in councilors' commitment to ensuring responsible and sustainable development that aligns with the best interests of the community. Council remains open to further discussion and collaboration to address these concerns and find mutually beneficial solutions. Thank you all for your attention on this matter.
Chair, you are muted.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we've noted this, and thank Councilor Fernandez Anderson for submitting her testimony.
Definitely, thank you.
Okay. Let's go. Agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the February 17th, 2024 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Yep. Okay.
Good.
Second.
Second.
Yeah, got it. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2. Request authorization to schedule a public hearing on April 11, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed development plan for Phase 1B, 505 Dorchester Avenue, 65 Ellery Street and 75 Ellery Street in South Boston within Planned Development Area number 144, also known as On the Dot, and to consider Phase 1B, 505 Dorchester Avenue, 65 Ellery Street, and 75 Ellery Street as a development impact project. Motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3. Request authorization to schedule a public hearing on April 11, 2024 at 5:40 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed notice of project change for the 39 Stanhope Street Hotel project located at 39 Stanhope Street in the Back Bay and to consider the project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on April 11, 2024 at 5:50 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed First Amendment to the development plan for Planned Development Area number 136, the Fenway's Corners project, west in the Fenway, and to consider the proposed changes within the notice of project change to the previously approved Fenway Corners project as a development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 5. Request authorization to petition the Zoning Commission to adopt text amendments to Article 2, Article 8, Article 23, and a new Article 26 of the zoning code to establish squares and streets districts and related definition and use changes, and to adopt text changes throughout the code to ensure Article 26 and updates to Article 8 are reflected consistently. Kathleen.
Thank you, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. I'm going to turn it over to Amy Chambers, our Director of Planning, who's going to kick us off.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. I'm Amy Chambers, Director of Planning, and I'm here with the BPDA's zoning reform team, including Abdul Razak Zachariah, Andrew Namias, Jack Halverson, Kathleen Onifer, Maya Cattler-Gold, and Will Cohen. We are here today to present amendments to the zoning code that will create new squares and streets districts and advance comprehensive reform of the code. I'd like to take a moment to openly acknowledge that this is a different approach to zoning than Boston is accustomed to. However, as you will see in today's presentation, over the last 6 months, the zoning reform team has done a great deal of research, analysis, and most importantly, community engagement, which has unearthed meaningful conversation, thoughtful insight, and constructive criticisms, which have not been taken lightly. The team is working towards the development of a code that appropriately represents our built environment, furthers policy priorities, respects and reflects Boston as one city of neighborhoods. Today, we are requesting your approval to petition the Zoning Commission to add new districts to the zoning code to be used at a later date after much more engagement and after the development of recommendations and policies that will work interdependently with this zoning. I will now turn it over to the team who will walk you through this planning and zoning initiative, the process to date, and the zoning text amendment before you today. Next slide, please.
Squares and Streets is a citywide planning and zoning initiative to expand housing and realize the co-benefits of development in mixed-use areas of the city, and how those benefits accrue to small businesses, to the effectiveness of transportation, and magnify the impact of city services and investment. These zoning reforms are the first step in that initiative. Next slide, please. In this phase 1, we are bringing before you text amendments that establish zoning options that add tools to our toolbox of the Boston zoning code. Those options create citywide zoning that could support squares and streets areas. Then, through extensive planning, including deep place-based work at thinking through the impacts of proposed rezoning of a specific square, a street, an area, or neighborhood, we will move through the small area process, working with these tools and the code overall, and then, only then, come back to you and the Zoning Commission in a third step to map a zoning amendment and codify zoning recommendations into law. Next slide, please. In taking this approach, we are pairing new zoning with planning together, and priorities identified in the planning process will inform the zoning recommendations that come out of those plans. Squares and Streets as a planning initiative is interdisciplinary across the BPDA, being led by staff in BPDA transportation planning, urban design, comprehensive planning, community engagement, real estate, and zoning reform, as well as many colleagues at the city to make sure that we're bringing all of the capital program and investments that city departments can utilize to address neighborhood needs alongside planning for land use regulations and development. As part of small area plans, we are going to identify community benefits that can be realized through future development. We're also going to lay out a framework to coordinate mobility and public space improvements that increase accessibility and connectivity across the city. We're going to identify those capital and program investments that city departments can utilize and bring forward. And we're going to identify specific design recommendations to further historic preservation and enhance the uniqueness of the neighborhood, square, or street. And importantly, we're also going to develop recommendations to expand tree coverage, mitigate heat, prepare for an electric future, and advance climate resilience. And the ways those are then mapped onto specific locations in the city. Next slide, please. Zoning is a single tool that must work in concert with other policies and programs to advance citywide goals. As part of this effort, the Squares and Streets planning process has already uncovered need for new city policies related to key topics that are cross-cutting. Initial work to advance these critical goals, both through the zoning as well as new, expanded, or refocused policies and programs, are included as examples below, reflecting the importance of this ongoing work to our planning and zoning. For anti-displacement, one way that the text amendment combats displacement is tailoring district dimensions to legalize existing non-conforming housing and encourage the preservation of existing housing stock. Alongside zoning, new policy to define and expand existing tools that various city departments employ to mitigate both direct and indirect displacement of residents, small businesses, and cultural enterprises are needed. For example, the Article 80 process is an analysis of the impacts of a project and the mitigation of that project. As part of planning, we'll explore how this tool can be better utilized to better address concerns of displacement in our neighborhoods and city. For affordable housing, the text amendment makes supportive housing an allowed use in every Squares and Streets district, and affordable developments are exempt from the active use requirement, reflecting their unique funding requirements. As a major policy goal, the city and the state are seeking additional ways to expand and leverage funding to produce, maintain, and invest in affordable housing across all of its programs. Through small area plans for Squares and Streets areas, the BPDA and city partners will explore how coordinating disposition of city and BPDA-owned property can align with affordability goals named and adopted into planning policy as part of Squares and Streets plans. We also have heard throughout this process about the importance of protecting and creating spaces for small businesses to thrive. In the zoning, we've created categories with the sizes of retail uses so that we can make sure we're protecting spaces for small businesses and creating new ones. Simultaneous policy work, including through small area plans, will continue to work to expand the capacity of our Main Street organizations and our funding programs for small businesses to magnify their impact. For example, 1/3 of the small businesses that received space grants through the Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion to fill vacant retail spaces would have needed to receive zoning relief to open in downtown. This reduced the speed of the impact that the seed funding could have by adding significant red tape to the process. And so that's a place where both leverage funding and the updates of the zoning can work together to magnify impact. Next slide, please.
And as Kathleen has explained, we want to make clear that zoning exists as a single tool in the array of tools that the city has to support citywide and community development goals. In particular, in doing this work, we found it very important to make clear to residents who haven't interacted with zoning before what zoning is, and to make sure that we ground it in an understanding of zoning and how they experience it on the day-to-day. As you likely know, zoning is a set of laws that are used to guide development by dictating the allowed use, shape, and density of the buildings and structures in a given area. Zoning not only sets a standard or sets standards that inform how and what is built throughout the city, but also plays a really important role in how our city looks and feels, because it's exactly where we embed a lot of our development regulations with rules that support short and long-term goals. Next slide, please. Zoning in Boston in particular is heavily impacted by our zoning code, which we found to be long, complex, and deeply impactful in the way that it produces costly barriers to development. In particular, Boston's zoning code, after being enacted in 1964, has received several piecemeal amendments and additions of chapters known as articles that have led to an almost 4,000-page document with inconsistent zoning regulations and inequitable development outcomes that stem from them between different parts of the city. We've also found that the length of our zoning code serves as a kind of proxy for its complexity, where there are often confusing zoning rules for property owners to follow and act on, even those who aim to make simple changes to their property. This leads leads to a series of bureaucratic hurdles, longer periods of time for all scales of development projects, confusion around what is actually allowed, increased costs to property owners as factors accumulate in those realms. Those increased costs in the process of development also carries over and leads to increased costs for tenants of projects that even do get built. Next slide, please. It's from this understanding that our zoning code is not structured to meet our comprehensive and citywide goals that we aim to go forth with the process of citywide zoning reform. As we pursue this opportunity to reform the zoning code, we're really focused on achieving the reforms and aligning them with the goals of resiliency, affordability, and equity. In practice, these goals translate to a reformed zoning code that can encourage increased climate resiliency and sustainability in development projects. They also translate to zoning that permits levels of density and smart growth near transit resources that not only promote housing development, but also makes much of our existing housing stock more compliant with the zoning code. It centers equity, and by way of doing that, we are able to promote zoning reform that pairs well with the tools that prevent displacement, that encourages good design citywide, and that establishes equitable development standards across all different parts of the city and not just particular areas. Our zoning reform work is also guided very strongly by our goals to actually make the zoning code more accessible and less daunting. This means making it readable and enhancing its usability, amending many regulations to align with modern building accessibility and energy code standards, as well as existing build forms to reduce the nonconformities that we see and to promote feasible projects, and largely to establish regulations that are enforceable and that reduce our over-reliance on the Zoning Board of Appeals for development as it goes forth. Next slide, please. You're muted, Kathleen.
Thank you. This process is the very first step towards the larger zoning reform that the mayor identified as a priority in her vision for planning in Boston. The work of zoning reform was expected to receive the very kind of intense interest that we want to acknowledge has come out through this process, as well as to the board's consideration as you take up this item. Our role at the BPDA has been to ensure that the city conducts a fair, transparent, rigorous, and responsive process to achieve the goals we all agree on drive our work. The Squares and Streets initiative kicked off in September of last year, based on deep community engagement. In October, BPDA staff started the zoning process, not with a proposal, but by presenting the reasoning behind the zoning initiative and our initial findings and ideas to the community. From the very beginning, the BPDA has worked with community and stakeholders extensively to re-examine, revise, and improve what is before you here today. Next slide, please.
Our staff was able to utilize multiple methods to gather feedback on the zoning districts from residents, local users of the code like small-scale developers and designers, as well as other City Hall departments, including ISD and the Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion. This included several informational meetings for community groups and focus groups with development and design professionals to inform those groups about the analysis and recommendations being created in the process and to hear feedback while the amendment was being drafted. Additionally, staff coordinated 35 sessions of hour-long office hours that were held weekly between November of 2023 through early March just last week for local residents. Through these office hours, our staff were able to provide a smaller scale forum between our sequence of public meetings to answer questions, gather feedback, and encourage conversations around the role of zoning and planning in reaching citywide and community goals. In particular, staff, including myself, were excited to hear from residents that their attendance of office hours were some of the few and new opportunities that they had to speak with another resident from a different part of the city about zoning, development, and planning, which is really indicative of our own goals to strengthen and uplift those tools as opportunities for citywide comprehensive planning and zoning reform. From December 2023 through February of this year, we also had a public comment period for the zoning text amendment, during which we received over 240 public comments, as well as over 35 letters submitted via mail or email. Staff would share these comments weekly on our website and through our zoning newsletter to share them such that they are transparent for all community members who could access them through our website and through those means, and to further encourage citywide and public conversation on the shared and divergent ideas of planning and zoning and how it can help us in reaching community goals. Each of these public comments and letters received during this period received an individual response from staff and was included in a packet that was provided to you today. And lastly, one of the major pieces of work we did to align with our comprehensive planning goals was to work with other city departments, meeting with them to vet the zoning text amendment, and particularly aspects of the amendment that impacted or connected strongly to the goals and intentions of the work they are doing in their respective policies and programs. Next slide, please. It's through our public comment period that we were able to hear public feedback in a variety of perspectives, both folks who have interacted with development before and folks who are interacting with it for the first time. It's important to note that a lot of public feedback that we heard when it came to certain concerns and disagreements underscored the importance of future planning, also brought out topics on the discomfort with citywide zoning reform, and spoke to discomfort around the pace of change. In particular, we heard more requests for increased engagement, concerns around development, desire to preserve what is existing today, a lack of trust in city governments, different ways of discussing development than what people are often used to, and confusion around zoning as a tool in general. And we found that in this process, a lot of the discomfort for residents came from a vocalized shift from engaging with development and achieving their goals in a project-by-project basis. And instead, what we are aiming to do in engaging residents with planning at a larger scale that allows for their community goals and values to be embedded in cross-cutting policy and programmatic tools. Next slide, please. Additionally, we heard comments that strongly underscored some frustration with the status quo of how development functions within the city, as well as a desire, or a large urgency for change and a desire for strong focus on housing. In particular, we found that folks saw the Squares and Streets zoning text amendment as an opportunity to increase our housing production throughout the city, as well as increase the opportunity for affordable housing. They also saw it as a way to encourage more predictable outcomes and saw it as a way that we can offer better fairness in the development process. Through Squares and Streets, as you'll learn when we speak to the sections about the technical components, they were excited about the improved parking and transportation regulations, and overall what this zoning text amendment will do to improve neighborhood centers. And what I would add is that as a whole, we largely heard that this was an opportunity for folks to speak to citywide goals while also being able to hold their local community interests. And we saw that there was a real muscle and cultural shift in a way to the way that people were speaking to something that would impact development by way of talking to and involving themselves in this process when it came to a zoning text amendment. Next slide, please. So the drafting process for the zoning text amendment began with an analysis period starting in August of 2023, which was then followed by a series of 6 public meetings where we were able to share our work in progress and explain the zoning analysis through the drafting up to the revision based on community and city hall feedback. In that first set of meetings during our analysis and recommendations period, we also had ongoing engagement for the Squares and Streets planning initiative, which included 29 community meetings with neighborhood associations and other community groups, 5 planner pop-up events, and 19 intercept surveys around different locations throughout the city, 750 public survey responses, and workshops with young people connected with the Mayor's Youth Council. Through all of these activities, we're able to additionally share notice of Squares and Streets as a broader initiative to make sure that the word was spread about ongoing work that was happening within the zoning components. It is then through our work moving from analysis into recommendations into the drafting that we're able to share material that then was discussed throughout our public meetings and throughout our office hour sessions, as well as holding and offering time to meet with residents as needed to further walk through or explain different components of the text amendment in its initial and revised forms.
As part of this process, as we laid this out from the beginning of analysis through to the end of an idea of taking forward a text amendment in order to begin planning, we heard clearly from the community that our initial plan of a 1-month public comment period would not be sufficient. And so a first initial step we took was to extend that comment period by 2 months, allowing additional time for people to review, to attend another month's worth of office hours to get detailed questions answered, and receive an individual response. Next slide, please. Then, based on that public comment period, During that public comment period, we held another public meeting. We treated it as an ongoing period for ongoing revision and discussion with those with concerns on the zoning and questions. So as part of that meeting, we announced revisions that were coming from common themes we'd heard in the comments to date and clarified common questions that were coming in so that folks could use those as they move through the period. The mayor and the BPDA director attended a neighborhood meeting during that second public comment period, extending it and affirming the need and the importance of squares and streets as a goal to put planning at the forefront. We prepared an individual response to every submitted public comment and letter, and many changes were incorporated into the draft. When we released a revised draft, we annotated every change in that draft amendment and why we made that change. We also then looked to delay the consideration to you here at the board by a month because we wanted folks to have the opportunity to read through that annotated draft and attend another month's worth of office hours with any questions they may have. Simultaneous in this last month, as we've held those office hours, we've also sent this amendment through extensive additional legal review by outside legal counsel with extensive experience with the Boston zoning code to make sure that what we're bringing before you today is fully vetted to be able to work in concert with all of our neighborhood articles and other provisions of the code. Next slide, please. And so that brings us to the amendment that's before you here today and my colleague Maya.
Excuse me, as Kathleen said, we're now going to walk through the zoning text amendment, which is before you today and enables squares and streets zoning. Next slide. So starting with the land use modernization aspect of this amendment. Next slide. For some context about zoning land use regulations, in Boston zoning code, each land use is delegated as allowed, conditional, or forbidden in each district of the city in a use table. Conditional simply means it requires a conditional use permit from the Zoning Board of Appeal based on a set of criteria. To create the zoning for squares and streets, we wrote a new use table in Article 8, which is part of the city's base code. You can see an example of what the new use table looks like on this slide. As you can see, this table has some uses regulated differently depending on their size, and some uses are allowed or conditional only on the ground floor of buildings. Next slide.
To create this new table, we started by taking an inventory of all the uses that currently exist in neighborhood articles of the code, and then removing obsolete uses like payphones. Then we wrote a new set of consolidated uses and definitions by grouping together uses that have similar impacts. We included size thresholds and form and performance standards for some uses to control impacts in a more targeted way. And we also worked with many of our colleagues in other city agencies to ensure that our new definitions are in alignment with our regulatory requirements and policy goals, and that they have a clear interpretation for all users of the code, particularly the Inspectional Services Department. Next slide. This resulted in 16 pages of new zoning, including the new use definitions and use table, which has the regulations for squares and streets districts. Our long-term vision is that this table will have the use regulations for every district in the city. And this will allow us to make more timely amendments and updates to use regulations because they will exist in only one place within the code. Next slide. In our new use table, we've created a category of uses called active uses. You can see them listed on the slide here. These are uses that make somewhere feel like a main street. They're typically open to the public, and they make an area feel vibrant and welcoming. We created this category in the zoning code because it allowed us to create a requirement that buildings in the S3 through S5 squares and streets districts have ground floors that are primarily occupied by active uses, public open space, or civic uses. Next slide. Alongside modernizing land uses, we examined the challenges caused by zoning's outdated dimensional regulations. Our current code does not align with our existing built environment or advancements that we've made in energy, accessibility, or building codes, which limits new opportunities for housing and mixed-use growth. We set out to create updated dimensional regulations that align with building code, creating more as-of-right housing options that are responsive to sustainability and public realm goals. Next slide. To do this, we took a closer look at residential development that was extensively vetted and approved by this board through the Article 80 process over the past 5 years. With the help of Adam Johnson from our urban design department, we took qualitative and quantitative measurements of over 200 precedents, taking a deep dive into a sample of about 40 to understand what can be built under modern building code. This analysis demonstrated how building code and project review thresholds really drive building size, how parcel sizes drive building shape, how building types can be categorized by use, and ultimately how we can best shape building form and lot standards for new mixed-use districts that can enable more housing and mixed-use growth. Next slide.
All right, thank you very much. The new article that we're looking at primarily this evening is Article 26, but as was noted earlier, the draft amendment touches a large number of articles across the code. Article 26 is the new one, and there's new definitions in Article 2 and district declarations in Article 23, or in Article 3. We also want to note that we're removing parking minimums from squares and streets in Article 23, and we adjust off-street loading requirements citywide to line up with the recently adopted changes in Newmarket, which are also under consideration in Mattapan. The changes in all these articles mentioned earlier will enable these primary changes to work with the rest of the zoning code. Next slide, please. The new Article 26 will add 6 new mixed-use districts to the code. Their use regulations are in Article 8 in the modernized land use tables, but additional use and form details beyond that initial level of detail live almost entirely in this new single article. Next slide, please. The districts increase in intensity and activity with form controls and different land uses. At one end of the scale, S0 and S1, the uses are primarily residential and lower in scale, with some allowances for commercial when appropriate. S2 and S3 allow for typologies we commonly see in Main Street districts and corridors today, allowing or even requiring ground floor commercial while allowing for multi-floor development on upper floors. S4 and S5 provide the widest range of allowable uses in a scale of building that can still be appropriate in selected squares and street study areas to ensure that modern zoning rules still provide a framework even for projects that will undergo more extensive project review. Next slide, please. Underpinning much of this reform is a shift to a more form-based approach to zoning regulations across the code. Rather than relying, as is currently the case, on the belt and suspenders, if you will, of not only dimensional constraints, but also things like floor area ratio, each of these districts are designed so that lot standards allow building form and uses all align and increase predictability and appropriateness of the various standards. Next slide, please. All districts include common dimensional limits to reflect existing urban design, transportation and mobility, and environmental goals. This allows the districts not only to complement each other as part of broader citywide planning, as was mentioned earlier, but also to ensure that residents, businesses, stakeholders, developers, and advocates alike can better understand, apply, and work with the zoning code as it'll be written. Next slide, please. There are also a common set of uses applied across the districts from S0 to S5, modified as is appropriate to their scale. In all cases, the uses are primarily residential, with community uses as allowed. As the scale increases, some commercial uses are also allowed and eventually required on the ground floors as active uses, as mentioned earlier. Research labs and PDAs are not allowed in squares and streets districts. Next slide, please.
Great, so now we will quickly walk through what distinguishes the form and land uses of each district, starting with S0 Transition Residential District. As the name suggests, the S0 district is primarily residential. It provides a transition from lower activity residential areas to the higher activity mixed use squares and streets that we're considering. Of the squares and streets districts, S0 has the smallest floor plate and lot coverage requirements and the largest yards and permeable area of lot. Next slide.
Allowed uses in S0 are mostly limited to residential uses and civic uses like child care centers and schools. Residential uses are only allowed up to 14 units, which is sub-Article 80 scale. In addition, there are a few other uses which are conditionally allowed, which allows for opportunities for things like corner stores and coffee shops in these transitional residential districts. Next slide. In an earlier version of this zoning, which we presented to the public, S0 was more limited in terms of uses. Through the community engagement process, we heard that many wanted to see opportunities for things like small retail in this district. So we made small retail conditionally allowed, as well as small service establishments, which can allow for things like hair salons and other types of small businesses in the S0 district. Next slide, please.
Moving on to the S1 Main Street Living District. This district is also principally residential, but introduces more mixed-use activity and opportunities. S1 also requires small-scale side and front yards and minimum permeable area of lot. Next slide.
In terms of uses, the small active uses, which are conditionally allowed in S0, become allowed in S1, some restricted to the ground floor. A few additional uses are allowed or allowed just on the ground floor, such as museums, clinics, and medium-sized offices. Next slide. A few additional uses are conditionally allowed on the ground floor in S1, including large restaurants and medium retail stores, as well as banks and standalone ATMs. Next slide.
S2, the Main Street Mixed Use District, is distinguished by small to medium scale mixed use buildings. And this is where buildings can begin to fill the width of a lot to help create a continuous and active Main Street environment. The district introduces the requirement for outdoor amenity space, requiring things like balconies, plazas, or roof decks, as it does not have yard requirements. And it also sets a maximum for the blank wall of a facade. Next slide.
The allowed uses in S2 are mostly the same as S1, with most residential uses and small active uses allowed. There are a few additional active uses allowed, including large retail stores. Next slide. In S2, most large active uses are conditionally allowed. There are also a few commercial uses conditionally allowed, the main difference from S1 being that small hotels are conditionally allowed in S2. Next slide.
The S3 Active Main Street District is characterized by medium-scale buildings that are required to have active uses on the ground floor. And it is in this district that dwelling units on the ground floor are prohibited on the primary facade. Next slide.
In S3, most residential uses are allowed, most commercial uses are allowed or conditionally allowed, and most active uses are allowed, with some being restricted to the ground floor. Next slide.
Next up, the S4 Active Squares Mixed Use District enables medium to large scale mixed use buildings. This district has the widest range of uses compared to S0 to S3. Like S3, active uses are required on the ground floor, and the district has a more restrictive lot coverage for larger lot sizes. Next slide.
As Andrew said, S4 has the most flexibility in terms of uses, with most residential, active, and commercial uses allowed, and very few are limited to the ground floor. Next slide.
And lastly, the S5 Placemaker District enables the largest scale mixed-use buildings of squares and streets districts, allowing the same wide range of uses as S4, with ground floor active use and higher outdoor amenity space requirements. This district is really only intended for highly active areas close to transit hubs that can support planned for higher density. We received strong feedback supporting the inclusion of this district as a means of providing more zoning options to enable high-density housing growth and services where it's appropriate. The district is also an opportunity to align with advancements in building code standards and support efficient, sustainable building methods such as mass timber alongside new housing. Next slide. Together, these districts form a palette of zoning options that, as applied in this hypothetical square, can be used to increase housing opportunities, a mix of uses, and with it, vibrant activity and economic growth in our existing neighborhood centers. Next slide. How these districts will eventually be mapped will only be decided on through the Squares and Streets small area planning process, working with the community to select and determine which districts of these 5 are most appropriate to each area. Next slide.
And we want to acknowledge to all of you as a board, as well as the broader public that is watching this meeting, that during the comment period, we have received many comments asking to slow down the process of updating zoning to make sure that neighborhoods fully understand and are comfortable with the changes. As we've walked through in this presentation, the proposed zoning will not immediately take effect anywhere. It adds tools to our toolbox within the zoning code, and we believe that on the ground, significant engagement and work with the community to map these districts appropriately in real places will help make sure that we set up each square and street in the city for success. Small area plans have already kicked off in both Cleary Square of Hyde Park and Roslindale Square to start this process. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, team. It was a full team. Amy, Kathleen, Abdul, Maya, Jack, Will, Andrew. Really great presentation. Did I get everybody? Yeah, okay, good. So great presentation. Before we go to board member question and comments, we have additional city councilors that would like to testify. So coming first, we have Councilor Durkin, and then followed Councilor Durkin, Councilor Pepin.
Thank you so much, Chair. Dear Chair Rojas and members of the board, our city is comprised of dozens of unique neighborhoods. The commercial and residential centers of our neighborhoods create worlds that welcome people to experience the broad variety of cuisine, culture, and activity that Boston has to offer. It is the distinct character of our neighborhood centers that spur such loyalty and attraction. Recently, our city has done a wonderful job of preserving beloved spaces the way they are, but we also need to be determined to transform these spaces by expanding the uses, design, and space within them through a dedicated planning initiative. I understand resident feedback that addresses concerns about how this would change the character of their neighborhoods, but I also want to recognize the uses and density proposed in these sub-districts exist across all neighborhoods in my district. With the Squares and Streets Planning Initiative, we have a really exciting opportunity to grow our beloved centers so that more people can afford to call them home while still maintaining the distinct character of places like Roslindale Square, Convent Square, and Tremont Street, for example. In fact, many areas of my district point to the possibility encouraging growth alongside maintaining community character. As the chair of the Council's Planning, Development, and Transportation Committee, I'm uniquely attuned to the fact that whether we acknowledge it or not, our city has outgrown its built infrastructure. Boston cannot continue to grow, divorced from concurrent growth in the city's built environment. While we cannot continue to welcome new residents without welcoming new housing opportunities. We cannot continue to be a resilient coastal city without green infrastructure designs to enhance and protect our changing landscape. None of these necessary changes to our built environment are supported by the city's current zoning code. That's where the targeted rezoning approach of Squares and Streets is so helpful. Not only does the targeted approach of Squares and Streets respect the current fabric of what makes our neighborhood so special, but it prioritizes community input on what changes to this fabric will benefit the neighborhood. This transformation with planning at its center will enable our city to accomplish the growth that has been knocking at its door for decades. Such a strategic, targeted, and intentional approach to growth will further encourage opportunities to enhance the city's affordability, amenities, and sustainability. As everyone is aware, we are in the midst of a housing crisis. There was a recent survey that found 25% of Greater Boston residents between the ages of 20 and 30 plan to leave the region in the next 5 years, and that the large majority of respondents identified housing affordability as the priority for their elected representatives. As one of those electeds, I speak today to lend my support for a step that I believe will bring us closer to helping us retain valuable residents that want to continue to call Boston their home, but we can't envision a path that allows them to stay given our steep affordability crisis. Besides housing affordability, the Squares and Streets initiative also improves city amenities that neighborhoods rely on. With this change, the opportunity to align development with city capital improvement projects, not to mention mixed-use districts proposed that will allow for people to shop in their neighborhoods and walk to businesses, which promotes environment sustainability and economic fortitude. This is one step in a multi-pronged approach to gather community feedback, and as the chair of Planning, Development, and Transportation, I'm excited to convene some of these conversations to ensure community feedback is at the forefront alongside an engaged community process in each individual neighborhood. I am supportive of having robust discussions in every neighborhood considered for these proposed zoning districts. I've heard from many District 8 residents that this needs to be a deliberative process, and I believe that this amendment, once adopted, we will have the opportunity to have these conversations about what we feel is most appropriate, with recommendations coming from residents to make the spaces even better than what they currently are. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Again, Chair Durkin, District 8 City Councilor. I do also have another, is it possible to be taken out of order for another support?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak in support of 840 Columbus Avenue. Dear Chair Rojas and members of the board, Boston's academic institutions contribute to our city in a host of ways, from sparking groundbreaking innovations across a range of academic fields to supporting contributing components of our public infrastructure, including parks and streets. I applaud our academic institutions, Northeastern included, for the positive impacts they can bring to our city and the way they sustain vibrancy of activity from Commonwealth Ave to Huntington Avenue. I can point to a host of parks, buildings, and transportation infrastructure that have improved by Northeastern. But I understand that community in Northeastern itself has waited some time to see another dormitory come online, because this is a commitment from their current IMP. I'm hopeful to see this coming to board tonight. We need to ensure that institutions are meeting the commitment for beds in a scarce housing environment. This proposal to build over 1,300 bed dormitory on 840 Columbus Avenue is a lifeline to the city's struggling housing stock, and I hope it's the first of many on-campus living opportunities to come for Northeastern students. Although this proposal at 840 Columbus Ave hosts many benefits, I urge the BPDA to host many benefits. I also urge the BPDA to approve this project. I do want to point out a number of residents and students' concerns that I think bear repeating. While the proposal will serve to slow and stop further displacement of Roxbury families from their neighborhood, I do acknowledge that this dormitory does not have a zero net impact on the overall affordability of neighborhood or Roxbury residents' ability to traverse freely or conveniently. Students have added pressure on an already scarce resource in District 8 and are burdened resources in the city of Boston, which is affordable housing. Additionally, the benefits of on-campus housing is only as good as its uptake. I urge Northeastern to support resources to make this dormitory accessible to its student body. Having said that, I commend the way the university has engaged residents, students, and my office throughout the process, and I believe this is a better project because of that engagement. I also appreciate the approach to design that creates an inviting environment for our students. The ground floor uses are great, and I look forward. This project highlights what the city needs more of: mixed-use buildings on underutilized land, such as the parking lot that currently exists at the location. I also appreciate their commitment to CDCs, such as Fenway CDC, with funds committed to helping alleviate the housing crisis. For this reason, I ask the board to approve the proposal before you today, and I sincerely hope that this is only the start of Northeastern's efforts to provide more on-campus housing for their growing student body. Thank you so much again, District 8 City Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. So we will go next to Councilor Pippin, and Councilor Mejia, you'll go right after him. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Enrique Pippin, District 5 City Councilor. So I have the honor of representing two of the neighborhoods that Squares and Streets have been prioritizing, which is Rosendale and Hyde Park. I want to begin by thanking the BPDA staff for being so present in both neighborhoods hosting multiple workshops, multiple meetings, going on walks, visiting the businesses. So thank you for doing that. I'm here to elevate the voices of the residents of both those neighborhoods. You know, I've gotten many emails and phone calls from both sides of those that have questions and those that support this. And you know, recently I've gotten emails from folks that are just still, they're confused. They want to understand, what does this mean? What does it mean to take a vote on today? And I've also went on a walk with the Rosendale Coalition to meet with business owners in Rosendale Square. And, you know, they have questions as well of what does this mean for the neighborhood and for them as business owners. There were questions on the presentations, on the maps that were being used by the BPDA that folks are just requesting that they become a little bit more clear when presenting in the community. But I also want to highlight the other messages that I received, and it's that folks feel that squares and streets will improve the public infrastructure in the neighborhood. Focused on, you know, development will now be focused on the squares instead of just sporadically across the neighborhood where it may not make sense. The appreciation of a collaborative approach to help map how our neighborhoods will eventually look throughout the years. The opportunity of bringing more diverse businesses and spaces to our neighborhoods. But more importantly, this is an opportunity to bring more families to our district. And what I noticed is that from both the residents that had questions and concerns on squares and streets, but also those that are in support of it, is that they both understand that there's a need for density and there's a need for more housing. So I want to elevate that message as well. I do know that by taking this vote today, this is just to codify squares and streets. So this is not to basically say, this is exactly what we're building. This is what's going on. And for that reason, I want to recommend the BPDA to vote yes on squares and streets today and codifying it, just because I know that the next steps is when the community engagement will truly begin to happen. And I want to make sure that the BPDA continues to come to Rosendale and Hyde Park, because folks still have questions, but this isn't cemented in stone. And I want to make sure that the residents, the Rosendale coalitions, the Hyde Park neighborhood associations, shout out to all of them, that they have a voice when they're built, when this begins to happen. And to also include as many residents as possible that own businesses, because they want to make sure that they remain in Rosendale and Hyde Park, because people have grown to love them and they want to be part of the conversation too, without being displaced. But with that, I recommend to vote yes on squares and streets and make sure that this continues to be a community process for all. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Councilor. And next up, we have Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Bueno verte, Priscilla. It's good to see you. And I see some of my other friends. Mr. Shepherd, it's good to see you here as well. I'm not going to start name dropping everybody here because I can't say everybody, but I just saw, and Kate. Everybody, hello, Ted. So, at-large City Councilor Julia Mejia, I want to first just kind of start off with acknowledging that a lot of the work that I've done on the council has been deeply rooted in community, right? And the importance of making sure that things are being done to us, with us, but not for us or without us, right? And so I just want to make sure that everybody understands the framing of what I'm about to share, because I think it's important for it to be received with the intention in which I'm trying to articulate this, right? Because sometimes things get misconstrued, and I am deeply concerned when we're talking about really meeting a moment and having an opportunity to restore trust and to create opportunities where people really feel seen and affirmed. And I think it makes it really challenging for me to see processes that continue to bypass a lot of people, and the people who don't speak English, people who aren't engaged in the political process, people who aren't the usual suspects, right? So there are a lot of stakeholders who are not engaged, and then there are a lot of stakeholders who are and who have been around for a long time and know how things go down. And so it's really difficult for me to see this playing out in a way where I'm still getting tons of emails from constituents who are asking us to slow down. I think that there is some merit in terms of really relationship building for us to say, okay, what does slowing down look like? And if we were to open up for a conversation in which the community stakeholders really felt like they had a seat at the table and a voice in the process, what would it look like? And I don't feel like we have gotten there. I've been to meetings, which I really do appreciate the BPDA in their efforts in trying to get people up to speed. But with so much uncertainty still and so many questions that still have yet to be answered, if we're really serious about restoring trust and repairing harm, this is an opportunity for us to reset. And I'm not asking for a delay for another year. I'm asking for a slowdown for us to really get this process right. Because what we do today is going to impact the relationship of any type of projects that come before you moving forward. And if people don't feel affirmed and heard, then what we're doing is replicating bad behavior. And I really do believe that we have an opportunity to slow down, assess this vote, not take it today, and really think about what does it look like when we're really creating a community-centered approach to these conversations. And I think it merits some reflection, and it is an opportunity for us to demonstrate that we're not doing business as usual, that we are really listening to the people who pay our salaries or the people who we represent, right? Ultimately, those are our stakeholders. And I can, in good conscience, support something that still feels unbaked, if you will. It still feels like there's still a few ingredients that are missing, right? A little bit of sazon, maybe, I don't know, I don't know lo que es, pero what I do know is that I don't think we're ready for a vote of something that's going to just really impact so many people. I don't have speech writers. I speak from my heart, and I am here to only represent me and the people who put me in position. So I have nothing to lose with the things that I say. I just say them from my heart because that's what we need to do, is to show up and be courageous even when we are speaking truth to power. And in many ways, you are power right now because the decisions that you make are impacting the constituents that we serve. And so I am willing to do that because that's what this moment is calling for, and that's what our constituents want, is for us to advocate and bring their voices into spaces and places where they don't feel heard. And so I am here just to ask the board and you all to consider delaying the vote and creating an opportunity for us to repair the harm. And I look forward to joining you in that challenge, right? I'm not gonna ask you to do something that I'm not gonna roll up my sleeves and work alongside you all to do. But I think we have an opportunity to really slow things down and work more collaboratively with our constituents. So I'd love to work with Chief Jemison on creating that. Amy, you and I have been working on a number of different projects, and so I think, you know, I don't want to be the counselor that is just going along to get along, and you know, I'm not a rubber stamp, and I'm not going to just do what I'm going to do what the people want me to do, and the people want me to say slow it down, and that's what I'm here to say, slow it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I really appreciate all of your words and your method of speaking from the heart. I'm one of those too. So with that, let's go ahead and begin the board question and comments portion of this item. So are there any questions or comments from the board?
I wonder if staff could elaborate on the composition, selection, and process that the small area planning groups could engage with. What is the nature of future community engagement in this process?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Landsmark. I can take that question. And I want to just make sure that I completely understand. You're just looking to kind of understand what the small area planning process will look like and what the engagement through that process will be. Is that correct?
Yeah, and what kinds of powers the community is going to have to not only influence the outcome of decisions, but in what ways will the community be able to shape what in fact goes on within their communities?
Sure, thank you. So we have been talking about these small area plans, both in the context of kind of scale and timing. We are looking at developing plans in a shorter time frame than we did many of the kind of neighborhood-wide plans that you've seen come before you this past fall. We're looking at 6 to 9 month time frames where we are working directly with constituents on kind of 2 parallel tracks. One specifically being around community needs assessing, really being able to name priorities for the neighborhood specifically. We're trying to, at this point in time, really approach those conversations from the lens of level setting, educating around the types of tools that the city has presently, and being able to have conversation around the gaps that exist in those tools. In order to do that, staff have organized a series of workshops. Those workshops are of different sorts of kind of styles. We've had a kind of science fair style workshop where there's been different tables, different ways to engage in conversation on different topics. Just last night in Roslindale, we had a kind of group discussion and then broke out into a smaller kind of database conversation around housing and small business needs in the square. We intend to continue to do those types of workshops and then to be able to shift into a conversation around visioning on the basis of what comes out of these initial conversations. What staff are doing is to be able to kind of circle back and really vet the sorts of themes that they're hearing out of these larger scale workshops. But what they're also doing is spending a lot of time having much smaller scale conversations. We've had staff attend ESL classes where the staff worked with the teachers in the ESL classes to actually translate a presentation and to give that presentation in Spanish. We've had staff go to public housing in Roslindale and to spend the afternoon with members of the community center there and just kind of have informal conversation with folks who are in the community center. We are setting up office space in each of the neighborhoods that we're working in so that our planners are there on a predictable schedule, and both being able to use that space so that we're more accessible to residents in the community, but also to use that space as a home base so that staff are spending more time in the small businesses, doing walks in the neighborhood, et cetera. So we're really trying to utilize a combination of both kind of more formal and informal engagement. All that being said, we expect to really be able to identify the sorts of themes that the individual communities are more focused on. Some communities may be more focused on small business needs, some more focused on housing needs, et cetera. And to be able to use that information to inform conversation around the zoning component of this. As you've seen in the presentation today, we have 6 different districts that we have developed of a variety of scale and differing sorts of uses, and being able to kind of connect the sorts of themes that come out of those discussions to the types of opportunities that exist within the districts themselves is a first step. But what we really want to be able to do is marry that with additional data around specific development in those communities, and then have residents and stakeholders really lead the discussion around what districts and where those districts make the most sense in their neighborhoods. So we've not come into this process with any, specific plan as to how these districts should be mapped in any location. What we are doing is looking to really work in concert with residents and stakeholders, both to develop recommendations on the planning side and to be able to identify the types of programs and resources that the city has presently that can be, that those recommendations can help to inform and serve, to therefore be able to work with our partner departments to say, we want to kind of, because this conversation has focused on small business, OEOI, please, help us with space grant funding, or because this conversation has focused more on housing, MOH and BPDA real estate, how can we have more of a conversation around the parcels that we own that are in the area and what we, recommend to be able to do with those parcels. But then on, kind of, again, on the back end, really being able to then focus on these zoning districts, have folks have a deeper understanding of the zoning districts themselves and the implications of using the different zoning districts, and being able to map those zoning districts in such a way that they're really kind of pieces of a puzzle, that no one area would have the same kind of range of districts or the same number of parcels mapped, but that there's real opportunity to tap into that dialogue and to make decisions on that basis. I suppose the last thing I'll just say is, because we are looking to ensure that we're engaging communities that are not typically or traditionally engaged in these processes, a lot of our conversation has been on that smaller scale, and so the onus really is on the planners to be able to synthesize that in a way that is digestible and accessible to people, and we want to do that both from a virtual lens and in person. And I'll just say that all of our planning meetings in Roslindale and Hyde Park to date have been in-person meetings. They've not been virtual meetings.
Some of our planning challenges extend beyond the scale and scope of individual districts, resilience, or addressing affordable housing issues. How will those priorities be factored into this process, and who will set those priorities for issues that extend across multiple districts?
Sure. So I would say first and foremost that, planning is an iterative process. It's a process that, needs to rely on recommendations and processes that have come before us. Obviously, as you know, there are a number of citywide plans that address some of the types of issues that you're talking about. Our climate resiliency goals, our Parks Department has plans with regard to tree planting. We have had a lot that has certainly been developed to date around heat island effect, et cetera. We want to make sure that we're really setting the stage to be able to communicate what research has been done on a citywide scale, but acknowledging that these plans are really hyper-focused on small geographies. We need to be able to kind of bring those recommendations down to the scale of those neighborhoods. So when we're talking about public space, for example, if we have data on heat island impacts, where should we be focusing on planting trees? If we're talking about transportation needs from kind of a broader scale around, accessibility or mobility, what sorts of specific locations in these geographies present challenges, and how do we begin to address those challenges? This is a different approach, I would say, than the neighborhood-wide plans that we've been developing, because those plans are able to kind of paint with broader brushstrokes. In order for these plans, the small area plans, to be effective, we need to be able to kind of focus on the hyper-local while being able to feed those recommendations into what happens at a much larger scale across the city. And this is where we're really, trying to communicate this goal around I would say the distinction between this planning process and the ones that we've done in the past, where we're really trying to make the connection at a citywide scale while acknowledging what the needs are at the hyper-local scale.
If someone wanted to build something that didn't fit within the evolved context of this, is there an appellate process built in? What is it that they would then do?
So our goal with the squares and streets zoning is to really engage in conversation around what the vision for those squares look like, or what that vision is, from the community process. And so I think if we have a developer that comes forward after we've done, a mapping exercise, to say that they want to develop something that does not fit within the context of the process that we've gone through, the staff are prepared to communicate that that is not appropriate for these particular locations. We have, over the course of time, become a city that is incredibly reliant on exceptions to our code through the ZBA process. And as the staff mentioned earlier in the presentation, this is an opportunity for us to move away from that. But in order to be able to do that, we want to make sure that we've gone through a zoning process where we really have built consensus around what that vision is, and then that we're able to really stick to that vision. That's why we're not allowing PDAs, because we really want to make sure that we're creating a predictable course of development in our squares, and that it's happening at the scale that residents agree is appropriate for their squares.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions or comments from the board?
I guess just a couple of comments. Thanks, Madam Chair. First of all, thanks to the staff for, I thought that was a really good presentation in terms of both the technical aspects of what is put before us tonight, but also just the, sort of acknowledgement of the debates that are kind of swirling around some of this process, and distilling, what has been, I'm sure, just a massive amount of work into a really great summary. And I also want to thank the community for all of the comments that were submitted to us. There were significant comments. We get hundreds of pages of them, and we do read them. And, for me, the counselors all had things that really resonate for me. I kind of land on the side of wanting this to move forward. I think it's critical. I think it's really good for our city. And I think in order to get to some of the more substantive issues and engagement, that this is an important step to take, and that it doesn't foreclose or preclude meaningfully addressing the issues that have been raised, a variety of issues that have been raised. And there's also a lot of support that we've read for going forward as well. I think for me that, Councilor Mejia's comments about people needing to be seen and heard is also really critical, and that is always a challenge. I think BPDA is exponentially better at that than perhaps it has been in prior decades. And I think with this process in particular, that is just really critical to continue to make it worthwhile for people to engage in these planning processes. And I look forward to those processes as they continue following tonight. Thanks.
Okay, additional questions or comments from the board?
I think a lot of questions Dr. Landmark asked helped me out a lot. And Kate, you did a lot of thanking, which I kind of want to do too. I definitely want to thank the neighborhoods for reaching out in the comments. Like Kate said, we do listen and read the comments. Thank the city councilors for, shedding light on things and shedding their opinions in the areas that they cover. This is tough. Change is always going to be tough, but I just think that, going forward, being transparent is definitely on the agenda and will remain on the agenda. And also, my last thing, I just think this policy in future will help create opportunities, and that's what I'm here for. So just wanted to give my piece and thank everyone that, came out today, and thank everyone that has responded. It's good to see when a large amount of people engage in things, because it shows that the city of Boston is interested in steps we take forward. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, BPDA staff as well, for doing an excellent job on explaining things, and as you continue to explain throughout the whole process. Just want to thank everyone. That's all.
Thank you. Raheem, any additional questions or comments? Yeah, look, I think this is just tough. And you just want to, echo, we're in like 500, 600, almost 700 pages. I didn't print them out, but scrolled through them, of comments, and as well as that were thoughtful, that had really great and valid points. And I also saw the staff taking just as much time to respond directly to people. I love the new office hours thing, because it's just some of these things are tough to kind of absorb. This is big change, but from my perspective, and I'll just let me just comment that I'll explain to you. So when I first started, 9 years ago, I had not read the full zoning code, but I attempted to, and I've gotten pretty far, but I struggled. I struggled with being able to be on this board and adequately represent myself, but also represent a voice of the community, because these are, we live here too, right? We're just as concerned and involved as everyone else. We we're appointed and agreed to do these roles, so we're volunteering to be extra involved and in the know in this. But these are difficult concepts, and it's just drastically different than what it was before. And so when I see this, these districts, right, and that makes sense to me, that use real language to describe what it is that we're trying to do. I am the happiest board chair on the planet. But I do recognize that, we have a past as an agency, and that trust is something that needs to be earned, not just once, but all the time, right? So sorry, I get a little bit off track, but so I really believe in the importance of having these tools in the toolbox, right? So that they're available, and we can go into this squares and streets, these sub-district places that we're going to go through, that we can go through them with these tools. I think it's to not have these in place and still be trying to kind of plan these specific squares and streets areas. It's just, it's hard. You can't, this is the first step to being able to do all of the rest of the steps, all of the deep dives into, I think that this should be sub-district 5 versus sub-district 4, right? We need a language and a frame to be able to have that conversation. And I don't want us to have that conversation on this like old 19,000 page like zoning code. So that's what makes it kind of difficult, right? To kind of balance, what I know as a person who's super involved in this with a sentiment that that people don't feel like they're being heard. So I don't know. I guess all that to say that even though we called all the time a rubber stamp in the press and in some of these emails and stuff. I'm not a rubber stamp, and none of my fellow board members are either. So whatever vote that we individually take is absolutely based on our experience, based on our understanding, based on our having read 500, 600, 700 pages of input. And I guess I just wanted to make that clear before we take a vote, I just want to have someone from the agency reiterate what the vote is asking for, what it'll allow us to do, and then one more time and clear cut what it is not. So if someone can please indulge me, that'd be great.
Yes, so we're asking you to take a vote that would advance text amendments to the Boston zoning code. Those text amendments would occur in multiple articles, and I'll open them off on the board memo to make sure I'm exact in reading these. To create those 6 new squares and streets districts. Those will be located in Article 26. It also modernizes the land use table in Article 8 and makes other changes in Article 2, Article 3, Article 4, Article 6, Article 10, Article 11, Article 13, Article 18, Article 19, Article 22, Article 24, Article 80, and Article 89. Never forget urban agriculture, to make sure that all of the existing provisions of our code continue to work with these new districts. They are not being mapped anywhere as part of this text amendment. They will just exist as options for a future zoning amendment. And at any time we bring a future zoning amendment before you, using one of these zoning options, that requires both the vote of this board to petition the zoning commission, a public hearing before the zoning commission, and the vote of the zoning commission to adopt such map amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any additional follow-up questions or comments from the board?
I'll just say that we've needed a new and a clear and very inclusive framework and direction for planning and zoning within the city for a number of years, and my sense is that this accomplishes that.
Thank you, Dr. Landsmark. Additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, everyone. The process continues. We now have tools that we'll be able to leverage in our planning exercise. So, just gather myself here and see what we are on here, the agenda. Okay, so that was item number 5. Item number 6 has been removed. And let's go on to item number 7. Request authorization to petition the Zoning Commission to adopt text amendments for Article 53 and Article 2 of the Zoning Code and map amendments to zoning maps 3A, 3B, and 3C to amend existing neighborhood sub-district boundaries and create 10 new sub-districts, update use and dimensional tables, and consolidate and modernize the code in order to implement the zoning recommendations of Plan East Boston. Cyrus.
Good afternoon, Chair Rojas, esteemed members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Polhemus. My name is Cyrus Maselli, and I am the planning assistant for the BPDA's zoning reform team. I'm here today to share some proposed updates to the East Boston zoning. Next slide, please. On January 18th, 2024, a couple months ago, the BPDA board approved Plan East Boston and voted to advance its accompanying zoning amendments to be considered for adoption by the Zoning Commission. Those zoning recommendations proposed changes to Article 53, East Boston's neighborhood zoning article, which were designed to advance the goals and recommendations of Plan East Boston. As a part of ongoing diligence and preparation for the forthcoming Boston Zoning Commission hearing, including ongoing public comment and vetting by community leaders, we've identified a few minor modifications needed to better align the proposed zoning with the community vision in the plan, as well as the agency's broader zoning reform efforts. These proposed modifications include 1, modified dimensional regulations for 2 of East Boston's economic development areas, 2, small revisions to the structure of Article 53's use tables, and 3, the removal of several previously listed definitions from the zoning text. Other than the aforementioned revisions, the proposed text and map amendments remain the same as presented to the board at their January 18th, 2024 board meeting, all of which are included as a part of this revised petition. Next slide, please. Beginning with EDA dimensions, updates to East Boston zoning modified dimensional requirements for the Saratoga Street EDA, which you can find highlighted on the map on your screen. The proposed zoning increases permitted FAR to 2.5 from its previously approved 2.0, and this increase applies to both underlying zoning and zoning for PDA projects, and is a move generally which better aligns the area's regulation with the community vision established in the plan. More specifically, Plan East Boston highlights the Saratoga Street EDA as a location appropriate for environmentally sound economic growth and mixed-use development. The EDA sits within immediate proximity to both Orient Heights Square and the Belle Isle Marsh and is well serviced and accessible by transit. The existing sub-area primarily comprises MBTA-owned land, including the Orient Heights MBTA station, surface parking lots and rail yards, but also includes several low-density light industrial and commercial buildings. These updates to the EDA's FAR requirements align with the recommendations of Plan East Boston to help promote appropriately scaled mixed-use development, including for newly allowed residential uses, which can be leveraged to assist in the delivery of necessary public improvements, such as district-scale flood infrastructure, improvements to the local street network, and more accessible connections to the Belle Isle Marsh. Next slide, please. In addition, the proposed zoning amendments make updates to the dimensional regulations for PDA eligible projects in the McClellan Highway EDA. You can find the McClellan Highway EDA highlighted on the map on screen. The proposed zoning increases the permitted PDA height from 5 stories and 65 feet to 7 stories and 85 feet, and the PDA permitted FAR from 2.0 to 3.0. This increase only applies to PDA eligible projects, which is appropriate for the area, given that every parcel meets the 1 acre land area threshold to enable PDA eligibility. This change better aligns the area's regulation with the community vision established through the plan by incentivizing an increased scale of development on underutilized sites previously occupied by fuel storage uses and that are largely shielded from East Boston's existing residential fabric, which then can be leveraged to help provide the neighborhood with needed job opportunities, open space amenities, transportation improvements, and resilience infrastructure. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning amendments also make structural revisions to Article 53's use tables to align the formatting of the East Boston use tables with those crafted as a part of the agency's broader zoning reform efforts. They do not change how the affected uses are regulated. This update is important because it helps create consistency in regulatory structure across the zoning code, alleviating any possible confusion or conflict that may arise from having to navigate or interpret slightly different tables or uses in different parts of the code. The updates do this while also maintaining the specificity and land use regulation determined through the Plan East Boston planning process. Next slide. Finally, the updated East Boston zoning proposes to remove several definitions which were present in the originally approved text. These include 1, the Article 2 definition of building width, and 2, the definitions relating to land uses and dimensional regulations previously found in the Article 53 appendix. Those definitions will now be inserted into Article 8 and Article 2 as a part of the proposed squares and streets zoning amendments. Despite moving locations within the code, the meaning and applicability of the terms within the East Boston zoning will remain the same with these changes. This move is important as it removes substantive duplication from the code and streamlines the process of updating definitions in the future should revisions be necessary down the line. And the removal of these 100+ definitions also trims 12 pages from the text of Article 53, further clarifying and consolidating East Boston zoning. Next slide. And with that, I'll close our presentation and also introduce Kathleen Onifer, our Deputy Director of Zoning, to the panel. And Kathleen and I are available to answer any questions you may have. So thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Cyrus. Questions or comments from the board? I do have one question. Can you just comment on kind of what drove these changes, right? Like, how did we come up, because we did approve Plan East Boston in January, and, you know, we're doing some tweaks. Totally understand the tweaks, but just want to get a sense of, like, how, yeah, what made you tweak?
Yeah, thank you. So as we went over on the last item, taking forward zoning is a two-step process where the BPDA board votes to petition the zoning commission, and then the zoning goes before the zoning commission. And as the draft zoning, which represents 5 years of work and conversation with stakeholders in the East Boston community, and went through multiple cycles of revision before it came to you, was a really large and extensive effort of work as it went through further vetting as it got ready for the process of the zoning commission. So, some folks start paying attention when it gets ready for zoning commission, and including some of the elected officials, right? Also hearing from other property owners, stakeholders in East Boston, as they really looked closely at what was getting ready to go forward, came to us with these concerns. And as we met in extensive discussion with the elected officials in East Boston to talk about both how our recommendations had evolved over the planning process, including through work with them and engagement with them, and how that was reflected in these specific areas of detail, we found that there was an opportunity to address these concerns and make sure we're aligned. Additionally, because this is now moving at the same time as the squares and streets, as Cyrus highlighted for you, we have these opportunities to provide sort of more structural clarity within the code and avoid repeating information. And that was another opportunity that in our quest to get below a 4,000-page code, we were eager to go for.
Okay, thank you. And a great illustration of, I think the entire ecosystem working here, of engaging with your elected officials, right, getting in on these details, and the team being responsive to do this. So, thank you for demonstrating that. Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much. Okay, it is 5:28, so we are going to take a a brief recess before we start our public hearing. So let's come back at just 5:35. Let's make it. So we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thanks. And Dr. Landsmark is recusing himself, so he will not be present for this. Oh, there you are.
Yes, I will be recusing myself from this one. Thank you.
Okay, cool, thanks. Perfect. So let's get started. This is agenda item number 28. Simultaneous Spanish, Mandarin, and Cantonese interpretations are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you please be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until the instructions on how to access interpretation services have been translated into Spanish, Mandarin, and Cantonese. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear at the bottom of your Zoom screen. An important reminder to all who are presenting and commenting today, we ask that you speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too fast, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak more slowly so that the translator can catch up with the information. Thank you. To enable interpretation for Spanish, Mandarin, and Cantonese, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select the language you wish to listen to. Also, you must mute original audio. So we have Juan. Will you now please interpret the instructions that I just gave into Spanish?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. This is Juan, the Spanish interpreter. La interpretación simultánea está siendo proveída en español, mandarín, cantonés. Utilizando la función de interpretación disponible en la plataforma del Zoom, les pedimos por favor ser pacientes en caso de presentarse alguna dificultad técnica. La función de interpretación de idiomas no va a ser habilitada hasta que se ofrezcan las instrucciones de cómo accesar la interpretación simultánea. Estos servicios van a ofrecerse en español, mandarín y cantonés, respectivamente. Una vez se habilite la interpretación, un icono de un globo redondo aparecerá en la parte derecha inferior de sus pantallas. También es importante recordarles a todos aquellos que estén presentes o haciendo algún comentario público de no hablar demasiado rápido para asistir a los intérpretes en su interpretación. Si usted está hablando muy rápido, posiblemente yo tenga que interrumpirle y le pida hablar más despacio para que los intérpretes puedan ir al pie de la información de su presentación. Para habilitar la interpretación en español, mandarín y cantonés, haga un clic, por favor, en el globo inferior de la parte derecha de sus pantallas y seleccione su idioma de preferencia. También asegúrese de apagar el audio original. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Juan. And now, Terry, will you please interpret the instructions that I just gave into Mandarin?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 我会是大家的国语翻译。待会你在屏幕下方会看到一个地球的图标，您点选地球的图标，然后再选择 Mandarin， 您就可以听到国语的频道了。如果您是用手机或者是平板电脑上来的话呢，您可以选择屏幕下方的3个点，然后再选择语言翻译的功能，也可以听到国语的频道。好的，谢谢大家 ，Thank you。
Okay, thank you, Terry. And finally, Anna, will you now please interpret the instructions that I just gave into Cantonese?
Of course, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anna. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter for the meeting today. 大家好，我係 Anna。我哋今天晚上有廣東話翻譯，我哋今日有西班牙語、廣東話同埋國語嘅即場翻譯嘅。點解你見我地球儀嘅時候咧，撳落去揀廣東話嗰度，要就睇到廣東話嘅即時翻譯頻道噶啦。如果用手機或者平板電腦嘅話咧，撳嗰3個點，再揀更多，再揀廣東話，就會去到廣東話即時翻譯頻道噶啦。唔該晒大家，陣間見。Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Anna. And so now, Ani, will you please now activate the interpretation of BSU? Okay, as you can see, the globe icon has appeared on the bottom of the screen, so you can click on that and select your language as you want. Okay, just going to give people a couple seconds to join. Okay, so if you're having difficulty activating the interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties with the translation later in the meeting, you can call that same number and we have interpreters available to assist you over the phone. Just checking in, Secretary Polhemus, are all of the channels up and running?
Yes, they are.
So this project presentation has also been translated into Spanish, Mandarin, and Cantonese. And these interpretations are available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to view the translated project presentations. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80D-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed Third Amendment to the Northeastern University 2013 to 2023 Institutional Master Plan for the 840 Columbus project, as well as other updates. This hearing was duly advertised on March 1st, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by the members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Quinn, will you now please begin the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. The proposal before you is for an Article 80 large project at 840 Columbus Avenue in Roxbury, the associated Third Amendment to the Northeastern University Master Plan. The proposed project is for a 23-story, approximately 445,000 square foot dorm building with a community-focused ground floor providing subsidized retail and small business support space and associated programming. The proposed project will include up to 1,370 dorm beds, allowing the university to exceed their commitment of 1,000 new beds made in the current IMP. The proposed project also includes extensive updates to the public realm and infrastructure in the vicinity of the project site. The associated third IMP amendment would add the proposed project to the current institutional master plan. The amendment would also add the building formerly known as the South Tower of the Sheraton Boston Hotel to the list of university leased properties to bring that site into compliance with the terms of the PDA amendment this board approved in January of this year. Finally, the amendment would also allow for a future interior renovation project at the Renaissance Park building adjacent to the 840 Columbus site. Finally, worth noting, Northeastern University has recently begun engaging with the BPDA on their next 10-year institutional master plan, anticipated to cover a term of 2024 to 2034. This public process will allow for extensive master planning, including a full analysis of the university's footprint and anticipated growth. We look forward to being back to the board to present this upcoming 10-year plan in the near future. The BPDA held several public meetings and task force meetings advertised through the course of this project. All meetings were advertised in local newspapers and online and well attended. I want to thank the BPDA staff, task force members, and members of the public who contributed their time and efforts to improving this project through the course of our review. I also want to thank Councilor Durkin for her thoughtful testimony and support of this project earlier in the meeting. I'll now turn it over to my colleague Ella Wise from the BPDA Zoning Compliance Team to discuss the planning context that was considered in the review of this project before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. My name is Ella Wise, and I'm the Zoning Compliance Planner assigned to this project. During Article 80 review, BPDA planning staff review was informed by the underlying zoning, the Northeastern IMP and Roxbury Strategic Master Plan, as well as the neighborhood context, including the location at a key intersection of campus and the Roxbury residential neighborhood, other large development projects nearby, such as Drexel Village across the street, and proximity to transit. Next slide. And next slide, please. Specifically, the Northeastern 2013 IMP notes 840 Columbus as an area of interest and contemplates a potential hotel or conference center. Northeastern has since shifted the proposed use and design in response to market demand and feedback from community electeds and city agencies. The vote today, as Quinn mentioned, includes a zoning map amendment to remove the site of the proposed project from the existing PDA overlay that anticipated office use and instead include it in the IMP. Next slide, please. In terms of zoning, the ground floor uses are consistent with the underlying Greater Roxbury EDA zoning. Though the proposed dimensions exceed underlying zoning, with today's board vote, 840 Columbus will be subject to the Northeastern IMP. In terms of planning context, the proposed project delivers the student housing needed to fulfill the commitment set forth in the Northeastern IMP to provide 1,000 new student beds on campus. And the proposed project will transform an underutilized surface parking lot into much needed on-campus student housing. In addition, the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan envisioned an improved Melnia-Cass Boulevard and Columbus Avenue, which the proposed project is helping to deliver through public realm improvements, provision of active mobility infrastructure, and activation of the ground floor. Thank you, and now I will turn it over to the development team.
Victoria, you're muted.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Ella and Quinn. Good evening, Chair Rojas, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. My name is Victoria Abelina, and I'm an Associate Vice President for Campus Planning and Design at Northeastern. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Kathy Spiegelman, VP of Planning, Real Estate and Facilities, and John Tobin, VP of City and Community Relations, as well as our partner, Jason Wills from American Campus Communities, and the design team, David Manfredi. We're here today to share a proposed project for our student residence hall that is located at 840 Columbus Avenue in Roxbury. As Ella and Quinn described, the Northeastern IMP was approved by BPDA board in 2013, and last fall this board approved our request for a 2-year extension in order for us to complete this third amendment to the Northeastern IMP. So we're back as promised with this project, and we're very excited to be here. 2 other items as part of this third amendment are a lease of space in 39 Dalton, where we're leasing about 250,000 square feet for student dormitory uses, and a minor change in use, which is the Renaissance Park renovation project, which consists of interior renovations of 4 floors that were formerly used by Beth Israel and are now turning back to university uses. So this project will be coming down the pipeline. So originally filed, this project, 840 Columbus Avenue, was filed in November of 2019, and it has undergone significant public review, but it has also changed significantly since the original filing and the DPIR filing. So as an academic institution and research institution with the largest student population in Boston, we are stewards of our built environment and take pride in design and quality of projects we propose in the city of Boston and our global network. We're also committed to mitigating our impact on cities' already tight housing market. So this project is very important to us, not only because it will fulfill our bed count, but it will also help us fulfill our commitment to provide an economic development program at the ground floor of the project site, as discussed in our 2013 IMP. We believe that ground floor programming and design that provides connectivity that David Manfredi will discuss in a short while will provide the much needed public realm improvements and connections to Northeastern campus and the adjacent neighborhoods. And we'd like to thank our task force, the BPDA and city staff, the BCDC for the thoughtful feedback we've received throughout this process. And I will now hand it over to David Manfredi from Elkis Manfredi Architects to speak about the project in public realm and landscape. And Kathy, John, and myself will be available to answer questions.
Thank you, Victoria. I'm David Manfredi from Elkis Manfredi Architects. Madam Chair, Director Jemison, Secretary Polhemus, and members of the board, I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon. You can go to the next, and you will see the site, which is located at Tremont Melnia Cass in Columbus, adjacent to the Renaissance Park building, and today, as Victoria mentioned, is a surface parking lot. If you go to the next, you see a diagram of Tremont, and you'll see everything in light blue represents buildings of Northeastern University. Everything in the light yellow represents development that is either underway at the Crescent parcel and Whittier Choice, or that is in the midst of entitlement process at P3. This is clearly, this site, which you see in the terracotta color, is clearly at the intersection of the university and the surrounding neighborhood. All of the buildings I mentioned in blue and in yellow represent recent development, some adaptive reuse development, and Tremont itself has been called appropriately an economic development corridor. And where these two use types or ownership types come together is at this pivotal site. If you go to the next, slide, please. Thank you. The design proposal that you are looking at has benefited greatly from input from the neighborhood, from BPDA as well as BCDC. Over the course of all of that engagement, the building has reduced in height, but has in fact increased in beds. And I can explain why. We've removed 4 floors of academic use at the base of the building. So there's a ground floor of very active shared use. I'll show you that in a moment. And then it is all residential above. You'll see that in the massing of the building, there's 3 elements of massing at 13 stories on Melnia Cass, 20 stories at the corner of Melnia Cass and Columbus, and 23 stories on the interior, what I'm calling the interior portion of the site. We've separated these 3 elements primarily by massing, but also by material and by color, and I'll explain that a little bit as I go. This is a view from Tremont looking south. One of the 3 primary views, maybe 4 primary views, that you will see this building from different directions from the public way. If you go to the next, here in the foreground is the 13-story element, which is on the corner of Tremont and Melnia Cass. It's clad in a warm, almost bright red brick with accents of a darker brick. The 20-story element is in the buff brick just to your right, and the tallest element is ultra-high performance concrete panels. And the street level, and I'll point it out through several different views, very open, very transparent, very accessible from all sides, and you'll see when I show you a plan, the intention is that it is fully accessible, it has multiple points of entrance, and it becomes a kind of crossroads, not only between the neighborhood and the university, but the neighborhood and Ruggles Station, and a number of different activities along the way. You go to the next. Now the second major view corridor is from Melnia Cass. So I am looking west, arriving on Melnia Cass, and again you see those 3 elements, and again this idea of separating them primarily by massing, but also by material and by color in a way that connects to the surrounding, especially in terms of the height along Tremont and development along Tremont, and then heading towards the university. You go to the next. This is a view from the south on Tremont. You can see the the police headquarters on your left, and then International Village. And then you can just see beyond the edge of the tallest part of this building, which is that 23-story piece. And obviously, you're looking well beyond through the south end and into the heart of the city. If you go to the next. This is a view from Columbus. So you can see on the right Northeastern's newest science building, and you can see beyond to International Village. Now you'll notice in all of these renderings that the ground floor is very open, very transparent. Here, the primary entrance for the student population, meaning closest to the bridge and to the university itself, a two-story base. This represents the entrance, retail, a kind of market space, but also second floor amenities, and a rooftop at the second floor of an outdoor amenity space that connects to all of the indoor. But again, you can see the primary design direction is to create one building with three parts that come together in this configuration. If you go to the next, I'll bring you down at street level. This is a sidewalk view at Melnia Cass and Tremont. Again, invitation into the building, the idea of floor-to-ceiling glass, operable, inviting as a destination, and as I said, as a cut-through with uses on that ground floor that are destination and attraction for the neighborhood as well as the student population. You can also see that what I call the bright reddish orange brick, an inset of a darker brick that gives us a kind of vertical proportion. That's a device that's used on all parts of the building to create another level of scale and introduce a kind of visual pattern that creates points of focus on each of those three building elements. If you go to the next, the fourth of the views is that view from Columbus and Melnia Cass. And here you can see the closest point to the university. The entrance is just around the corner on Columbus. The corner is retail. The second floor is amenity space for the students. And then one last image, which is the ground floor plan to talk about the public realm. You'll notice that, especially on Tremont and on Melnia Cass, very wide sidewalks. And not just complete streets, but more than complete streets. So on Melnia Cass, a dimension from the face of building at the middle of the block out to the curb of almost 40 feet. You can see a new cycle track on Melnia Cass, new cycle track on Columbus, sidewalk, and then a kind of apron zone of seating that is not intended to be transactional, meaning I'm not sitting out there to a connected restaurant. It is open and welcome to all. You can also see on Tremont, wide sidewalks, 26 feet from building to curb, all of the elements of complete streets, an entrance on Tremont, an entrance on Melnia Cass, an entrance on Columbus. What the intention is that there's kind of a diagonal path through the building, through the elements of the economic development community, as well as the elements of the student community that lives here, and all those things that they have in common. And with that, we'll go to Jason Wills, who will conclude our presentation.
Thank you, David. My name is Jason Wills. I'm the Senior Vice President of Development and Corporate Responsibility for American Campus Communities. And we're fortunate enough to be the university's partners in this development, and we partnered with them on Lightview back in 2019. ACC does specialize in student apartment communities. We're long-term owners of student housing, and many of the student housing professionals like myself have been developing and nurturing living learning environments since we were RAs in college ourselves. So A few things I wanted to add to what David said. First of all, these are student apartments. These are not dormitory accommodations. They have living rooms, private bedrooms, full kitchens. These are the accommodations that students are looking for, and these are effectively what is attracting them out of the workforce housing environment. Secondly, I do want to point out that this is a Boston-based union labor project. It's creating roughly 500 jobs on the site. There will be 12 full-time jobs once the building opens, and the project itself will pay full Boston ad valorem taxes. We're really excited about the ground floor community economic development space and how it is effectively bringing town and gown together in 15,000 square feet. There will be a liaison, there will be a business and residence, locally owned food and beverage, co-working, just a lot of opportunities. And then lastly, I wanted to point out that the building is going to be very sustainable. It's an all-electric building. It's going to be LEED Gold as well as Passive House certified. And we're also going to be Fitwell certifying the building in order to really showcase what a healthy residential and community showcase it is. Now, having said that, I wanted to really thank the BPDA staff, the task force, and the BCDC, and then most importantly, the neighborhood and community members who participated in this ongoing dialogue that we've been having, both in person in workshops and in these task force discussions. And then thank you to the council members and the board leadership. We believe this has been an extremely collaborative and healthy process, and we're really pleased at our collective accomplishments here. So that ends our presentation. I think we're ready for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this is a public hearing. So we will take public testimony first. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Andrea G., you can unmute yourself. Andrea G., if you're having difficulty, you can call the phone number on the screen. Kelly Brilliant, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to say thank you, Madam Chair and Secretary Polhemus and all the members of the board for allowing me to speak. On behalf of the 20 additional members of the Fenway Alliance, we strongly support this project. Full disclosure, Northeastern is a dedicated member of the Fenway Alliance, but we appreciate all the work that's gone into this and how they really listened to the community and made some significant changes in the project. How it's also returning housing stock to the city of Boston, which under 3 mayors have urged our academic institutions to do, and with 1,240 student beds, that will certainly satisfy some of those requirements. And we particularly like the community piece of the project on the lower level. And as what I understand is that also the community will have even more say into some of the amenities that will go into that space. I love what they did with the Northeastern Crossing. I think the Fenway Alliance members think that was a dynamite project. Many of us enjoy that for meeting spaces, and community members use that. And so I like that same process will be utilized to kind of fill in that community space where they're really taking serious the ideas of community members who best know what could go into those spaces. So we urge the board to vote favorably upon this project, and I thank you for time to speak on this.
Thank you, Kelly. Allison Poltinas, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm a member of Friends to Milneacast Boulevard, and we co-signed a comment letter related to some of the impacts, but I'm only going to speak about one factor that really is long in the future, the bike infrastructure. And I think there'll be opportunity to rethink the design a little bit. This is the bike lane on the Milneacast block between Columbus and Tremont. And as it's presented right now, it's a stub. It leaves cyclists right at that corner of Tremont and Melnicast, where the turning traffic that's moving from the boulevard to Tremont in 2 lanes is very chaotic, very always congested, and not a safe place for cyclists to cross. So on the other side of Melnicast Boulevard is the South Bay Harbor Trail, and to think about what will make a great network connection between the Southwest Corridor connection, bike path and the South Bay Harbor Trail is something that Northeastern, I'm sure, can figure out. But really, safety has to be the priority. You don't want bikers crossing in front of the turning traffic at that corner. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of members that live and work across the city of Boston, I want to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you, Minor. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shaitan Green. I'm a Boston Roxbury resident. I'm also a business agent for the Boston Building Trades Union. I first want to say thank you to the BPDA for hosting and facilitating these important meetings. Any chance for the community voice to be heard, I think is very important. So I'm very appreciative of the chance to be heard. I also want to say thank you to Northeastern University as a good community partner, and a special thanks to John Tobin for all of your work on this great partnership. This project will be union built, ensuring access to great careers. As we know, great careers, without a doubt, help build strong communities, the ability to earn family-sustaining wages, along with health and retirement benefits, right here where you live. And also the great training unions provide through world-class apprenticeship programs, and our commitment to keep safety as a top priority. This is what residents of the community need. Great jobs like this help us able to live in our community now, but also for future generations. So I'm extremely excited for this project and happy to be in partnership with Northeastern, and I support this project. It's a great project. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Giordano, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Secretary Parkinson, members of the board, Madam Chair, Director Jemison. My name is Richard Giordano. I'm a member of the task force representing Fenway Community Development Corporation. We're a 51-year-old affordable housing builder, a nonprofit, community elected board, community driven. We rise basically in appreciation for all the work that's gone on here, and we want to go on record wholeheartedly in support. As we've all been saying for a decade at least now, we need more student housing, and Northeastern is delivering it. They've also promised to create a $1 million pilot fund to be turned into the Mayor's Office of Housing. We hope to be used for subsidizing home ownership, rather, in the Roxbury and Mission Hill Fenway area. That's the area impacted by absentee investors who bought up everything and put all of the students in them. And this is a two-pronged way to deal with it. We build a dorm, we create a fund. We hope we make a lot of progress. And I would just urge the board to vote in favor of this, and also to keep in mind that Northeastern is hoping to be able to de-accession some of its dorm or housing in the Fenway, and we certainly want that to go to affordable housing, so we'll keep working with the university and the BPDA on the next master plan. Thank you all, and please vote in favor.
Thank you. Shemaya Turner, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Shamia Turner. I'm a homeowner in Boston.
as well as a representative from the Sheet Metal Workers Union representing sheet metal workers who will work on this project. And I would also like to say thank you to the Northeastern team, in particular John Tobin, for your dedication to the Boston area and creating good jobs and adhering to great labor standards. When I did work in the field with my tools, I had a chance to work on some Northeastern dorms in academic buildings, and that is one reason why I'm able to live in the city of Boston. So I'm proud to speak in favor of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand.
Was the one phone call in listener? That's, oh no.
They don't have their hand up.
They don't have their hand up, okay.
No. I think this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you. So let's now move on to board questions and comments. I did have a couple things. That the bike safety and infrastructure, can either or both Northeastern and the agency kind of talk about what this project, how this project contributes to that, or where this feedback kind of should go? Because I know there's a lot of different transportation studies, there's a lot of different things going on. So yeah, just wanted to make sure that this kind of comment gets to the right place.
Sure, I'm happy to try and tackle it. I'm not sure if a site plan would help. And also if Nick Schmidt is on the call from BPDA Transportation, if he can chime in on the broader studies. But we worked very closely with the BPDA Transportation and BTD Transportation planning team in responding to some of the studies, the active studies on connectivity and bikes. So there's a lot of work, as you know, going on at the Ruggles MBTA station. So some of the required bike lanes that came out of this process are an effort to create a more robust connection from the Southwest Corridor into Melnia Cass and the neighborhood. So we're providing bike lanes on the Columbus side. We're providing protected 2 bike lane on the Melnia Cass Boulevard along our project site, and that should be connecting to some of the other bike infrastructure that the city is planning. As you know, there's also a Southwest Corridor bike path that is on the north side of Columbus Avenue along the garage. So we're not touching that, but we have made significant improvements to that bike path as part of our other IMP projects, which is the latest lab building that's called EXP, and also another building that we completed several years ago. So we have made significant bike infrastructure investment, and all of it is tied to the city's bike network planning. So we didn't propose anything that hasn't been vetted or specifically asked for by the BPDA Transportation team and the BTD Transportation planners.
I'll chime in quickly just from an agency perspective. Madam Chair, thank you. And I really don't have too much to add beyond what Victoria already covered, but it was all done in coordination with both BPDA Transportation staff and BTD. As you know, it's our practice to work through these kind of parcel by parcel as we're able. So this does allow for future connections along Tremont Street, should there ever be BTD projects to change that layout and provide those there.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. And so do I have any other questions? No, I don't have any other questions. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Okay. So we're going to now move on to the second public hearing. Make sure that I'm on the right one. This is item number 29, 1033 through 1055 Washington Street. Is that correct, Secretary Polhemus?
That is correct, yes.
All right. Simultaneous Spanish, Mandarin, and Cantonese interpretations are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you please be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been translated. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear at the bottom of your screen. Also, an important reminder to all who are presenting and commenting today, we ask that you speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too fast, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower so that the translators can catch up with the information. Thank you. To enable interpretation service for Spanish, Mandarin, and Cantonese, click on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen and select the language you want to hear. Also, you must mute original audio. So let's start with one. Will you now please interpret the instructions I gave into Spanish?
Certainly, Madam Chair. La interpretación simultánea está siendo proveída en español, mandarín y cantonés utilizando la función de interpretación disponible en la plataforma de Zoom. Les pedimos por favor ser pacientes en caso de presentarse alguna dificultad de tipo técnica. La función de interpretación de idiomas no será habilitada hasta que se ofrezcan las instrucciones de cómo acceder a la interpretación simultánea. Estos servicios se van a ofrecer en español, mandarín y cantonés. Una vez se habilite la interpretación, un icono de un globo redondo aparecerá en la parte inferior derecha de sus pantallas. También es importante recordarles a todos aquellos que estén presentando o haciendo algún comentario público de no hablar demasiado rápido para asistir a los intérpretes en su interpretación. Si usted está hablando muy rápido, es posible que yo tenga que interrumpirlo y le pida hablar más despacio para que los intérpretes puedan ir al pie de la información que usted está presentando. Para poder habilitar la interpretación en español, mandarín y cantonés, haga un clic sobre el globo en la parte inferior derecha de su pantalla, seleccione su idioma de preferencia, asegúrense de apagar el audio original. Muchas gracias, bienvenidos. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Okay, gracias, Juan. And Terry, will you now interpret the instructions that I gave into Mandarin?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 我是大家的国语翻译。今天呢，我们会有广东话、国语和西班牙语的翻译。待会在屏幕下方会看到一个地球的图标，然后再选择地球的图标，然后再点选您所喜欢听的语言，你就可以听到国语的频道了。如果您是手机或者平板电脑上来的话呢，您可以选择屏幕下方的3个点，然后再选择语言翻译的功能，也可以听到国语的频道。好的，谢谢大家 ，Thank you。
Okay, thank you, Terry. And Anna, will you now please interpret the instructions I gave into Cantonese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 大家好，我係 Anna， 我係你今日嘅廣東話翻譯員。我哋今日嘅會議有廣東話、西班牙語同埋普通話嘅翻譯㗎。咁你想聽廣東話嘅時候咧，你就撳嗰個圖標，就講廣東話 Cantonese。咁如果你玩電腦或者用手機嘅話咧，撳下3個點，點再揀，更多再揀廣東話，咁都去到廣東話翻譯頻道喎。唔該晒，陣間見。Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And finally, Ani, will you now please turn on the interpretation? And we'll give folks a few seconds to join. Okay, so you can see the globe icons on the bottom, and you just have to click it and select your language. If you are having difficulty activating the interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties with the translation later in the meeting, you can also call that same number. We have interpreters available to assist you over the phone. Secretary Polhemus, are the channels up and running?
Yes, they are.
The project presentation has been translated into Spanish, Mandarin, and Cantonese, and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to view the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency. being held in conformance with Articles 3, 1A, 80A-2, 80B-5.3D, and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed plan development area, development plan number 150, 1033 through 1055 Washington Street. This hearing was duly advertised on February 28, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Sarah, will you now please begin the presentation?
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Paulinas. My name is Sarah Peck, and I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed development plan for Planned Development Area Number 150, 1033-1055 Washington Street, and the associated 1033-1055 Washington Street project. The 1033-1055 Washington Street PDA development plan is located on an approximately 2.1 acre site at 1033-1055 Washington Street in the South End neighborhood of Boston. The development plan envisions the construction of 2 new buildings containing approximately 588,000 square feet of gross floor area, including 6,400 square feet of retail space, with the remaining building area as office and research laboratory space. The project also includes up to 353 vehicle parking spaces located in a below-grade parking garage. The development team filed their project notification form on February 7th, 2023, followed by a supplemental information document on June 27th, 2023. The development team then filed a draft planned development area development plan on May 2nd, 2023. The BPDA hosted 3 public meetings and 2 IAG meetings between March 2023 and July 2023 to review the project and the PDA development plan. These meetings were advertised in local neighborhood newspapers, posted to the BPDA's calendar, and an email notification was sent to all subscribers of the BPDA South End neighborhood updates. The proposed project received approval from the Boston Civic Design Commission on December 5th, 2023. At this point, I would like to hand it off to my colleague, Ted Schwartzberg, from the Planning Department to present the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, Chair Rojas, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Ted Schwartzberg, Assistant Deputy Director for Zoning Compliance. I'll present 2 slides tonight on the planning and zoning context. Next slide, please. The local neighborhood plan, the Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan, was adopted by the BRA board in November 2011. Subsequently, this plan was codified into zoning by the Boston Zoning Commission in January 2012. The proposed project is located in the Economic Development Area North subdistrict of the South End Neighborhood Zoning District. The site is also located in the Groundwater Conservation Overlay District and the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District. The Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan sought to activate this portion of the South End with a balanced mix of active commercial and residential uses. The neighborhood plan created a zoning mechanism to allow a dimensional bonus to proposals providing affordable housing or cultural space. The plan also required inclusion of new interstitial streets and pedestrian connections to break down the scale of larger blocks found in this part of the South End. Next slide. The proposed dimensions and design are aligned with the provisions of Article 64 for planned development areas. These provide for greater densities for proposals that provide affordable cultural space. The proposed uses are consistent with the uses envisioned by the area's plan and zoning. And finally, the proposed publicly accessible open space and mid-block pedestrian connection fulfill public realm goals from the Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan that are now encoded into the neighborhood zoning. I'll now turn it over to the proponent to begin their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. My name is Ronald Drucker, president of the Drucker Company, a firm which was established in 1901 by my grandfather. We've developed such landmarks, literally, as the hotels Kenmore and Braemore. And by the way, the square was named after the hotel, not the hotel after the square. We also did develop and redevelop the New York Streets area, where our subject site is this evening, as well as the Colonnade, the Heritage, and currently 350 Boylston Street, which is under construction as Bain & Company's headquarters. Between Sarah and Ted, they really covered everything that I was going to speak to. We do conform to all of the zoning requirements. We've had numerous community and neighborhood meetings. We've worked with them. We have strong support from the neighborhood. I think that what you really want to be aware of is that we will be providing $7,510,320 linkage payments. That's $606,344,000 payment for housing and $1,166,000 payment for jobs. We will provide approximately $4 million in new property taxes. We will create 400 construction jobs, 900 permanent jobs. We'll be creating an open space park on land currently owned by the BRA from days of yore at 142 Charlotte Avenue. We will be designing that park in concert with the BCDC, the BPDA design group, as well as, most importantly, the community. That park will cost approximately $1.5 million to $2 million. We'll be creating a publicly accessible pedestrian plaza, which will link Charlotte Avenue and Washington Street. We will also be creating affordable community space, which can be used for both innovation and educational space. There will be a total of approximately 5,830 square feet. We will also be re-envisioning the streetscape and the public realm. And as well, we will be, compared to existing large lab buildings, our energy uses will be 51% less. And I've mentioned the $1.5 million and 1,300 new jobs. We're very excited to be doing this project. We have had great support from elected officials as well as the community. On that note, I will introduce you to a man who is no stranger to this session, David Manfredi, our architect.
Thank you, Ron. Good evening. I said good afternoon in my first presentation. So good evening, Madam Chair, Director Jamison, Secretary Polhemus, and members of the board. Please go to the next slide. The site is located in the south end between Washington and Shawmut, between East Berkeley and Harold Street. If we go to the next one, you'll see that today the site is occupied by a one-story building. You see the big white box in the red dashed outline, and surface parking. The parcel really is a very key block in that 2011 Harrison-Albany corridor study that was mentioned just a moment ago, which anticipated new open space in the south end, anticipated increased density and height, and very importantly, anticipated the restoration of the east-west connections from Albany to Washington and beyond to Tremont, which of course existed for a very long time in the New York streets. If you go to the next. Our design proposal and the building massing was shaped very specifically by those urban design principles. We're proposing two buildings separated by a publicly accessible pedestrian passageway that connects Harrison through across to Washington Street, beyond to Millicent Lane, and then all the way to Tremont. And the buildings are unequal in size, and that was really determined by not by the marketplace, but by the public realm. The idea that we would make this connection from the intersection of Washington and Traveler, head directly to Millicent Way, the path through the housing that's on the west side of the site, be visible from a distance, open at Washington Street, and then continue through the parcel into a park space, and then beyond to Charlotte, and you see your destination across Charlotte and onto Albany Street. If you go to the next, the passageway is wide and open, lined with active uses that include third-party restaurants and retail on Washington Street, include the most active uses for the tenants above. And then at that point where we're about 50% along that pathway, it opens out into a bigger park space. And that was the subject of our presentation a month ago at the BPDA board of 142 Charlotte, and Ron explained how we will proceed in a collaborative process with all of the parties. You can see that there are a very limited number of curb cuts, complete streets on Washington Street as well as on Charlotte, and all of the loading, all of the back of house activity happens within the loading dock area, within the building itself, behind closed doors, to minimize any disruption to our neighbors, either by noise or by truck movement. You go to the next, please. The buildings, as proposed, are fully compliant with all dimensional regulations. It is 150 feet to the roof, as allowed by PDA with public benefits. The mechanical floor is limited to a screen that is 20 feet tall. And you can see, if you look at where the 150 feet is measured and the screen above, basically we have pushed approximately half of all of the rooftop mechanical floor lab buildings into the volume, the zoning volume of the building. On the south building, it's a full floor. On the north building, it's 2 half floors. And the intent is simply to be fully compliant, in fact, be lower than what is required for mechanical areas at the top of research buildings. If you go to the next, this is a view from Traveler, or the parking lot across the street from Traveler, with the south building to the left, the north building to the right. And the intention, the design intention here is create a very active base of the building on the ground floor, minimize even the lobby or entrance to the lobby of the building, and any curb cut for access into those loading areas. But the two buildings are different, and the two buildings are different because together it is a significant amount of massing on the street. And you are at this kind of point of transition between the historic South End and its very specific red brick vernacular, and to the north, all of the development that has spilled out of that very successful Harrison-Albany corridor study. And so the south building is clad in brick, red brick, highly detailed, as you can just begin to get glimpses of in terms of the horizontal banding, the detailing around that, the terraces that are for tenant use, and that material palette that goes all the way up, not just at the top of the building, but even the screen that is above the roof. And then the north building subscribes to all of the similar metrics, but it is different in its proportions, its fenestration pattern. Very similar building. They're clearly close friends, but different as they relate, one to the south and one to the north. I'll also point out at the first two floors of 1055 and 1033, you can see, first two floors of 1055, three floors on 1033, this very welcoming gesture. We want to announce, almost like lifting a curtain, that there's an important pedestrian passageway here, and it is publicly accessible, and you are welcome. It is an important connection through this big block onto Charlotte and eventually all the way to Tremont. If you go to the next, you can see we're zooming in to that passageway. There's no barriers. It's fully open, and the building is offering this welcome gesture. And again, you can see a little bit more of our intention on the detailing of the brick, as well as the detailing on the north building, which is metal panel. If you go to the next, this is a view looking south on Washington. You can see this now in the context of all the way to the left, 80 East Berkeley, which makes a third part of this composition, reaching all the way from Berkeley Street. And if you go to the next, this is a view now. I've come through the passageway. I'm about halfway through. The site opens up. You can see our building on the left with its terrace on the second floor. You can see the Lucas on the right, which is the renovation of the former German Catholic Church, and then, of course, the new Hancock and the old Hancock beyond. And our very last slide, which is Charlotte Avenue looking back. So we're on Charlotte with 1055 on your right, the Lucas on your left, and straight ahead is 1033. You can see that gesture again presents itself on Charlotte and in the park again as a way of invitation to come through the space, to use the public open space, and it becomes all part of the public realm. And that concludes our presentation, and thank you for your attention.
So thanks, David. Just in conclusion, I want to thank Director Jameson and Sarah Beck, who worked on this project, and all the rest of the staff of the BPDA and the BCDC. We've spent a lot of time on it together and with the community as well, and we would welcome any questions which you might have at this point.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, so we will first begin with public testimony. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Pietras, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm Ted Pietras. I'm a resident of 32 Traveler Street. I'm a block and a half away. I support the project, and I like the architectural design a lot. I'm also the president of Friends of Peters Park, which is 1 block away, and our board has voted to support this project. And lastly, I'm on the board of the South End Business Alliance, and I personally support the positive impact this project will have on the local businesses through 400 construction jobs and 900 permanent jobs, who a lot of the people will be shopping in the neighborhood. So I support this project strongly.
Thank you. Shamia Turner, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Once again, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and the rest of the BPDA board. I want to support this project. The Drucker Company has been a really great partner to the building trades unions, Let me introduce myself again. My name is Shania Turner. I am a representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Unions. And so we appreciate the Drucker Company for their partnership. And I want to say a special thanks to Ron Drucker as well. We are in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Tisdale, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, my name is Stephen Tisdale, and I am a member of the Board of Trustees and for the Lucas, which is, we are a direct abutter to this entire project and have been working closely with the developer and their team. I would say the residents that I represent, over 33 families and their children, are excited about the parcel that will be developed by the developer and maintained in perpetuity as part of this project. It will add a significant enhancement to the neighborhood. And I also feel that the manner by which the developer has gone about seeking community involvement and input has given us a real level of comfort, and we support this project.
Thank you. Bradford Sprogus, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Bradford Sprogus. I'm a long-term business owner in the South End and involved in the residential real estate business for many years. I want to speak to the long-term success of all of the Drucker projects around Boston, and I strongly support this project and believe that it will be another success by the Drucker Company, and also a wonderful connection in the design, connecting the Traveler Street and Ink Block areas over to the Shawmut Avenue component parts of the South End. So I hope you support the project and look forward to seeing its completion.
Thank you. Peter Munkenbeck, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Jameson, Board. I'm speaking today on behalf of CCBA, that is the owner of the C-Mart property, which is immediately to the north of the Northerly building. And in contrast to the Lucas group, CCBA heard only once from the developer, and it was to explore access via the land that we own. And we haven't heard since in the past year. And in contrast to Lucas, where there's a very large and gracious park proposed on their southerly side, on our southerly side, as far as I can tell, there is a full height wall of the building, and I can't tell how close it is to the property line or what it looks like. So my question would be, is there an appropriate setback, and is the treatment of that wall commensurate with the already permitted by the BPDA 14-story housing development, which we are pursuing immediately to the north of the Northerly building?
Thank you, Peter. John Neal, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, I'm also a long-term South End resident and business owner. As a member of the board of the South End Historical Society, I am the historian for the organization. I give a lot of walking tours of the neighborhood, and I can't tell you how wonderful it is to see another one of the mega blocks that were created in the South End in the 20th century, to see it pierced again with a walkway and something as pleasant as just another way to get from A to B. I think this is going to be a wonderful project, and look forward to seeing it happen. Happy to see that the local abettors are also so supportive, and you have my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Minor Perez representing hundreds of union carpenters that live and work across the city of Boston. We are in strong favor of this project. I also want to say thanks to Ron Drucker and his team for great community outreach. As usual, they do an amazing job. And finally, I want to thank the Office of Mayor Wu for allowing the community to be part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Robert Wells, you can unmute yourself. Robert, you need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you now.
My name is Bob Wells. I'm a nearby neighbor. I live about a block away, and I'm also a member of the IAG for this project. I'm here to support the project. Obviously, it's been through substantial review, and in that time, it's been very responsive to comments from both the community and the city. The city's also come through on the offer to adopt and beautify that little adjacent green space and maintain it and enhance it, and that'll do nothing but enhance the project and the entire neighborhood. So I'm it seems like a slam dunk to me. I'm here to support the project.
Thank you, Robert. Erin Manning, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erin Manning. I'm the Executive Director at Project Place. We are neighbors to this project at the corner of East Berkeley and Washington Street. And I'm here to support the project this evening. I'm especially grateful for the ability to have been a part of the planning process. I'm very excited about the open space that will be brought available, also the creation of parking, the activation on Washington Street with the addition of retail, and as others have commented, the pedestrian walkway. Appreciative of the Drucker Company reaching out to community members, particularly the nonprofits in the area, talking with us about how we might be able to get folks access to employment, and also listening to and hearing from our needs for the neighborhood. So deeply appreciative and in support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Wing K. Lung, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Wing K. Lung. I want to thank the BPDA board members for holding this open meeting. I am a long time member, community member of Chinatown, okay? And I'm hearing that a lot of the community on the Ing Block side speak and they welcome this project. But at the same time, I can't repeat what Peter said earlier, Mungerberg said. Apparently somehow Chinatown side is being completely ignored, considering that it's just a stone throw away from the building, considering that CMA, which is the largest about the Chinese Asian grocery store next door, where most Chinese residents from Chinatown go to buy food. It's not being, all the members over in Chinatown organization had never been contacted. Like I said, I've been around for a long time, Chinatown, and I never even heard of this project until this time. So you mentioned CCPA, which I'm a member of. There are other organizations, Chinatown Resident Association, Chinatown Neighborhood Council, Chinatown Main Street, and I know all of them, and nobody knows about this project. So when I keep hearing community involvement, community engagement, I kind of somehow missing the picture. So anyway, the other thing is that this is a life science lab, not just an office. I'm also an ex-member of the TUF IBC, Guy Safety Committee, and labs are different from office building. I believe this is a BSL-1 and BSL-2 labs, where there is a large safety concern for the neighborhood. Somehow that's never been brought up at all in this meeting. Okay, so, but I can go on, but anyway, I'm 2 minutes up.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Can I have a couple more minutes?
Sorry, I have to be fair, but I will address some of the questions the concerns that you raised. We'll bring those up at the during the board questioning piece. Promise.
Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Shaitan Green. I'm a Boston resident. I was actually born and raised in the South End. Then later moved to Lower Roxbury, but South End is near and dear to my heart. I want to say thank you to the BPDA for hosting these super important community meetings, allowing for a community voice to be heard. I'm very thankful for that. I also want to thank the Drucker Company for being long-standing partners with the oh, sorry, I didn't mention, I am the business agent for the Boston Building Trades Unions. We represent over 35,000 members with thousands of members who live and work in Boston. So again, I want to thank the Druga Company for being longstanding partners with the building trade unions, and especially thank you to Ron Druga for always being a great partner as well. This job will be union built, providing great wages, health and retirement benefits, and access to world-class apprenticeship programs and journey-level training as well, ensuring the most skilled and safest workforce get to build in the neighborhoods in which we live. These are the type of jobs that allow residents to raise families and be able to stay in their community for generations. And yeah, it's all to great projects like this. So I want to speak in support, and thank you for being heard.
Thank you, Shatan. David Goldman, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, and I want to thank the BPDA for giving us the opportunity to speak here tonight. I live right next to the parcel. I abut it. It's my view. I look out at it, and I can't even begin to tell you what an improvement it's going to be under the over the one-story stucco building that's there now. They're not only creating green space, but I just want to emphasize the importance of the pedestrian passageway. It will connect the residents of Shaman Ave, which includes a lot of senior citizens in Castle Square who cross the street to go shopping on the other side of Washington Street, which includes the C-Mart, as well as Whole Foods and all the other markets over there. There are a lot of elderly people, and having a pedestrian passageway that connects them to the markets that they use, I think is very, very important and shouldn't be overlooked. It's really a much safer environment than the existing environment right now. So I lend my support as a direct abutter and look forward to seeing it completed. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item. There are no further hands raised. Oh, one more, sorry.
Roger? Or
Oh, no, it went down. Anybody else?
Oh, Roger.
No, he went away again.
Yeah. Okay. Last call, Roger.
Okay. Roger, you can unmute yourself.
Just talk. I think you unmuted yourself. Huh.
Roger, you can call the phone number on the screen if you would like to testify. Is there anybody else who would like to testify about this project? Madam Chair, I'll let you know if we get a call from him.
Okay.
Otherwise, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Thanks so much. All right, let's move on to board questioning. Any questions or comments from the board? I do have some questions. So, let's see. I always like to raise any of the questions from the people who testified. So, can you speak to the I'm not sure which side of the building, but the side of the building that was referenced by CCPA and Chinatown, kind of what that looks like. Describe like the setbacks, some of the things that were maybe unclear, and how kind of you how the other side of the building will experience the project. Oh,
you're muted.
Yeah. No, you're still muted.
Oh, Madam Chair, Zoe's got her hand up, which means she may have the person on the phone. So can we take testimony quickly?
Let's take testimony.
Thank you, Roger, you're all set to begin your comment.
Hi, I'm sorry about that. I don't know what was going on with my mute button, but it's Russell wanted to represent Pine Street Inn. And I just want to share that Pine Street Inn is the sole support of this project forward. And that's on a professional shift. On the personal one, I'm a long-time Southern resident. I live on Waltham and Washington Street, so I live and work in the neighborhood. And I think this project, the Southern, is a great one. So on a personal level, is what I support it. So thank you all for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So we through the BPDA did have conversations with the development team to the north as we discussed mutual access to each of our projects, and the majority of that conversation was really had by the BPDA. Also at our public meetings, we addressed the Chinese community, and Ed Flynn, who also represents that community as well. And we also reached out to Castle Square. But I think the answer is that there were a number of conversations with the team to the north at the time we were doing the project, and it was the BPDA who addressed those issues more than we.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe the specific question around the setbacks on that side, or what the experience is? That might be there
is not a setback.
Okay. All right. Let's continue with questioning. Life science portion. So can you, do you have a tenant identified already?
No, we do not. We do not.
Okay. And and what biosafety levels are you building?
Just 1 and 2. We're not going beyond that. And that was, that's part of our LDA. And it was discussed at great length from the very beginning of our process with the BPDA.
Okay. And final question on the life science piece. We get feedback a lot, or just read the newspaper on the number of lab buildings that have been approved already in the city of Boston. So I've been kind of asking all of the developers that are building for additional lab space, kind of if you can give us some insight into your decision making, why you believe this is still there is a market for additional life science building, and just kind of your view.
Well, we're very optimistic about that, and if the news is something we're all following, there is much more investment through venture capital into life science these days. There is a lot of interest both from outside of the country in Boston, as well in the pharma companies, and we're very optimistic. We have had conversations with institutions about our projects, and the news is changing, and we're confident. The fact is that Boston still is the hub of the country for life science and life science research, and we're confident that we will land a tenant.
Good. Yeah, I read that article this morning too. There was one just this morning on things warming up and the venture capital. I follow life sciences really closely for work.
So I mean that's listen. You know what happens is that all of a sudden you get articles that are bad, and now we're beginning to get articles that are more optimistic. So whether that's so or not, I can't say, but it's more good news than bad news. And the fact is that our meds and eds aren't going to go away, and cycles are cycles, and I think we're now coming back to a better time. And by the way, last year, we actually did as much in this area as we did in 2019. We just had a presentation from our broker on this site, and that was encouraging for us.
Cool, great. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last question. Given the proximity to, or the location of where this is, can you speak to any mitigations or how you address potential, or no, inevitable sea level rise and resiliency?
Yeah, David, you want to talk about that, because we have the elevations of our buildings are very much influenced by future potential sea level rise. And David, would you just want to speak to what we're doing inside the space, not outside? There won't be exterior ramps, there'll be interior ramps. But David, you can be much more articulate than I.
No, exactly what Ron just said. We have a finished floor elevation over both buildings at elevation 19 as prescribed by BPDA. The sidewalks are up to 18 inches lower than that, maybe a little bit more in some places. And so all of that transition from existing sidewalk elevation to finished floor happens inside the building. You'll walk into the retail spaces, you'll walk into the building lobbies. There will be both ramp and stairs so that there's no obstruction or intrusion into the public realm in any way, and will be raised approximately 2 feet above those sidewalks. Any openings for loading or access to parking will be protected by deployable barriers.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, I don't have any more questions. I think it makes sense to kind of maybe re-engage with some of our neighbors on the Chinatown side after we take this vote, just to answer any additional questions, and rightly so. It is very the whole biosafety level situation for these lab buildings. This is all probably new to most just us lay people, right? I know what biosafety levels are, but I can't make the assumption that everybody does. So I know at the agency we were working on something around this, or some sort of something to communicate, or just educate the public on lab buildings and biosafety levels. So this is a question for the agency, not really for the developer. How are we doing on that?
You asking the agency?
No, sorry, the life sciences. The life sciences. Sorry, this is just to the BPDA.
Okay.
Yeah, just to the BPDA. How are we doing on the life sciences? Communication plan thing that we were doing.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm happy to jump in on that real quick. I know this question came up from you at the last board too, and so since then we've been working diligently essentially to round up the folks on our planning team as well as other city departments that we were coordinating with on the issue. I think we have a couple more due diligence steps that we can take before coming back to the board with a full update, but I just wanted to reassure you that that collaboration is still ongoing, and we hope to be back at you within the next month or so with more information on how that's going.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the update. Yeah, I think it's perfect for one of your really cool Instagram story feeds that have been going. I love those and share them all the time. But yeah, if you could throw an Instagram story on the biosafety levels or something, I think that would just be really helpful. The more we can communicate about this, the better. So yeah, I think that's all for me. Any additional questions or comments from the board?
Just agree totally, Chair, about re-engaging on the Chinatown side. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for reinforcing. Additional questions or comments? All right. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck. I like the building. The curves and all of the asymmetry. I think it's a really cool looking building. So.
Thank you, and we'll work with everyone on this.
Yeah, I trust.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks,
All right.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go to our third public hearing. All right. Simultaneous Mandarin and Cantonese interpretations are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you please be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been translated. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Also, an important reminder to all who are presenting and commenting today, we ask that you speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too fast, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower so that the translators can catch up with the information. Thank you. To enable the interpretation service for Mandarin and Cantonese, click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select the language you want to hear. You must also mute original audio. So, Terry, will you now please interpret the instructions that I gave into Mandarin?
Certainly, thank you, Madam Chair. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 我会是大家的国语翻译。待会你在屏幕下方呢看到一个地球的图标，您点选地球的图标，然后再选择国语 Mandarin， 你就可以听到国语的频道了。如果你是用手机或者是平板电脑上来的话呢，您可以选择屏幕下方的3个点，然后再选择语言翻译的功能，也可以听到国语的频道。好的，谢谢大家 ，Thank you。
Thank you. And Anna, will you now please interpret the instructions I gave into Cantonese?
Thank you, Madam Chair。大家好，Anna 又係我為大家同聲翻譯廣東話。因為見到個地球嘅時候咧，揀選廣東話圖標就會去到廣東話嘅翻譯頻道噶啦。如果用手機或者用平板電腦嘅話咧，撳我3個點，再揀更多，再揀廣東話，都有廣東話嘅翻譯頻道嘅喎。唔該晒，一陣間見。Back to you, Madam Chair。
Okay, thank you, Anna. And Ani, will you please now turn the interpretation function on? We'll give our translators and folks a few seconds to join their respective channels. Oh, wait, the globe's not there yet. There we go. Okay, so then you can now see the globe icon on the bottom of the screen and go ahead and select the language you'd like to hear. Okay, so if you're having difficulty activating the interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties with the translation later in the meeting, you can also call that same number. We have interpreters available to assist you over the phone. The project, Secretary Polhemus, are we good to go?
We are good to go.
Awesome. The project presentation has been translated into Mandarin and Cantonese and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/board-meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to view the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Articles 80A-2 and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed plan development area master plan number 144, 425 Medford Street. This hearing was duly advertised on February 29th, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. So if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. The staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Sarah, will you now please begin the presentation?
Yes, thank you again, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Paulinas. Again, my name is Sarah Peck, and I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. We're here before you this evening to discuss the proposed master plan for planned development area number 144, 425 Medford Street. The 425 Medford Street PDA master plan is located on an approximately 24.6 acre site located at 425 Medford Street, as well as portions of 465 Medford Street and 529 Medford Street in the Charlestown neighborhood of Boston. The master plan contemplates the construction of 6 new buildings containing approximately 1.79 million square feet in total of mixed-use development. This includes approximately 510,300 gross square feet of residential uses, 989,500 gross square feet of research laboratory and office space, 210,000 gross square feet of hotel space, 65,900 gross square feet of retail and restaurant space, and a 6,500 gross square foot community center space, with up to 889 vehicle parking spaces located in a below-grade parking garage. The master plan also includes the creation of a 2,400-foot-long resiliency component along the waterfront by the Mystic River, with publicly accessible landscaping throughout. This resiliency component will notably be delivered in the first phase of the development of the master plan. The development team filed their planned development area master plan on November 5th, 2021. The BPDA hosted 3 public meetings and 4 IAG meetings between February 2022 and January 2024 to review the PDA master plan. These meetings were advertised in the local neighborhood newspapers, posted to the BPDA's calendar, and an email notification was sent out to all subscribers of the BPDA's Charlestown neighborhood updates. The proposed project received approval from the Boston Civic Design Commission on August 1st, 2023. At this point, I would like to hand it off to my colleague, Ella Wise from the Planning Department, to present the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Ella Wise, and I'm the BPDA Zoning Compliance Reviewer assigned to this project. The proposed project is located within and was significantly informed by the recently adopted Plan Charlestown area. As you all know well, after a 4-year planning process, the BPDA board adopted the plan, and in September, and shortly thereafter, the Boston Zoning Commission adopted map and text zoning amendments. BPDA planning staff review was also guided by the underlying zoning. All the proposed buildings are subject to the Charlestown Maritime Economy Reserve subdistrict. In addition, the proposed project is within the Coastal Flood Resiliency Overlay District. Next slide, please. On that note, the proposed project significantly advances recommendations of the Coastal Resilience Solutions for East Boston and Charlestown final report, which analyzed and recommended near and long-term strategies for protecting the neighborhoods from sea level rise and coastal flooding. As shown in the image on the left, based on the modeling and analysis of the report, the highest priority flood entry point to address is at Sullivan Square, where flood water would inundate Strath City Center, Ryan Playground, and a large portion of the neighborhood's low-lying interior area. As shown in the image on the right, to address this threat, the report recommends integrating coastal flood protection with, as you can see kind of in the green, although it's zoomed out, open space improvements to provide effective and also adaptable solutions that provide additional public benefit through the open space. The proposed project was designed to provide the resilience infrastructure contemplated in the report of a new system of elevated parks and pathways along the waterfront, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that. Next slide, please. In terms of zoning, planned development areas, or PDAs on the slide, are allowed on the site given that they provide certain public benefits, and in turn, the PDAs themselves establish, the dimensional requirements of projects. In terms of planning, the proposed project was highly shaped by Plan Charlestown, as I discussed, delivering planning for a resilient and publicly accessible Mystic River waterfront, intended to connect to Ryan Playground, new pedestrian and bike connections through existing lots, and more. The proposal's density is consistent with the plan's recommendation, and although the project's parking ratio exceeds the plan recommendations, the proponent has committed to reducing parking supply as public multimodal transit improvements envisioned in the plan are built and provide alternative mobility options allowing for the reduced parking. With that, thank you, and now I will turn it over to the development team.
Good evening, members of the board and Director Jemison. My name is John Roach, and I am the CEO of the Flatley Company, the longtime owner of the properties known as Strath's City Center in Charlestown that are the subject of this proposed master plan development area. The Flatley family has been an active member of the Charlestown community since 1985, and both Dan Flatley and I have children and grandchildren living in Charlestown today. We have worked very hard over the last 2.5 years to bring our vision for the redevelopment of the 425 Medford Street to the community, and are proud that our proposal includes a resiliency component with parks and recreational amenities designed to protect well beyond our own properties, inclusive of hundreds of acres of Lower Charlestown that are today at serious risk of climate change, flood damage. We are also excited that our talented team of designers have integrated a community path in 13 acres of new open public space, which, for the first time in 90 years, welcome the public back to the waterfront along the Mystic River, once known as Dewey Beach. We thank you, your staff, electives, and the community for helping us to get to this point. I will now hand the mic over to our design team to briefly walk you through the proposed project.
Thank you, John. I'm Jamie Von Klemperer, Cohn Pedersen Fox Architects, directing the architectural design for the project. And thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jameson. So this is a view of Olmsted Way, opening up from a minimum of 100 feet to broader dimensions, looking from the community of Charlestown towards the water. Next, please. And next one shows a very quick summary of the major steps taken in the design since September 2019, making changes in response to discussion. You can see the list of all these meetings with members of city boards and BPDA, BCDC, and the community. We'll go through some of the characteristics of this design improvement as we move along. Next, please. So the basic location, the lay of the land, which you see here, the site between Medford Street and the Mystic River, the green arrows pointing up towards Doherty Park and along Medford Street. Next, please. And the existing condition of adjacency to parking lots, to buildings of an industrial nature, and also the street and sidewalk of Medford Street. This is before the improvements. Next, please. The major drivers of the design include, quickly enumerating, from upper left over, the Mystic Waterfront, which was virtually a park and a waterfront recreation zone, the public access running north-south between Doherty Park, the community, and the river, the Medford Street Greenway, along what also has a historical rail line now no longer used, and then coming across the bottom, the minimizing of vehicular movement, the integration of resiliency infrastructure into the plan as a benefit to the community without making a barrier to the water, and then finally a way in which these buildings will be responsive to a livened ground plane and the community uses. Next, please. The red arrows here showing the connection running north and south between Doherty Park and Charlestown and the water, and in green, the major walkway, bike path, etc., along the river, a kind of open recreation zone, also protected by resiliency measures, and then finally what we call the railroad ramble, right parallel to and next to Medford Street for walking, running, dog walking, etc. Next, please. At this point, you'll see a number of the open spaces, a very big component of this project, public realm. We don't have time to go into each one, but suffice to say they're very generous in dimension, varied in use to create a kind of a tapestry of great possibilities for recreation and everyday life. Next, please. The view, I'll turn it over now with this view towards Homestead Way, looking from the water back towards Charlestown. I'll turn it over to Sanjuk Sen, our partner and colleague on the team from Field Operations Landscape Architects.
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks, everyone, for your time. As Jamie was pointing out, the site planning has really allowed us to create a range of spaces, the primary attraction of which is, of course, the 5-acre waterfront park. The shoreline allows us multiple opportunities for great views out, and for the first time unlocking this really great amenity for the entire neighborhood and allowing access to the waterfront. Next. As was mentioned before, this is an essential tooth in the resiliency planning for this neighborhood. And the measures we are taking really tie the idea of waterfront access with providing an integrated resiliency barrier. Next. As you can see here, this is the notion of the landscape integrated resiliency infrastructure, where the idea is that it is seamlessly integrated into the landscape so that it doesn't have any impediments to the actual shoreline access, and really balancing that idea of ecology, shoreline access, and resiliency that meets the 2070 targets and requirements for elevations that have been set by the various resiliency planning done for the city. Next. A view of what that could look like. On the left side, you sort of see that raised berm with pathways that are raised to the required elevation, but on the water side, you see sloped edges and ability to access tidal pools, beaches, and walkways that are lower, which means that the majority of the site is elevated, but there are ways to slope down gently to the water. Next. This is a view for Olmsted Way, which is a really central park-like walkway to the side. It was really important for us that this aligns well with Doherty Playground, which is a significant Olmsted site. And it really influenced the way we were thinking of the landscape architectural idiom for the site itself, the idea of meandering through the site to get to the waterfront as this expression of delight and surprise that finally gets you to that destination. The dimension of this area, which is a minimum of 100 feet, will really allow us for park-like programming, so it doesn't feel like just an alleyway or a road, but has really a generous interior and also interaction with the ground floor programming on the buildings adjacent. Next. This is another view of one of the other ways into the site. That's Mystic Way. Again, a really generous park-like access that takes you to Paseo, which Jamie will get to later. But really one of another ways to publicly get from the community to the waterfront. Next. And then the third way, which we were calling Beach Way, because this was taking us to what we were thematically calling Dewey Beach 2.0, really combining the idea of the bike path and the trail that takes you to the center of the park in some ways, and really emulates that idea of the New England beach and getting to the beach at the Mystic Riverfront. Next. A really key part of the project is the railroad bramble and the community path, which is a really generously dimensioned park. We really love the relics, the post-industrial relics that are remnant here, the railroad which has to remain in place, and also the really mature trees that we are doing our best to keep in place, which is why the topography of this park responds to keeping those trees where they are, and therefore creating this really lush green park, which really is the entrance mat for the community to arrive at the site. Next. Core of the site is Mystic Square. This is where all of the ways really come together. All of the sort of more all of the ground floors really participate in the centric quality of the space. We really see this as a sort of active urban center of the site. Next.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjukta. So that last slide, all the parking and services will go underground, which allows for this heart of the project to be a pedestrian space for community use. Next, please. And this diagram shows you how the parking and servicing can move along the edge inside the roadway, Medford, and will all go underground. In addition, there are arrows within the site that describe how parking ramps up and down will siphon off this traffic before it goes across the internal part of the site, so it will not be heavily trafficked. Next, please. And then the orange parts of the plan, active retail, much of it community-based. And then the darker red is a community space, 6,500 square feet, which will be, again, for a variety of uses to be determined by the community. Next, please. And the dark sort of purple zone there, that showed up in the image that Sanjukta talked about at the end of a Mystic Way. It is an indoor paseo, a kind of galleria space. You see a sketch of it on the upper right, very double height, quite generous space that will be open to all and sheltered from the temperature, but the possibility of opening up big doors for summer breeze to go through. And you see some of the materials indicated there. Possibly we could use those ideas as well. Next, please. Speaking of materials, although we are sort of in the pre-architectural stage, it's very important in our discussions with BCDC, BPDA, that there would be some notion of the character of the architecture as coming from the traditions of Charlestown, historical, well-crafted brick and other solid materials, also recalling some of the heritage of industrial architecture. This would include depth in the facades and some variation in color and material so that there is kind of a play of a patchwork of urban fabric. Next, please. Some of the statistics, we won't go in great detail here, but 13 acres of open space, 1.5 acres of public space along Medford, an acre in Olmsted Way, 400 new trees, about 5 acres along the waterfront, 4 pedestrian passages from Medford Street, passing those red arrows previously shown to the waterfront, and then that all-important sea level rise resiliency, which is really a kind of a gift to the community in the way providing safety, and then a shoreline of half a mile of integrated and accessible recreation and wellness space. Next, please. And finally, for these statistics, overall, we said 6,500 of community space shown previously in the magenta dot, 10,000 square feet of community retail, community paths, bike paths, and then for the economy, $15 million in affordable housing exactions in the city of Boston, 20% affordable housing units. We estimate 1,000 construction jobs, and maybe more important, permanent jobs of 2,500 for the variety of uses in the master plan. So thank you. Next, we'll just show a finishing image looking from a kind of aerial view down from the waterfront, looking back along the axis of Olmsted Way towards Doherty Park, rising towards Charlestown. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Great presentation. Let's go ahead and start with the public testimony. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yes. Shamia Turner, you can unmute yourself.
I thank you once again to Madam Chair and the board of BPDA. My name is Shamia Turner. I'm a resident of Boston as well as a representative for the sheet metal workers. I represent hundreds of Boston building trades members in the city. And so on their behalf, I would like to rise in support of this project and also highlight that this project will bring many good jobs to the area, and I commend the commitment to labor standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carl Alexander, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Carl Alexander. I am the Greenways Program Manager for the Mystic River Watershed Association. I was also a member of the Impact Advisory Group for this project. I'd like to speak favorably tonight about components of the project that are aligned with our mission of protecting and restoring the Mystic River watershed and its tributaries. The project will revitalize the Mystic River shoreline, providing ecosystem services and riparian habitat restoration. It will also improve resiliency and protect the Charlestown neighborhood and critical regional infrastructure from flooding during a 2071% storm. The project proponent described this particular benefit as all important just a minute ago, and I'd like to very much agree with that statement. It's also going to provide heat resiliency and help address urban heat island effect that's really prevalent in this area, and especially in Sullivan Square. The shoreline and the Boston Harbor Walk is also going to serve as a space for mental and physical wellness and allow residents of the community to access the natural environment and the waterfront. And the Boston Harbor Walk and the proposed Lower Mystic Greenway community path, as described, will plug a critical gap in the region's greenways networks for non-motorized transportation. One last note is that our organization is stewarding the resident-led revitalization of open space along the Little Mystic Channel, just on Medford Street. One of the parcels that we're working on is a BPDA-owned motorized boat ramp, which we actually believe will become less functional over time due to rising sea levels in the Chelsea Street Bridge. So with this in mind, perhaps maybe a public motorized boat ramp at this project site could be beneficial for the public in the long run. There might be additional studies needed to really determine that use, but I'd like to make an open call tonight also to key stakeholders to potentially convene and determine a long-term strategy.
这个就是我们长期的一个策略哈，就是看到我们的这个社区也是非常有价值的一个社区，希望可以呢保护起来。那总体来讲的话呢，我就想重申一下这个项目呢。那这个机构呢是我们是非常支持的机构也是非常支持的。徐汤贵，你可以把你的麦克风打开了。你好，我的名字叫徐汤 Green， 我是波士顿的居民，我也是波士顿的这个工会建筑工会的负责人。那我也是支持这个 BPDA 还有这个项目同时呢，也是听到了一些社区的声音，这个是非常好的。 那我们代表呢这个我们的楼宇建筑工会的工人们，好，我们就是对于这个项目，哈，这个我们是非常支持这个项目的，同时还有再就是这样的一个运作的机会，哈，还有酒店的工会的成员，所以呢我们。
Thank you, Shatan. Eric Zackerson, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I am a resident. My name is Eric Zackerson. I'm at 9 Sackville Street. I want to speak out. Unfortunately, I can't support this project. It has, as it's been presented to us, it has been, they have been very untruthful about a number of things. Originally, telling us that the FAR was much lower than it really was. They've compared the heights of these very tall buildings to a church on a hill a half mile away and to a casino in Everett. They, even now, they're asking to be patted on the back for reconnecting the community to the water, even though they are the ones that have been disconnecting the community from the water for quite a bit of time. In this presentation, they're very careful not to show how these 160-foot tall buildings are so much taller than their 3- and 4-story neighbors on the other side of Medford. In one meeting, they told us that this is not a pleasant area to walk around, ignoring the fact that the other side of Medford is a pleasant area. It is only their side of the street that is half a mile long and has been neglected for decades. And now they come in as if they're going to save the neighborhood from the blight that is their own property. That how are we supposed to believe that they are going to plant and maintain these lavish gardens when they don't even take care of the narrow strip of trees and grass that exist along Medford at the moment? Those photos that they were showing are indicative of the neighbor that we expect them to be, and yet they are promising something different. But fundamentally, I have to beg the BPDA to either reject this proposal or cap its height for professional reasons. If my clients and other developers see this, they're going to believe that if they propose 220-foot tall buildings and come back with 160-foot tall ones, the BPDA will support that. And this project could do a lot of good things, as those union representatives have mentioned, but it does not need to be, for an FAR2, it does not need to be 160 feet tall. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Minor Perez, representing hundreds of union carpenters that live and work throughout the city of Boston. We want to go on record on strong support of this project. I also will thank the proponent for addressing most of the concerns that we heard tonight at the long community meetings that we had. Great job, well done. And finally, I'd like to close by saying thanks to the Office of Mayor Wu for allowing the community to be part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Guy Rossman, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Guy Rossman. I live a few minutes away from the project. I'm a Local 26 member, and I just want to say I'm in full support of the project. It's got great resiliency plans. It's really bringing much-needed housing to the area. Again, the view corridor from Doherty Park to Olmsted Way is great. And, again, as from Local 26, I want to reiterate we're in full support of the project, and Flatley's going to be a great partner for great hospitality jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Grigoli, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Joanne Grigoli. I'm a resident of Charlestown, and I'd like to compliment you on your renderings, and I have some fairly specific questions. You stated that there were 10,000 square feet of space for retail. I was wondering, with the amount of people that you intend to live in this building, I believe you said there was 5,000 square feet of residential space, if you're planning on including a grocery store. Because at this point, the only grocery store we have in Charlestown is Whole Foods, which is supremely expensive, and anything else we need to drive to. And if this community is supposed to become more climate resilient, we are not going to use our cars more. We need ways to grocery shop that are not convenience stores and liquor stores, which is what we have all along Bunker Hill Street. So I want to know if you're going to add that many residents, if there's going to be an affordable grocery store, not she boutiques in this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Would anybody else like to testify about this item? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to all who came to testify. We appreciate you. Questions or comments from the board? So I have a couple questions. Based on the public testimony, so can first of all, does the developer speak to the building heights and their relationship to the neighborhood, and then from the agency perspective, kind of speak about the planning context and kind of the thought process that we went through for determining the appropriate height and so forth. So let's start with the developer on, yeah.
I could speak to that as the architect. We did look at, as we said, bringing down the height significantly, and also at the height that we have the buildings, stepping down the massing within each building so that they don't go from the topmost to the ground uninterrupted, but there are, so to speak, shoulders to the body and then lower elements as well. Those show up in the renderings, and those have the effect, in our experience, building cities and larger projects, of humanizing the scale of the space. So we think there's overall a lot of care in taking the shape of the building seriously for the purposes of softening sight lines and shadows and giving a sense of proportion.
Okay, and just someone from the agency talking about again, just reiterating the planning context.
Can I just add one point to the previous one? I do think, as the landscape architects, I'm with field operations as well. I think with the question on height too, there were a series of studies, and of course lower buildings also mean wider buildings, which means much less open space, and also in many cases creating barriers to access to the waterfront, or not having as many openings and as many sort of transparency to the water itself.
Thank you for that. It's good contact.
Great, and I can, go ahead, Seth.
Chair Rojas, Seth Reisman, BPDA Urban Design. In response to your question, the height steps up from being fairly low on the waterfront to 160 feet towards the neighborhood side of the project, and that's in part to be in conformance with Chapter 91 requirements, which require lower buildings along the waterfront and allow for greater height in the rear. And I believe the original proposal for the site was at 220, and through the community process, buildings came down in height on certain portions of the site.
Okay, that's good. I'm good with that. No need to unmute Ella. Okay, so next question was just about plans for the retail. Do you have any plans for the type of retail that you're going to be locating here, and so for this specific project, and then again from an agency maybe standpoint, like how do we factor in this grocery stores into our plan and accessibility of that?
I can speak to that, John Roach. What we envision for the retail is it will certainly be community-based, as was mentioned previously, but we have heard from other Charlestown residents that there is including Plan Charlestown, that there's a strong interest in us pursuing a supermarket, we're more than open to that. We can accommodate it. We have had dialogue with, when we first started this process, what I'll say is a regional supermarket chain. So it certainly makes a lot of sense for us to be able to get a supermarket, and we will certainly do what we can to get one.
Hi. Okay, great. Sorry, I've got a barking chihuahua situation. Okay, so great. I think that answers the question. Yeah. I think. Okay.
Happy to jump in from an agency perspective if helpful, but I don't mean to go on if we're good.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead, yeah.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I can underscore John's point that, we've been working closely with this project team over the past 3 years plus. They've been really paying close attention to the Plan Charlestown process, and we have had those conversations with them. Another supermarket is certainly something that was identified as a need in the neighborhood. At this stage of review for the project, we know it's not, at that level of detail yet, but it's, again, certainly something that we've had conversations with the development team about, and so they are aware of it as a need for the overall community.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, one last comment. I do love the intentional design and the welcoming pathways that you have to create, revitalize this destination and resource of the waterfront and the Mystic River. I'm just really excited for that. So, but let's take a vote. So, there are no further questions. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck. Oh, and I forgot to say, the Paseo thing, so cool. I'm really excited. I think that's so cool. Okay.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. The fourth and last public hearing.
It's not the last one, Madam Chair. Don't get too excited.
Hey, we have 5 public hearings? Oh, yes. Okay. The second to last public hearing. Okay. This is a public hearing. This is 66 Cambridge Street. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80B-5.3D and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed development plan for planned development area number 152, 66 Cambridge.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
You just skipped number 31.
Ugh.
You're in a hurry to get done.
You're right, okay. The Third Amendment to Harvard University, right?
You got it.
Okay, perfect. So many pages. All right, so this is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Articles 80A-2, 80D-5, and 80D-9 of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the proposed Third Amendment to the Harvard University Longwood Campus 2018 to 2023 Institutional Master Plan. This hearing was duly advertised on February 29th, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Quinn, please begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, and Director Jemison. The proposal before you is for the proposed third amendment to the Harvard University Longwood Campus Institutional Master Plan. The proposed amendment seeks to revise the dimensions of a previously described project within the originally approved IMP. That project, known as the Building C addition, was previously envisioned as an approximately 10,000 square foot, 2 to 3 story courtyard infill project. The project description, as amended, would allow for an approximately 19,800 square foot, 5-story addition that's still fully contained within the volume of the building's existing courtyard. This amendment was reviewed under the expedited review procedure of Section 80D-9.2 of the code. This procedure, which is reserved for minor amendments that meet specific criteria, only requires a public meeting at the request of the community, and one was not requested. I'll now turn it over to the Harvard team to begin their presentation.
Thank you, Quinn. Good evening, Chairwoman Rojas, Secretary Polimas, Chief Jemison, and members of the board. My name is Mark Handley. I'm here with you tonight representing Harvard University, and I will run through a brief presentation on this Building C courtyard infill project. And we can go to the next slide, please. So we're locating you here in the historic Harvard Med School quad. You see Longwood Avenue to the north here. The infill project is contained within Building C to the southwest of the screen. Again, it is interior to the existing building, and it is not visible from the public sidewalk on Longwood Avenue. Next slide, please. Here again is an isometric view of Building C. You can see the courtyard in there circled in red. Next slide, please. So here is a view of the project, a section. We've got an infill project that creates a roof and makes the interior courtyard significantly more usable all year round. We have meeting rooms across approximately 5 floors, and we're adding some storage space, and most especially the common space interior to the courtyard. Overall, this is going to be a great new convening space for the HMS community. Our architect this evening is the firm ARO, and the Harvard Med School very much looks forward to using this new space for community, for collaboration, and for gathering. Next slide, please. So Quinn did a great job outlining why we are here for an expedited amendment. This project had originally been proposed as a 4,200 square foot footprint with 8,000 to 10,000 GSF. We are now proposing a 8,100 square foot footprint and just under 20,000 square feet GSF at 19,800. Again, it's contained within the courtyard. We have made sure that the addition will not be visible from the ground level. And we are looking forward to proceeding and are very appreciative for Quinn's project management, also to the Urban Design Group and Elizabeth Stifel and Napur Manani for helping us through this one. That concludes the presentation.
Okay, great, thank you. This is a public hearing, so let's take public testimony. Secretary Polimas, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yes, we do. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. We like to go on record in strong support of this proposal, and we'll take the opportunity as well to thank Harvard University. There's not a single day that the carpenters are working on their campuses, including the maintenance. So there's hundreds of jobs that have been created thanks to them, and that's the reason why we're here in strong support of this proposal.
Thank you, Minor. Shamia Turner, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thanks once again to Madam Chair and the rest of the BPDA board. My name is Shamia Turner. I am a Boston resident, and I'm also a representative for the sheet metal workers. And I'd like to rise in support of this project. Harvard University has been a really great partner to the building trades, building strong careers all across the city and committing to great labor standards. And I want to give a special thanks to Mark Handley, Paul Curran, and Zach C., and the whole Harvard team rise in strong support of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shamia. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Shaitan Green. I'm a Boston resident. I'm also business agent for the Boston Building Trades Unions. We represent over 35,000 members with thousands of members who live and work right here in the city. First, I want to say thank you to the BPDA for hosting these important community meetings. It's so important for community voice to be heard, and I'm excited to share mine. We are here in enthusiastic support of Harvard University's Longwood Campus Institutional Master Plan. I want to give a special thanks to Mark Handley, Paul Curran, Zach C., and the whole Harvard team. Harvard has been a long-standing partner and an institution providing great careers to our community. So I'm here in support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shaitan. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you, Mrs. Rojas. Appreciate it, and appreciate the speakers and the BPDA staff here.
Okay, we'll see you soon. Okay, agenda item number 3266 Cambridge Street, is that correct?
It is correct.
This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with sections 80B-5.3D and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the proposed development plan for planned development area number 15266 Cambridge Street, and to consider the 66 Cambridge Street project as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on February 28, 2024 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition seat by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak, and when your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Sarah, please begin the presentation.
Yes, once more, thank you and good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board, Director Jemison and Secretary Paulimas. My name is Sarah Peck, and I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed development plan for planned development area number 152, 66 Cambridge Street, and the associated 66 Cambridge Street project. The 66 Cambridge Street PDA development plan is located on a 4-acre site at 66 Cambridge Street in the Charlestown neighborhood of Boston. The development plan envisions the construction of 2 new buildings containing approximately 812,000 square feet of gross floor area, including 10,000 square feet of retail restaurant space, with the remaining building area as office and research laboratory. The The project also includes up to 487 off-street vehicle parking spaces and approximately 41,000 square feet of open space. The development team filed their project notification form on July 27th, 2022, followed by a draft project impact report on September 20th, 2023. The development team then filed a draft planned development area development plan on December 5th, 2023. The BPDA hosted 3 public meetings and 3 IAG meetings between August 2022 and January 2024 to review the project and PDA development plan. These meetings were advertised in local newspapers, posted it to the BPDA's calendar, and an email notification was sent to all subscribers of the BPDA's Charlestown neighborhood updates. The proposed project received approval from the Boston Civic Design Commission on March 5th, 2024. At this point, I would like to hand it off to my colleague Ella Wise, once again from the Planning Department, to present the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Next slide, please. Good evening, members of the board, Chair Rojas. My name is Ella. I'm the zoning compliance planner assigned to this project. So this proposed project is located also within the planned Charlestown area. After a 4-year planning process, the board adopted the plan in September 2023, and shortly thereafter, the zoning commission adopted text and map zoning amendments to codify the land use, height, and density recommendations. Those amendments included replacing the light industrial zoning in Sullivan Square and Rutherford Avenue with mixed-use commercial and neighborhood shopping districts. Additionally, due to the opportunity provided by a relatively large size, the relatively large size of many of the parcels in this area, the zoning update facilitates the use of planned development area overlays to encourage coordinated and strategic development. This project is within the new Charlestown neighborhood mixed-use subdistrict and the new PDA 6 subdistrict. Next slide. The proposed project was highly shaped by the planned Charlestown process, as shown in the images on the screen, which are copied from the plan. The neighborhood plan envisions a scaling up of density and height in Sullivan Square and Rutherford Avenue to redevelop the underutilized light industrial property, leverage transit access, and buffer the residential areas from the impacts, visual and sound, of I-93. Next slide, please. In terms of zoning, planned development areas, or PDAs, are allowed on this site, given that they provide certain public benefits. The proposed project is consistent with the allowed uses and dimensional requirements for PDAs per the PDA 6 subdistrict. Although the project's parking ratio in terms of planning exceeds the plan recommendations, the proponent has committed to reducing parking supply as public multimodal transportation infrastructure improvements envisioned in the plan are built and provide alternative mobility options. As discussed, the project is not only consistent with key planning goals, but also the community priorities for new development that are highlighted and identified in the plan, including ground floor retail, new open space, adding to a proposed network of open space in Charlestown called Green Loop, and contributing to a transit shuttle. With that, I will turn it over to the development team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella, Sarah. Madam Chair, Secretary Polimas, Director Jemison, members of the board, we're grateful to be here tonight to talk about the 66 Cambridge Street project. My name is Danny Guadagnoli. I'm with the Fallon Company, and I'm joined on the call today by our development partner on the project, the Owens Companies. The Owens Companies have owned this site for a long time, and joining me today is President of the Owens Companies, Ed Owens. Sorry, next slide, please. Oh, yep, that one. Awesome, thank you. Joining me today on this meeting is Ed Owens, President of the Owens Companies. And before we get into the specifics of the project, I wanted to pass it over to Ed to talk a little bit about the history of the site.
Thanks, Danny. Madam Chair, Secretary, members of the board, Chief Jemison, BPDA staff. I know it's been a long night, so I'll try to be fast. Ed Owens Jr., President of the Owens Companies. My family has owned this site for over 35 years. It was once home to Boston Public School buses for over 2 decades. It's an old site, hasn't changed much in over 35 years. It's an industrial site, and we're looking at activating it. We're really excited about this project. I wanted to thank our partner, the Fallon Company, all of our consultants, architects, as well as the Charlestown community. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Danny.
Thanks, Ed. Also joining me on the meeting tonight is John Radigan of DLA Piper and Joe Mamayak of SGA, who's our lead architect on the project. So Joe will get into the specifics of the design momentarily, but first I wanted to set the stage just briefly here with some site context and a brief overview of the project. So in terms of the site, Ella alluded to it earlier. Obviously, this is an emerging development corridor in Charlestown, and this site is situated in a really important node. It connects, or has the opportunity to connect, I should say, Hood Park to Sullivan Square Station, and facilitating a connection to the Lost Village. So it really sits in an important location, something that we were excited about when we looked at this project. Additionally, the relationship to 93 is a unique one. As you can see, the back of the site abuts I-93 and the rail infrastructure behind the site as well. Next slide, please. So just a little bit more on existing conditions. As we all know, this area has been an industrial area for a long time, and that's what the nature of this site is today. If you look on the top left image, you can see it outlined in a blue. This site, south of that is Hood Park, and page north is the Sullivan Square MBTA station. So this site provides the opportunity to connect those two areas. As you can see, a few things to note on this site. It's basically entirely impervious today. So one of the things we'll be doing is reducing the impervious area by about 28% with this project. And as you can see, there's also a significant grade change on the site. So if you look at the bottom right image, that's looking down on the site from Cambridge Street as you're looking towards Hood Park. And so there's about a 16-foot grade change as you go from D Street and Hood Park up to Cambridge Street, where Sullivan Square Station is. So navigating that was a big design challenge for us. And also, you can see the highway and the rail infrastructure, how it kind of looms over the site. So those were some big elements that we responded to in our design that Joe will elaborate on in a moment. Next slide, please. And so just a quick snapshot of the project. This is an 812,000 square foot project geared towards life science and R&D uses over 2 buildings, about 10,000 square feet of retail, 2 levels of below-grade parking, and about an acre of publicly accessible open space. And that open space is really the key piece for us in terms of creating that connection that I alluded to. If you look, you can kind of see Hood Park's buildings, their proposed buildings, and Hood Green ghosted out on the left portion of the page. And what our project, we hope, does is really create a connection through Hood Park and through our site to Sullivan Square Station, and a really great front door on D Street. And so part of the project also is improving D Street and raising the site grade by about 5 feet to 21.5 for flood resiliency purposes. And with that, I will pass it to Joe to take us through the design. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Danny, and I'm very happy to give an update with the presentation. We're going to start off with the site plan. There's 5 key elements that were really part of our focus and approach to the project. First of all, connecting was a critical item, and connecting the neighborhood to Sullivan Square and the emerging area west of Rutherford. And number 2, the buffering, by taking the actual site and the actual plan of the building itself and making that adjacent to the I-93 ramp, we are allowed to have that buffering of the viaduct as well as the rail infrastructure. Creating a new and active and vibrant public realm that allows a connection from D Street to Cambridge Street. Greening the site was really important. Currently, it's an auto-centric site with sustainable and resilient buildings that are new, and improve the site itself by having an enhanced tree canopy that continues throughout the site. Lastly, was providing a diverse and active ground floor uses and best in class in terms of training opportunities for Charlestown community. The next one, I want to share with you an elevation. This is a site section. D Street is on the left-hand side, Cambridge Street is on the right-hand side. In the foreground is the north building, which is 11 stories. On the left-hand side is the south building, which is 13 stories. What was really important in terms of the building massing and architectural strategies, which were informed by the existing as well as the emerging urban context. The base expression was reinforced by the diverse and active ground floor, and the porosity at the base is really key in terms of signaling where the entrances are, where key retail opportunities were. With added attention to human scale, such as the architectural fins, lighting, landscaping elements, and signage, were all to enhance the public realm experience. The next one, please. This is the next slide. Thank you. This is a site section in the west elevation. This runs parallel to I-93 in the rail infrastructure. The podium base has been strategically designed and programmed with backup house spaces, the loading docks, utilities, and et cetera, up against the I-93. And what elevates from the podium are the two buildings themselves. In the design, in terms of sustainability and resiliency, it's LEED Gold with aspirations of platinum. There will be rooftop PVs that are integrated with both buildings. The zero carbon zoning compliant is part of the design, and the entire site is raised 5 feet to comply with the 2070 sea level rise requirements. Next one, please. This is a great perspective of the site, a slight aerial. What was key here is the improved arrival on the front door for the experience for all users on the site. The open space that is in front is a result of the transition on D Street, which we have a lot of improvements in terms of sidewalks and trees. And Stack Street runs on the left-hand side. That convergence allows for a wonderful welcoming and transition into the site. In terms of the open space, it was key to have the green and more accessible and active pedestrian and bike-friendly environment throughout the site. Relative to the building base, in the planning for it, there's a focus to expand and prioritize the ground floor space that is welcoming to all users and complement the adjacent public realm. Next one, please. Here's a series of images that really get a good sense of the public realm experience. In the upper left-hand corner, there's a real focus on the enhanced arrival and the front door experience. There's a graceful transition from the drop-off to what we call the resiliency level, which is 21 feet, 6 inches. You can see the main entrances and a complementary retail and cafes that really energize and activate the area. On the right-hand side, upper right-hand side, you have sort of the extension along the north building. You can see the enhanced ground floor uses, including the cafe and restaurant spaces, as well as indoor and outdoor gathering spaces. The porosity of the architecture helps to really frame those moments along that edge. The lower left-hand side, there was a focus on the universal and equitable acceptability throughout this environment. They're looking primarily at the arcade and the shared path that's just in front of it. On the right-hand side, lower right-hand side, this is a gateway entrance to the site. This is on Cambridge Street, really a threshold to the site in the neighborhood, the Hood Park neighborhood beyond. There's a focus on the public realm, as well as pedestrian safety. At the corner itself, we wanted to activate that corner. That civic corner was really important with just the start being in that space. It's a workforce development that has a focus on biomedical career training program that will be located at that location. The next one, please. And finally, one of my favorite, slides. This image really gives a good sense of the overall project and the context. Here, again, you can see the buffering, repositioning the building in such a way up against I-93 and the infrastructure of rails below it. by shifting the building itself provides that great opportunity for that vibrant, public realm that occurs at the base. And it really connects Sullivan Station and transition, to that threshold, through the site, and a connection beyond to Hood Park. The result is a project that becomes the iconic gateway for the neighborhood and for Charlestown. And with that, I transition and hand it all back to Danny for closing comments.
Thanks, Joe. In closing, and on behalf of the full team, we just want to express our gratitude for the continued engagement and collaboration on this project. It's been a little over 3 years, and we've had such tremendous feedback from a variety of stakeholders, from the IAG to elected officials, BCDC, BPDA staff, city and state agencies, and of course, members of the public. So we're thankful for that engagement and that collaboration, and we're excited to bring the project to fruition and deliver these benefits to the Charlestown community and the city. With that concludes our presentation, and again, thank you so much for the consideration and the time this evening.
Okay, thank you so much. Great presentation. Public hearing, so let's go to public testimony first. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yes. Corin Stoyanov, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Corinne Stoyanov. I am here representing Just to Start Corporation, and happy to express our enthusiastic support for this project. We are a 55-year-old community development corporation, and of the many programs that we offer, I am overseeing the biomedical careers program that Joe spoke about. We have been around for quite a long time and trained over 500 residents for family-sustaining jobs in the life sciences sector. We're really excited about this project in particular. We are looking forward to being able to operate another 18-person cohort in this building every year in a state-of-the-art training facility. We offer a 9-month free training program that provides technical and durable skills that set up our graduates to thrive in entry-level positions and build family-sustaining wages for themselves and their families. Our program has graduation rates and job attainment rates of over 75%, with average salary gains of more than $20,000 per person. Previously, we've had our own space limitations, having to share lab space at Bunker Hill Community College. So this provides an opportunity to have that really nice new space that our students deserve in this area. Up until now, we've only been able to serve a handful of Boston residents. I think the location of this project really, and the design and the welcoming space is going to really open up the opportunities for Charlestown residents, and we look forward to serving them. We've had really great opportunities so far working with the developers and Fallon on this project. I think they're really aligned with our mission and really looking forward to supporting our residents, or our students, and we're really excited to be collaborating with them on this project.
Thank you. Joseph Nicholas, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Joey Nicholas, and I'm the Executive Director of Street to Ivy, which is a local nonprofit that focuses on entrepreneurship and business development for local youth. We've been working very closely with the Fallon Company for years now, and they've been great supporters of us and what we do. And we run a summer program called Real Estate Development Entrepreneurship Program, and every single summer we get a class size of between 15 to 21 students coming and learning entrepreneurship in the real estate development industry and finding career pathways to attain that, right? So, I just wanted to hop on and express my support for this project. I think it's really a good sign that our students would be able to follow along and see the entire development process, get kind of some hands-on exposure to that. And I just also wanted to express that the entire Fallon team, including Danny, are really caring about the community and have been there for us to help support our students and really have an impact on their lives and on their careers. So I just wanted to express my support and thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Myron Perez, representing hundreds of union carpenters that live and work across the city of Boston. I want to take the opportunity to thank Joe Fallon and his team for great outreach to the community. The Fallon Companies have been a friend of the Carpenters Union for a very long time, and we look forward to keep working on the relationship. And finally, I'd like to thank the Mayor of Boston, Mayor Michelle Wu, for allowing the community to be part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Steve Janelle, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Steve Janelle, Charlestown resident. I just wanted to come out in support of this project. The Owens companies and Fallon has been great about their community outreach with this project. The greening of the site is something we really need for our neighborhood, and connecting Hood Park to Sullivan Station it can only be seen as a positive. So from a resident standpoint, the outreach and the greening in particular has been what makes this a positive project, in my opinion.
Thank you, Steve. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Shaitan Green. I'm a Boston resident. I'm also the business agent for the Boston Building Trades Unions. I want to start off first by thanking the BPDA for hosting these great, important community public meetings. It's been a long day, and thank you so much for doing a great job at facilitating and hearing community voice. Good evening. 66 Cambridge Street is a great project with a great development team and a great contractor. Thank you to Joe Fallon and Mike Fallon for always being great community partners. We're excited because this project will support great union careers, and we all know great union careers build strong communities because of the family-sustaining wages, the health and retirement benefits for every worker, the training by way of apprenticeship programs and journeyman training, harnessing the most skilled workforce, the building trades unions' priority and investments to safety will allow for the safest sites. I'm excited that residents get to have access to such great careers and get a chance to work where they live and actually thrive and stay in the community. So I speak in support, Building Trades speaks in support of this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shaitan. Shamia Turner, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the BPA board. It has been a long night, so thank you so much for facilitating this process. My name is Shamia Turner. I'm a Boston resident and also a representative of the sheet metal workers, and I represent hundreds of men and women, some of who live in Charlestown, and I'm happy that they're going to be able to build their career on this project. I especially want to congratulate the development team. They've been great partners. Special shout out to Joe and Mike Fallon. And I'm really excited to hear about how they have been partnering with the community and being responsible to the community that they want to build and make money in. So I enthusiastically rise in support of this project. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, Shamia. Mark Rosenshine, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Mark Rosenshine. I'm a 23-year resident of Charlestown and the owner's project manager representing Hood Park, the largest direct abutter. And as you've heard tonight, that both the proponents and some of the speakers have talked about the critical nature of this project, both in and of itself, but also in terms of its relation and ability to connect Hood Park and the Charlestown neighborhood on that side of Rutherford Avenue with Sullivan Station. I just wanted to come to the meeting and say we at Hood Park are incredibly supportive of this project. There's been a long and really positive relationship between the Owens family and the Canaan family for years. The addition of the Fallon companies has been a positive aspect to this, and we have an ongoing dialogue, really good coordination about traffic and sidewalks and alignment of Stack Street. And the open space that they've created will be a tremendous benefit to Charlestown, the residents that live at Hood Park, and the business people and employees that go back and forth across a pretty tough walk right now along Spice Street. This will be a tremendous improvement, and we hope will encourage people to really use Sullivan Station and the Orange Line for both Hood Park for the related property that's just immediately to our south, and for this project between the Owens and Fallon Company. So we see this as a great addition to the west side of Rutherford Avenue, and speak on behalf of Hood Park and in favor of this project, and thank the development team and their efforts here.
Thank you, Mark. Paul Parisi, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chairman, and everyone involved in this meeting today. And again, it's been a long day, so I'll be brief. I'd just like to mention my enthusiastic support for Ed Owens and his team. We invested in the Charlestown neighborhood in 1979, so 44 years ago, and we've seen our business grow at our 78 to 100 Cambridge Street properties. We recently converted to new tenants, 2 robotics companies and an adult daycare company, and we've been really marveling at the positive changes happening in Charlestown, and we think that the development at 66 Cambridge will be an enormous catalyst to continue that improvement and growth and positive change for the community and for all of the Boston residents. So my strong support to Ed Owens and his whole team.
Thank you. Jack Kelly, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Jack Kelly. I'm a lifelong Charlestown resident and own a home since 2008, and also will be owning a business at 31 Cambridge Street. I would like to go on record of support and echo a lot of the positive comments everyone else said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, great. Questions or comments from the board? Just two comments. I think I'm super excited about the incorporation of the biomedical career training. It's awesome. We have a lot of lab. Lab space is going up, a lot of really great jobs, so I appreciate you contributing to training our workforce. Any other questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck. Great project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, now that's the end of the public hearings, right? Secretary Polhumus?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so back to number 8, correct?
Yes.
Okay, item number 8, request authorization to extend the term of and amend the applicable fee pertaining to the existing license agreement between Cap Long Wharf LLC and the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business at the Boston Planning and Development Agency for the use of approximately 15,000 square feet of land adjacent to the Chart House restaurant on Long Wharf for the purposes of employee and visitor parking. Dennis.
The subject property is a 15,000 square foot lot located immediately adjacent to the Chart House restaurant on Long Wharf. Since 2015, BPDA has licensed the parking lot to Cap Long Wharf LLC, which is a subsidiary of Capital Properties. Cap Long Wharf uses the lot for monthly parking for the tenants of the Custom Block Building and visitors to the Chart House restaurant, both of which are owned by Capital Properties. Capital Properties was founded in 1977. They manage over 18,000 apartment units and 8 million square feet of commercial space, primarily in Boston and Atlanta. The current license agreement, which is a 1 year at a time license, expires in May of this year, 24. We're proposing a new term from June 1st of 24 to May 31st of 25. Monthly fee will be $15,100 per month or $181,200 for the year, which represents a 4% increase from the current fee that they're paying. The leasing department staff did a market analysis of parking garages in the immediate area, and the rate that we're charging, approximately $400 per month per car, is very consistent with the abutting parking garage structures. We're only considering 1-year terms at a time, while BPDA and the City of Boston continue to plan the future of Long Wharf. In the meantime, the proposed use allows Long Wharf visitors convenient parking and generates revenue for BPDA without sacrificing future planning options. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 9, request authorization to amend the license agreement with Boston Harbor Cruises LLC for the Boston Planning and Development Agency owned property at Long Wharf North for the purposes of continued maritime services. Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Founded in 1978, Enterprise Cruises is one of the largest entertainment cruise companies in the United States, operating in over 20 markets. In 2019, long-standing tenant Nolan Associates sold their harbor cruise line business, their Boston Harbor cruise line business, to Entertainment Cruises. And BPDA authorized the assignment of the leases on Long Wharf from Nolan Associates to Entertainment Cruises, now doing business once again as Boston Harbor Cruises for consistency. The new Boston Harbor Cruises utilizes the BPDA we own a float and a boardwalk in the water on the north side of Long Wharf, where they use to service the MBTA ferry services, the Salem Ferry, the New England Aquarium Whale Watches, and Boston Harbor Cruise excursions. The existing 5-year license expires on April 30th of this year. We're proposing an extension of the license term through April of 2027, with up to 5 one-year extension terms at the discretion of BPDA. The 2027 expiration date is coterminous with the abutting Waterboat Marina, which currently their lease will expire in 2027. It's renewed annually. The short-term nature of all those leases, this one in particular, allows BPDA to continue planning for Long Wharf resiliency measures to address flood resiliency measures without unnecessarily interrupting these important maritime operations. The proposed fee is $153,304 for 2024, which will escalate by 4% in 2025 and again in 2026. We believe that this fee is consistent with the market rate for water sheet and floats in Boston Harbor. We did a market analysis to confirm that, and we're requesting permission to extend the license term for Long Wharf North with Boston Harbor Cruises LLC until April 2027, with up to 5 one-year extensions, on 1 year at a time, at the sole discretion of BPDA. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Dennis. Item number 10, request authorization to enter into a license agreement between Uptown Transport Inc., doing business as Boston Sightseeing, and the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as Boston Planning and Development Agency, for a downtown waterfront trolley kiosk program from April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. Liz.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am here tonight to request authorization to enter into a license agreement between Uptown Transport Inc., doing business as Boston Sightseeing, and BPDA for the downtown waterfront trolley kiosk program. The downtown waterfront area is one of the most popular tourist destinations in the city of Boston, making it a valued location for trolley tour businesses. Several trolleys are located on BPDA land between Long and Central Wards. The downtown waterfront trolley kiosk program creates opportunities for local small business vendors to sell their merchandise and tours. BPDA issued a request for proposal in January of 2024 to ensure maximum participation and awareness in the trolley stop program. One qualified vendor responded to the RFP. Accordingly, staff is recommending that the available kiosk be operated by Boston Sightseeing, who will operate walk-up ticket sales for trolley tours of the historic Boston. The license agreement is subject to City of Boston restrictions and permitting. The license agreement will be for 1 year or 1 season, starting April 1st, 2024, and ending March 31st, 2025. Staff is recommending that Boston Sightseeing pay $5,000 per month. BPDA will receive $60,000 in total for the 2024 tourism season. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
I'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 11, request authorization to amend the license agreement between Black Owl LLC and the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency, for the use of approximately 2,850 square feet of open space adjacent to the Dovetail Restaurant located at Building 34 in the Charlestown Navy Yard for seasonal outdoor restaurant seating until March 31st, 2025. Liz?
Thank you. In 2020, the City of Boston's licensing board piloted a program to allow for expanded use of public and private spaces for outdoor dining. Because of its success, the City of Boston announced a permanent outdoor dining program in February of 2023 with an online application portal that includes outdoor dining consultations, accessible design templates, real-time application tracking, and annual license renewals. In June of 2020, the board authorized a license agreement with Black Owl LLC for the use of approximately 2,850 square feet of open space for seasonal outdoor restaurant seating adjacent to the Dovetail Restaurant. Additionally, terms extensions were approved by the board in 2021, 2022, and 2023, extending the term to March 31st, 2024. The current request is to amend the term of the license agreement for an additional year commencing April 1st, 2024 and expiring in March 31st, 2025. BPDA is following suit with the City of Boston's outdoor dining programs process and procedures, and due to the required payment of monthly fees by the outdoor dining program and anticipated additional fees to be incurred by the licensee to meet the City of Boston submission requirements, BPDA will forego the market rate rental fees and will assess a one-time only maintenance fee of $1,500. The fee is responsible if the licensee fails to obtain permit from the City of Boston's outdoor dining program. Black Owl LLCs are the owners of the popular Brewer's Fork Restaurant in Moulton Street in Charlestown and Dovetail Restaurant in the Charlestown Navy Yard. And thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
For a vote, Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 12, request authorization to enter into a one-year lease agreement between Dimeo Construction Company and the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, for the use of suites 109 and 110, located at 2 Boylston Street from April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. Liz.
Thanks. 2 Boylston Street, also known as the China Trade Center, was built in 1887, is a designated Boston landmark, and is listed in the National Register of Historic Places. In 1993, the BRA purchased this 80,000 square foot, 6th-floor Class B office building, and it serves as a symbol of the City of Boston's commitment to revitalize the Boston's Midtown and Chinatown area. Dimeo Construction Company was founded in 1930 and has steadily grown to become recognized among the leading construction organizations in New England. DCC, Dimeo Construction Company, was hired by St. Francis House to lead the renovation and development of their downtown location, and are seeking to lease office space for their daily operations to manage this project. DCC will also share the office space with St. Francis House while the renovation is ongoing. St. Francis House current and soon-to-be developed building is adjacent to China Trade Center. And St. Francis House, which I'm sure many of you know, rebuilds lives by providing refuge and pathways to stability for adults experiencing homelessness and poverty. They are the largest day shelter in Massachusetts. The tentative lease terms will be for 1 year, commencing April 1st, 2024, and expiring March 31st, 2025. within their terms, they have the option to have 2 consecutive 6-month terms extensions if they need more time, depending on the construction schedule. BPDA staff conducted an analysis of the Chinatown Midtown Class B office market and determined DCC will pay the market rate of $30 per square foot for Suite 109 and Suite 110, with a combined square footage of 2,662 square feet. During the term of the 1-year lease, BPDA will receive $79,860 in fixed rent. Demio Construction Company was represented by Tucker Estate Advisory and Management, and BPDA will pay a broker fee not to exceed $6,655. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 13, request authorization to extend the lease agreement between Dr. Daniel Lee, doing business as Trade Center Dental, and the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency, for the use of Suite 210 located at 2 Boylston Street until March 31st, 2029. Liz.
Thank you. 2 Boylston Street, as I already described in the previous presentation, the China Trade Center is a historic building, and we love that building. Anyway, Dr. Daniel Lee opened Trade Center Dental in 1984 at China Trade Center after he began teaching at Tufts School of Dental Medicine. Dr. Lee has been providing services to the Chinatown residents and has been an excellent tenant of the China Trade Center for almost 40 years. Dr. Lee is requesting to extend his lease for an additional 5 years. The amended lease terms commence April 1st, 2024 and expire March 31st, 2029. No additional extensions are contemplated at this time. Trade Dental Center will accept the premises in its existing conditions. BPDA staff conducted an analysis of the Chinatown Midtown Class B office market and determined Trade Center Dental will pay the market rate of $34 per square feet for Suite 210 with a square footage of 658 square feet. During the term of the 5-year lease, BPDA will receive $111,900 in fixed rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 14. Request authorization for the conveyance of approximately 9,818 square feet of property known as Parcel 9A and Parcel 5A, located on Massachusetts Avenue in the Fenway Urban Renewal Area, Project Mass R-115, to the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority for accessibility and safety improvements to the Symphony Station on the E branch of the MBTA Green Line. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This vote involves the MBTA Symphony stops on the E branch of the MBTA Green Line. Anybody, I assume most of us can picture that, just in case anybody can't. It's on either side of Mass Ave, approximately at Huntington at the Boston Symphony Orchestra. BPDA owns just under 5,000 square feet of plaza area on either side of Mass Ave at those T stops. The land is used exclusively for access to the MBTA Symphony stations on both the inbound and outbound sides. It's really the brick plaza that is traversed to enter the subway or one of the retail locations over there. The MBTA is planning extensive improvements to the Symphony stations, including enhanced accessibility via new elevators and other improvements. And as much as the BPDA-owned property is truly not developable as a standalone parcel, it's only real utilities to support the MBTA Symphony stations. The MBTA's proposed improvements will result in enhanced ridership, accessibility, and safety for all Bostonians and visitors to Boston that are utilizing the public transportation. We're proposing to sell the subject properties to the MBTA per $1 to foster needed accessibility and safety improvements for the MBTA Symphony stops in the branch of the MBTA. The MBTA owning them in fee simple would make it easy for them to get permits, et cetera. And there's really no reason that BPDA should own them. Thank you.
Okay, questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you all.
Item number 15, request authorization to extend the final designation status of Nubian Ascents Partners LLC as redeveloper of the Blair Lot in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury through March 31st, 2025. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Blair Lot is a BPDA-owned site consisting of approximately 87,879 square feet of underutilized land between Washington Street, Harrison Ave, Palmer Street, and Eustis Street. The parcel was subject to an intensive community engagement planning process through Plan Nubian Square and site-specific community meetings. The Blair Lot RFP was released in November 2019, and responses were due in February 2020. After several public meetings and community review, Nubian Ascents was tentatively designated for redevelopment at the December 2020 BPDA board meeting. The proponent proposes to create approximately 389,000 gross square feet of new mixed-use space, including 15 units of affordable housing, a parking garage, a lab training and office building, a combined cultural hall and marketplace and culinary center, and an artist lab. At the final designation for the proposed project in March 2023, the board authorized the project to be delivered in 5 phases of construction, with separate ground leases for each building. In order for Nubian Ascents to receive ground leases for each site component and maintain their final designation status, they are required to have financing acquired, ground leases fully negotiated and ready for execution, and be ready for construction commencement by specific dates. Since the last final designation extension, the project has revised timelines and phasing for the commercial building, garage, and affordable housing components. The new dates for each building have been reported in this board memo. The commercial building and garage components of the project are now expected to be delivered first with all the necessary financing and permitting completed by August 2024. The BPDA staff are working diligently with Nubian Ascents team on closing out the remaining items for the first phase of the project so that construction can begin on site for this summer. With that being said, I request that the board authorize final designation and extension to Nubian Ascent Partners for the redevelopment of the Blair Lot. Thank you. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, item number 16, request authorization to issue a request for proposals to hire a licensed design consultant to provide engineering and assessment services for a building systems assessment report for the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street. William.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm presenting this vote on behalf of William tonight. I'm Rebecca Tomasovic. I am here to request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, to procure an engineer for the China Trade Building Systems Assessment Project for the China Trade Building located in downtown Boston. The building last had its systems evaluated in 2011. This effort aims to generate a building systems report that will be used to plan and implement identified capital repairs and improvements over the next 10 years. The value of this work is estimated at $350,000. The request for proposals would be advertised following the Commonwealth of Massachusetts requirements under Chapter 30B. This opportunity will also be posted on the BPDA website and bulletin boards, the Boston Herald, the State Combine System, and marketed with MWBE firms and various online trade publications consistent with the agency's designer selection policy. The design contract will be awarded to the top-ranked engineer through a qualifications-based selection process after being brought back before the board for approval. No plans, specifications, or construction will directly result from this contract. The end product of this effort is a written report assessing the building systems with recommendations for prioritizing repairs and improvements. Therefore, we are requesting the Secretary be authorized to advertise and issue a request for qualifications to procure design services for this project. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 17, request authorization to adopt a minor modification to the Charlestown Urban Renewal Plan, project number Mass R-55, located at 0 School Street to create Part X-28B and clarify its land uses. Zachary?
Zach, you're muted.
Oh.
There we go. We're all good. Thank you and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Paul Hamus, and Director Jemison. My name is Zachary Gagne, and I am the Urban Renewal and Development Review Data Management Associate here at the BPDA. As stated, before you is a request for minor modification to the Charlestown Urban Renewal Plan regarding parcel X28B. The parcel in question is a sliver parcel of approximately 65 square feet positioned between the single-family home at 67 School Street and an open space parking area located at 69 School Street. The parcel was included in the BPDA's Abutter Parcels program, which was designed to convey vacant, unbuildable parcels to abutting residential property owners. The disposition of parcel X28B was approved on January 18th, 2024, along with the execution of a deed and a land disposition agreement. In order to finalize the disposition and ensure a clean title transfer that's consistent with the Urban Renewal Plan, today's request is to formally amend the Charlestown Urban Renewal Plan to create parcel X28B for ancillary open space uses. Here for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
I'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 18, request authorization to adopt a minor modification to the South End Urban Renewal Plan, project number Mass R-56, located at 0 Cabot Street to create parcel X-26-2 and clarify its land uses. Zachary?
Thank you again. Similar to the previous action, this minor mod is just for the formal creation of the parcel for disposition. Parcel X-26-2 is also known as the Frederick Douglass Peace Gardens. It's located between Cabot and Warwick Streets in the Roxbury neighborhood. The final designation and disposition was already approved on October 12th, 2023, which included the execution of a deed and an LDA. So just in order to finalize the disposition process, today's request is to formally modify the South End plan to create parcel X-26-2 for open space and community garden uses.
Okay, great. Oh, was that?
That's it, yeah, thank you.
Great. Okay, questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Zachary.
Thank you.
Right, item number 19, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of the 745 Atlantic Avenue project in the Leather District pursuant to section C5, yeah, of the cooperation agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency and OPG 745 Atlantic owner, DB LLC, dated June 22nd, 2022. Nick? Oh, no. This is a certificate of completion. So no presentation. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 20, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of construction of the 89 East Dedham Street building and 99 East Dedham Street building within the Harrison Albany Block Project in the South End pursuant to the cooperation agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency and MEPT/LMP Harrison/Albany Block LLC and MEPT/LMP Gambro Building LLC dated December 21st, 2017. Certificate of completion, no presentation. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 21, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of 64 Alpine Street and 41 Regent Street, known as the Tommy's Rock Residences Project in Roxbury, pursuant to the land disposition agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency and Catalyst Ventures Solidarity Enterprises LLC dated December 29, 2021. Certificate of completion, no presentation. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 22, we have an informational update on the new interim review process for notice of project changes. Nick? I can't hear you.
Good. Hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Plahinas, and Director Jemison. I'm here before you this evening to present the interim standard operating procedures for the review of notice of project change filings, also known as NPCs. As you all know, the mayor has tasked the BPDA with reforming Article 80 in an effort to modernize how development is done in Boston with an eye towards efficiency and predictability, among other stated goals. While that process is still ongoing, we have taken this opportunity to review some of our current practices and find places where we can improve while we wait for the results of Article 80 reform. In particular, we felt that the review of NPCs lacked a formal guideline for review and that the process was often laid out on an ad hoc basis depending on the project and the nature of the changes being proposed. To provide a more efficient structure for the review of NPCs, we evaluated the most common types of changes that we see brought to the BPDA, broke them into categories, and evaluated the standards of review needed for each. Additionally, we have created a process for the expedited review of NPCs that meet certain thresholds. A project that has been deemed appropriate under this new policy would be able to submit a letter outlining the changes to the project and materials related to the change. This submission would trigger a 30-day comment period in which a public meeting would be held by request of public official only. After the conclusion of the comment period and BPDA staff have concluded their review, the change would be taken to the BPDA board for approval, where staff would present the appropriate changes to the board. In our review of NPCs, we found the majority of the changes can be broken into either change in ownership, a change from condo to rental program, or vice versa, request to lower parking count, lapse in time, requests to add height and/or density, and changes of use. In discussions with our staff, we feel that the following review process for each type of change is appropriate. For a change in ownership, no NPC or review should be required, and going forwards, all board memos shall include language approving current proponents and future successors. For a change from condo to rental program, or vice versa, with no changes to unit count, or an increase in IDP, no NPC shall be required, and a public meeting may be held at the request of a public official. Finally, a board action would be necessary to update affordable housing agreements only. For a request to lower parking counts, an expedited NPC and review at the BPDA staff discretion shall be conducted, focusing on mitigation to offset the change in parking count. If there has been a significant lapse of time from a project's board approval to their development review, prior to receiving the project's stamped construction documents, certificate of approval, and building permit, at the BPDA's discretion, The project will be required to submit either a full notice of project change and conduct a full review process if the lapse in time is greater than 3 years, and to submit a new project notification form or small project review application and conduct a full review of the filing if the lapse in time is greater than 7 years. Finally, for either requests to add density and/or height or requests for change in use, the BPDA shall require a full NPC and review at staff discretion. We hope that this new standard operating procedure will produce a more efficient and predictable process for staff, the development community, and members of the public. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, so I believe this is an informational update, so no vote, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Well, great. Thanks for the update.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's good. Good work. I can't find the words, but good job. Okay, let's see, number 23. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80B 5.3D of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 96 income restricted residential rental units, 36 income restricted home ownership units, and 132 bicycle parking spaces located at 290 Tremont Street, located on parcel P-12C in the South Cove Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-92, and to take all related actions. Daniel.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jameson, Secretary Kalhimas. My name is Daniel Polanco, and I'm the project manager for the proposed Article 80 large project before you tonight at 290 Tremont Street, parcel 12C, located in the Chinatown neighborhood. In the RA-owned parcel, RFP for redevelopment. The project's proponent, Asian Community Development Corporation, is proposing the construction of a new 12-story mixed-income residential development of approximately 153,700 square feet of gross floor area, comprised of approximately 113,400 square feet of general floor area of income restricted rental housing, 37,800 square feet of GFA of income restricted residential home ownerships as well. The project will approximately build 132 units, all of which will be income restricted, including approximately 36 home ownership units and approximately 96 rental units. The BPDA sponsored and held an impact advisory meeting and public meeting for the proposed project on December 20th, 2023. The project also was subject to Boston Civic Design Commission review and appeared in front of the commission on January 2nd, 2024 and received full vote on February 6th, 2024. The project will bring forth great benefits to the Chinatown neighborhood by creating approximately 132 units of multifamily housing units, 100% of them which will be deed restricted, affordable for a variety of income levels. The proposed project will deliver income-restricted units well in excess of the city's inclusionary development policy requirements. It's also important to note that the proponent will work with Tufts Shared Services, the direct abutter, and the Boston Fire Department to verify the projects as proposed will meet with the fire code, and that it has satisfactory adjustments that will be made for the plans to satisfy the fire code requirements. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. I do have the development team here with me today to present the project in detail and to answer any questions in regards to the project and other questions you may have. I'll now turn it over to Ford Del Vecchio to talk about the planning context. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan. Can we go to the next slide, please? Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I'm the BPDA zoning compliance reviewer assigned to this project. Parcel 12C is located at 290 Tremont Street at the western edge of the Chinatown neighborhood. Immediately to the west of the property is Elliott Norton Park, which provides a buffer between Chinatown and the Bay Village neighborhood. Parcel 12C is located near the southern edge of Chinatown as well, with residential developments neighboring the parcel to the south and large institutional buildings at Tufts Medical Center and other large developments neighboring it. This includes the property that shares the other half of the block, which includes the Doubletree Hilton Hotel and the Wang YMCA of Chinatown. Besides Elliott Norton Park to the west and Pine Street Park to the east, the landscape is dominated by asphalt and concrete currently. This is accentuated by the abundance of concrete buildings in the Barilla style that surround the proposed development. These include both the residential Quincy Tower and the Josiah Quincy School in the next block south. The site is located in a very well-connected transit network. The Tufts Medical Center MBTA orange stop line is located immediately off the parcel. In addition, the building is a 10-minute walk from South Station and the commuter rail, as well as the Green Line at Boylston MBTA station. The street outside the building is conducive to a high volume of local traffic. Efforts to increase the complete street's potential of the area are evident, as well as protected bike lanes exist surrounding the proposed development. Next slide, please. There are currently no applicable neighborhood plans for this area of Chinatown. Oops, sorry. Next slide. Sorry. Thank you. There are currently no applicable neighborhood plans for this area of Chinatown. Instead, city planners use a combination of neighborhood context, recently constructed development, as well as community input to make their determinations. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you for good evening, board members. My name is Angie Liu, and I am the Executive Director of the Asian Community Development Corporation. So next slide, please. First, I'd like to introduce our development team. So this proposal is a joint partnership between the Asian Community Development Corporation and the community builders. So ACDC, we have been based in Chinatown for the last 36 years. We invest in our residents and the places they call home. Over the past 3 decades, we have developed over 400 affordable homes in Chinatown, including 66 and 88 Hudson Street at 1 Greenway, shown on the upper right, as well as parcel R1 on Hudson Street on the upper left that we expect to start construction soon. ACDC also provides financial empowerment to support our residents, and we offer youth leadership training and placekeeping programs to ensure that Chinatown can remain a vibrant and resilient community. And I'd like to invite David Basios from the community builders to talk a little bit about TCE.
Thank you, Angie. First of all, thank you, board members, and thank you to the BPDA staff that has helped us get here for several months now. But the community builders, our mission is to build and sustain strong communities where all people can thrive. We actually started in Boston in the 1960s, and we have grown, proudly grown out of Boston to have over 14,000 units that we own and operate. We, of course, have our headquarters in Boston, and we have several units of our portfolio are in Massachusetts, but especially located in Boston. Here you can see Charles V Residence, which is a rental and homeownership component in Brighton. And we have also a project in Chinatown where we're proposing P12, which is Chauncey House. But overall, we're very proud to be partnering with Asian Community Development Corporation in this project, and we thank you for your time tonight.
Next slide, please. So this chart shows the development team that we have assembled, and this includes architects, engineers, attorneys, and other consultants. The team that we have put together is 64% diverse. Our team take the city's diversity and inclusion goals very seriously, but we also want the team to reflect our community. Over half of our team members are women and or people of color, and we're using many local minority and women-owned businesses. The labels here in red are minority and women-owned enterprises, and team members who are women and or people of color are highlighted in the light beige color. Next slide, please. So parcel 12C, as Ford had referenced before, has been included in numerous Chinatown plans in the last 3 decades. It was identified in previous Chinatown master plans as a housing priority site. And in 2015, ACDC actually led a summer-long visioning campaign for this parcel that engaged hundreds of Chinatown residents in a series of charrettes to study potential uses, and affordable housing consistently rose to the top. There have been more recent studies that identify climate-related issues such as poor air quality, heat island effect, and lack of tree coverage as concerns for Chinatown residents. But above all, housing affordability continues to be the biggest barrier that Chinatown residents face, as many of them experience rent burden and have very low incomes. Next slide, please. So the program that we are proposing includes 132 units, all of which are affordable. The project is a little over 70% rentals, with the remaining portion being condos. You can see that there is a high number of 3-bedroom units in both the rental and homeownership units. We have 22 3 bedrooms. This is in response to Chinatown community's feedback and desire for larger size units in order to accommodate multi-generational households. We also have a mix of area median income levels to accommodate a spectrum of affordability. We've received city funding commitment for the project, and we applied for state funding just in February. This Article 80 approval will be an important factor in the state's funding decision as they prioritize projects that have high readiness. And now I will hand it off to Julio Guevara from Stanton.
Thank you, Angie. Next slide, please. As it pertains to the design of the project, the concept is based on a 9th century Chinese poem by Du Mu that describes the beauty in appreciating your journey through nature's undulating path while deriving inspiration from it. If we go to the next slide, we'll see that the facade design is contextualized to fit within the urban fabric of Boston's masonry vernacular, while also drawing its inspiration from the concept imagery with moments of accent colors. On the next slide, you can see that the building face has a unique rhythm that accentuates the pedestrian's experience along Tremont Street. We go to the next slide, please. On the internal side of the project, you can see that the same facade rhythm is consistent, while the landscape design opens up to a publicly accessible green space. On the next slide, you'll see that in keeping with the spirit of the project's concept, the site plan has been designed to allow pedestrians to extend their journey from Elliott Norton Park across Tremont Street through this project's internal green spaces to eventually connect through to Washington Street. While respecting an existing vehicular easement with the abutter to the south, this design allows for activity within ground floor amenities to dialogue with exterior activities for the benefit of both residents and the public. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that in this bird's eye view, the potential for different activities within this space, from people enjoying themselves on the lawns, to sitting and playing chess or ping pong, or just enjoying a stroll along an undulating path. Our next slide, which is our last slide, again shows the vibrancy of the plaza and how it improves what is currently an existing surface lot to a green oasis for the residents and the public's benefit.
That concludes our presentation, and thank you again for the opportunity to present, and we're happy to take any question.
Yeah, great. Great presentation. Questions or comments from the board?
Just seems like a great project. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, additional questions or comments?
Definitely seems like a great project. Affordability is what we need, and just a great project. Good to see.
Yeah. Ted, anything?
No, I love it.
I know, me too, right? Like, I am consistently pleased and impressed with Age and CDC and community builders. I love that you come to us with these like buildings that have stories and you know, are inspired by the home culture of the majority of the community. So just really excited to see this and really excited for that lawn. The green space in this area used to be my neighborhood, so is just so few and far between, and the addition of this and all of the you know, the community, the games and the Tai Chi and all the things that you're putting in there are just going to be so awesome for the community. I'm excited. But let's take a vote first. So, any other questions, comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, item number 24. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed development located at 281 Franklin Street in the downtown and Wharf District neighborhood, and to execute and deliver an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction in connection with the proposed project, and enter into a quitclaim deed to take a real property interest in the 281 Franklin property, and enter into a pilot agreement for the proposed project, and to take all related actions. Dylan.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chief Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Dylan Norris, and I'm a project assistant with Development Review. I'm here today to present the first application of Mayor Wu's downtown office to residential conversion program, the proposed Article 80E small project located at 281 Franklin in the downtown neighborhood, and the proposed 121B agreement to effectuate the downtown residential conversion incentive pilot program. On October 30th, 2023, Boston Pinnacle Properties LLC applied to Mayor Wu in the BPDA's Downtown Residential Conversion Incentive Pilot Program. The pilot program was authorized by the BPDA Board on October 12th, 2023, and offers approved applicants a tax abatement in exchange for converting their underutilized office building into multifamily residential rental units. Next slide. The October board vote authorized the creation of a demonstration plan area in downtown Boston where the BPDA is able to act pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, and provide a contract for payment in lieu of taxes pursuant to Chapter 121B. To qualify for the pilot program, the project must meet City of Boston inclusionary zoning standards. 17% of all newly created units must be deed restricted and affordable restricted for households making up to 60% of the area median income. And an additional 3% of units must be available at fair market rent and reserved for voucher holders. Additionally, applicants must also comply with current green energy stretch goals where applicable. Before this proposed small project before you today contemplates the gut renovations of portions of the 6th-floor commercial and retail building located at 281 Franklin Street on the corner of Battery Marsh. Currently located on a 2,100 square foot lot, the project does not include any changes to the building footprint or increases or enlargement to any dimensional nonconformity. The proposed conversion will result in a GFA of approximately 12,834. The FAR of the project will remain at 5.2, and the resulting building height will remain unchanged at 70 feet. The upper 5 floors of underutilized office space will be converted into approximately 9,630 square feet of residential rental space, including 15 rental units, 10 studios, and 5 one-bedroom units. The proposed project will also meet the city's IDP requirements of the downtown conversion pilot program at 20% IDP at 60% area in median income. The project will also fully electrify HVAC systems in compliance with applicable green energy stretch codes. The project also contemplates the creation of 16 new residential bike parking spaces, as well as maintaining both retail tenants that are currently at the site. Based on BPDA staff review under Article 80 and the review under the pilot program, the proponent has been selected to receive a pilot agreement based on the pilot program criteria. The proponent will, upon approval by the BPDA board tonight, enter into a pilot agreement with the City of Boston and the BPDA. If approved today, the city and the BPDA will provide the proposed project an average tax abatement of up to 75% of the assessed residential value for a term of 29 years, terms which are consistent with the October board vote. In order to comply with the rules and regulations under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, Section 16, the BPDA must take an interest in the project site. To effectuate that, the BPDA and the owner of 281 Franklin will enter into a quitclaim deed, which conveys limited rights in the 281 Franklin Street property. Additionally, the owner and the BPDA will enter into a indemnification agreement to ensure that BPDA does not have liability on the property. On December 19th, 2023, the BPDA received a small project review application from the proponent. The BPDA hosted a virtual public meeting on January 23rd, 2024, which was well attended and well received. The public meeting was advertised in the local newspapers and a notice was posted on the BPDA's calendar. The comment period for this project closed on January 31st, 2024. I'm also joined today by John Weil, BPDA Senior Program Manager for the Downtown Conversion Pilot Program. Thank you all so much. I will now turn it over to Adam Burns and Philip Sema from the development team to give their presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimus. I think that Dylan already did such a beautiful job. He left me with very little to say about this project other than we're very excited about this program and what this building represents in working with the BPDA under the Downtown Conversions Pilot Program. My name is Adam Burns. I'm the project proponent via Boston Pinnacle Properties and the property owner, 281 Franklin Street Development. Like I said, Dylan already did such a great job going through what we're creating here. But before you, we have the building at 281 Franklin Street on the corner of Franklin and Battery March. We are going to be converting the underutilized office space on floors 2 through 6 to 3 apartments per floor. That will be a mix of 2 studios and 1 one-bedroom. We do have a largely historic building here, so we are doing our best to not touch any of the exterior and doing so in respect of the architectural significance of the facade. I will turn it over to project architect Philip Sima from Balance Architects to take us through floor plans, and we will reserve some time to answer questions at the end. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everyone. I'm Philip Sima from Balance Architects. Dylan, if you can just go to the next slide, we can review the context of the project. So 281 Franklin Street, it's in the Wharf District, really the heart of downtown, surrounded by some historic buildings. To give a better sense, the next slide shows it at the street level. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of, and then this is perfect. So that's what Adam was talking about, this absolutely gorgeous facade. We have arch, it's a brick and beam building with arch brick over some of the windows, corbelled brick, and as you can kind of see, there's a line at the 4th floor. At one point, it was a 4-story building that was made into a 6-story building, and we're really going to restore and keep everything that we're seeing along here. You can move to the next slide. And again, how it fits in extremely well with the context of the neighborhood, and it's just kind of a gem of that timepiece. And then if you go to the next slide. So fairly significant on here is that we are bounded by Battery March, Franklin Street, and a private way. We'll be using that private way to provide an accessible entrance to the building, which the residential or really the building doesn't have for those upper floors. So if you go to the next floor, or sorry, plan. Yeah, roughly 13,000 square feet GFA, and I'll be going into details so you can move to the next slide, which I believe is the basement floor plan. So here's where we'll be doing very minor modifications, but adding long-term bike parking to the basement. So we'll have more than 1-to-1 ratios for the residential units. And then if you go to the next floor, if you look at plan left, this is where we'll be creating an at-grade accessible entrance that uses the existing elevator. So residents will be able to go down the private way, directly go in there. As well, we still have an existing historic entry on Franklin Street that can be used, will still be used as a means of egress, and there won't be changes to the 2 retail spaces that are on the ground floor. So those will remain as they are. If you go to the next slide. Really, these are going to be repeating pretty much throughout levels 2 through 6, but we have a 1-bedroom unit that has exclusive access to the elevator on the plan left, a studio unit in the central, a studio unit to the right, and then egress via the existing stairs and the existing elevator. And this is consistent on all floors, so you can go to the next slide. You'll see there's some funny changes with the existing stairwells, but pretty much we just have the common corridors hugging that existing stair, and one bedroom, 2 studios. And as Dylan mentioned, that the units with the elevators will be group 2 units, and the other studios will be group 1 units for accessibility. This is not required per code, so this is kind of where we're really increasing the accessibility of the units. Next, please. So again, top floor, similar to the rest. The roof, there will be no changes to the roof other than the mini split electrified HVAC units going up there, but the roof is just for back of house mechanical services. Next slide. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you. I'm just gonna switch my screens. Any questions or comments from the board? I am just so excited for this. Yeah, this is just a really great pilot. So thanks for answering the call to action. Yeah.
I guess through the chair, I will add this something similar. This is very interesting. This is new to us, new to the Boston area. And we want to see you succeed, and we hope other people think about this as an alternative. It puts people to work, and it gets housing as well. So good luck.
Great. Additional questions or comments?
I love seeing the ADA accessible units. It's terrific.
Agreed. Great. All right, are we ready for a vote?
So moved.
Motion is in order. Yeah, okay, so moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Lansmark?
Aye.
Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Madam Chair, I'm going to recuse for this next one, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Let's go to, item number 25. Request authorization to issue an Article 80B-2.5 waiver for large project review for the Mildred C. Haley Apartments pursuant to the agreement between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency and the Boston Housing Authority dated February 20th, 2024 to provide significant rehabilitation, renovation, and replacement of kitchens, baths, windows, plumbings, HVAC, roofings, elevators, sprinklers, building envelope, and landscape, and approve the housing quality of 456 units of public housing. Camille.
Thank you and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Camille Platt, and I am a project manager in the Development Review Department with the BPDA. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed Article 80 waiver for the modernization at the Mildred C. Haley Apartments in Jamaica Plain. As you mentioned, on February 20th of 2024, pursuant to Article 80B-2.5 of Boston Zoning Code, the Boston Housing Authority requested to waive Article 80 review. This project will rehabilitate and improve the housing quality of existing Mildred C. Haley affordable housing units, including the renovation and replacement of kitchens, baths, plumbing, windows, HVAC, and domestic hot water systems, roofing, elevator, sprinklers, building envelope, and landscape repairs. The project has been publicly reviewed in various venues convened by the Boston Housing Authority, as well as through the City of Boston's capital budget process, and the Mildred C. Haley Tenant Organization strongly supports this project. I will now turn it over to Carl with the Boston Housing Authority to provide additional context on the project.
Thank you, Camille. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carl Pops. I'm Senior Project Manager with the Boston Housing Authority's Capital Construction Department. And I'll do a brief presentation of the project. Maybe next slide, please. And then I'll ask you to come back to the first slide in a little bit. The Mildred C. Haley Apartments is a public housing community owned and operated by the Boston Housing Authority, offering a variety of living arrangements for low and moderate income individuals and families. Located on 25 acres of land in Jamaica Plain, Mildred C. Haley Apartments originally comprised two separate developments, Heath Street, which was built in 1941, and Bromley Park, built in 1952. Today, the combined Mildred C. Haley development is home to over 700 households, or nearly 1,700 residents. To address unmet demand and to improve quality of life for all residents, the BHA has embarked on a two-pronged approach to the future of the site, involving both redevelopment and modernization. And the map on the right shows the redevelopment area that's outlined in orange. So that's where the BHA, along with a group of nonprofit developers, is redeveloping the site, including demolition and new construction. But what we're presenting tonight for the waiver is regarding the planned modernization area that's outlined in red. So this area includes 18 buildings and 456 units of various unit sizes. And there, I should note there's also an area on the left-hand side of the plan there. It's already modernized, where we already modernized 4 buildings about 10 years ago. So just want to be clear that the area in red will not involve any demolition or new construction. These buildings are planned to be preserved and renovated. The map on the left shows the phasing for this work. We're planning to start at the northwest corner of the site with phase 1. This area of the site has the oldest buildings that have not received comprehensive modernizations. As I said, the buildings were originally built in 1941, so over 8 years old. And then the plan is to continue clockwise to renovate the whole site. The BHA engaged the architecture firm Bargman Henry plus Archetype in 2022 to complete a thorough investigation of existing conditions and propose designs for required improvements based also on resident input gathered at a series of community meetings. What they found is that the bones are good, but most of the other building components need significant work. So we'll be doing comprehensive renovations to bring these buildings up to 21st century standards and make sure they provide a good living environment that meets the needs of our residents and supports the sustainability goals of the BHA and the City of Boston. If I could ask for the previous slide, please. Thank you. The scope of work is listed on the left-hand side, and I'll go through it briefly. So within the apartments, we're planning to provide significant quality of life improvements, including new bathrooms and kitchens with all new appliances, including in-unit laundry and dishwashers, a new HVAC system with central AC, new interior finishes. To improve security, we're providing new outdoor lighting, new video intercom system, new windows and doors. And for energy and sustainability upgrades, we'll be going 100% fossil fuel free with new heat pump-based systems for space heating and cooling, as well as for hot water. There will be a new thermally insulated building envelope with energy efficient windows. We're also planning to put solar panels on the roof to help offset some of the energy use with renewables. So we're currently estimating to achieve 66% reduction in energy use intensity and 51% reduction in emissions. The project also includes significant renovations to the existing basketball court, splash pad, and plaza on Horn Way next to the existing daycare, which will provide a vital open space amenity to the community. Other outdoor improvements include upgrades to the hardscape and landscape throughout to support new play areas for children of different ages, places for residents to gather, eat together, or just relax. Increased permeable surfaces and groundwater recharge areas will reduce the strain on municipal stormwater infrastructure. Native planting and canopy trees will provide shade and help mitigate the urban heat island effect. Existing high carbon materials that are in good condition will be maintained or repaired, including concrete paving, curbs, ramps, and stairs. Increased bike racks and improved walkways will encourage more active and less polluting modes of transportation. New containers to collect trash, recycling, and compost will improve sanitation and promote waste reduction. So in conclusion, we're excited to start these long overdue improvements at Mildred C. Haley to enhance the living conditions for current and future families there. And hope the board supports the waiver. Thank you for your time.
All right, thanks so much, Carl. Okay, questions or comments from the board?
Yes, through the chair. How will the families during construction, will they still be inside the apartment, or will they be relocated to a new or a different apartment?
Good question, thank you. And I probably should have mentioned in the presentation. So because of the extent of improvements required, replacing plumbing, electrical, and so on, it's not possible to have the family stay. So there will be temporary relocation of each building during the renovations. We're estimating about 4 months each. And so we're working closely with our relocation consultant who's talking to all the families individually to find appropriate accommodations for them within our portfolio, depending on their needs. So yeah, and the goal is to stay either on site or in close proximity in the neighborhood at our other properties.
And one more question, I might have missed it, but what's the total unit count? I don't know if it's phase one or both phases combined, however.
So all 5 phases combined is 456 units. Phase 1 is 87 units.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, item number 26. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 15 income-restricted home ownership units and 21 bicycle storage spaces located at 75 through 81 Dudley Street, and to take all related actions. Ebony.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Dr. Jemison. My name is Ebony DeRosa, and I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. We are here before you today to discuss the proposed 75 to 81 Dudley Street Notice of Project Change. I thank you for your time today. The proposed Notice of Project Change consists of the construction of a new 4-story, approximately 18,039 gross square foot building with up to 15 affordable home ownership units and 21 bicycle parking spaces. The proposed project amends the original 75 to 81 Dudley Street project, which consisted of a 4-story, approximately 23,940 gross square foot building with up to 20 affordable home ownership units, ground floor commercial space, and bicycle parking storage. The Notice of Project Change was filed on November 13th, 2023. A public meeting was held in January, and additional community outreach took place in February. At this time, I am happy to turn it over to Ford Del Vecchio from the planning team to discuss the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Bolinas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I'm the BPDA Zoning Compliance Reviewer assigned to this project. The proposed project is located at the intersection of Dudley Street and Field Row, directly across from the Nubian Square Plaza. The site is located in the center of Nubian Square, Roxbury's commercial and cultural center. The proposed building scale is consistent with the context of the immediate built environment, which contains a mix of residential, commercial, and civic uses. The Roxbury Strategic Master Plan, written originally in 2004, serves as the area plan for this location and the Roxbury neighborhood as a whole. Key elements of the plan include the enhancement of the civic and cultural environment, promotion of a diverse economy and range of housing options, and creation of safer transportation connections in a lively public realm. The proposed project helps fulfill these planning goals through the creation of new income-restricted housing on currently vacant land. In addition to net new housing production, proposed site improvements will enhance the parcel's edges, improving the public realm experience of this block. Next slide, please. The proposed project is also located within the planned Nubian Square study area. This parcel was cited by the plan as an exemplary location for infill development in the context of an established neighborhood fabric. When use informed, the proposal is well aligned with the planning goal of ensuring that the new development is both responsive to the neighborhood context and consistent with surrounding uses. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Hi, good evening. My name is Intia Amberji Saza. I'm the Director of Real Estate at Madison Park Development Corporation, and I'm here to discuss the 75 Dudley project. Thank you for your time this evening. Here you can see some of the context. In general, the thing to note about the development history at the parcel is that we had originally planned to build the 20-unit homeownership plus commercial building. And as that permitting process advanced towards construction permits, it was determined with the city staff that in an effort to save the 5 silver linden trees that you can see in the public way here, that the building had to be completely redesigned with a reduced square footage that would step the building back away from the trees in an effort to preserve those trees. And because of that, we spent the next couple of years redesigning the project and working through the city's approval process to do so, along with Mayor's Office of Housing design review staff, because this project is primarily funded by the Mayor's Office of Housing. Next slide. As you can see, we still hope to comply with the Roxbury Strategic Master Plan goals of the project, particularly in promoting economic development in the form of homeownership and wealth building for the families in Roxbury. Next slide, please. Here you can see some of the context in the existing street trees. Next slide, please. Here you can see the square footage of the first floor and the landscaping site plan and the preservation of the street trees. We also will include some open space in the back of the building, and the building is significantly stepped back from the sight lines and provides ample landscaping in the front of the building in the public sphere. Next slide, please. Here you can see the elevation and cross sections of the building. It's 4 stories. We also, another significant piece of the redesign from the 20-unit building to the 15-unit building was the addition of an elevator, which we understood originally to not be a requirement, but was called for through the design review process. And so that also added significant cost and took up significant square footage within the building. Next slide, please. Here you can see the renderings of the building, and we have here a brick alternate that we've been exploring with the community and have heard support and like of that brick alternate, and so that's something that we hope to carry through the design, cost allowing as the design proceeds. And we've gotten a letter of support from the Highland Park PRC, and we've also met with the Highland Park Conservation District group as well, and we'll be going back to them if this vote goes through this evening. Next slide. Here you can see some of the architectural considerations and the historic and brick aspects of some of the surrounding buildings that we're hoping to incorporate into the design. And then also the building next door, 2451 Washington, was also developed by Madison Park Development Corporation. It's also a homeownership project, and so we're also kind of speaking to that design in the current design at 75 Dudley. Next slide, please. It's 15 income restricted units, so all of the units will be income restricted. They will all be homeownership at with 8 units at 80% AMI or less, and 7 units at no more than 120% AMI. We're actually holding those currently, hoping for a lower AMI at 100% AMI, and that would be our goal, but we may have to go up to 120 depending on cost. And we are going to pursue a passive house certification in compliance with the city's sustainability goals. I think that's the last slide. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I know it's been a long night, so I won't hold you.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Thank you for saving those trees. They, I know that was extra work to redesign that, so thank you for being responsive to community concerns. And with that, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Lance Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. Good evening.
Great project. Okay. Item number 27.
I'm going to recuse.
So be it. I don't know. Item number 27, request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80B 5.3D of the zoning code for the proposed renovation of the basement, first, second, fourth, and fifth floors of the existing building located at 716 Columbus Avenue, Northeastern University, and to take all related actions. Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimus, and Director Jemison. The proposal before you is for an Article 80 large project at 716 Columbus Avenue in Roxbury. Proposed project is an interior renovation of the approximately 124,000 square foot building. The building is primarily used today as the headquarters for Northeastern University Police Department, as well as the university centralized mail sorting operation, along with other administrative office space. The proposed renovation project only applies to approximately 34,000 square feet of the building. While this site lies within the Northeastern University Institutional Master Plan area, the project does not trigger additional IMP review or compliance due to the limited square footage. The proposed renovation project will include public realm and transportation improvements to Benton Street to mitigate impacts of the existing mailroom operations. The BPDA held a virtual task force meeting for this project on February 27th, 2024, and a virtual public meeting on March 6th, 2024. Both meetings were well attended, and the public meeting was advertised in the local newspaper and online. I'll now turn it over to my colleague Ella Wise from the BPDA Zoning Compliance Team to discuss the planning context to consider the review of this project before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Ella, and I'm the Zoning Compliance Planner assigned to this project. The proposed renovation will not result in any change in use or new gross floor area. The site is within and subject to the Northeastern Institutional Master Plan, or IMP. So you might be wondering, what am I doing here? During our Article 80 review, BPDA planning staff focused on, interestingly, mitigating the impacts of the existing mailroom seen here in the image. The mailroom loading operations on the Benton Street sidewalks to advance one of the key public realm objectives in the IMP to improve pedestrian connections. The proposed renovation project now formalizes existing loading within the roadway, reconstructs the sidewalk and curb ramps, and introduces curb extensions to further protect the accessibility of the public right-of-way. With that, I'll turn it over to the development team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella and Quinn. Good evening again. Chair Rojas, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Polimus. My name is Victoria Abolina, and I'm an Associate Vice President for Campus Planning and Design at Northeastern University. I am joined tonight again by John Tobin, VP of City and Community Engagement, and Connor Sullivan and Kelly Hall, who are project planners on our team. We're here today to cover a proposed renovation project at 716 Columbus Avenue, which is an administrative office use building in Northeastern's campus in the Roxbury neighborhood. Next slide, please. As discussed earlier tonight, the institutional master plan was submitted to BPDA on June 14th, 2013, and was approved in November of 2013, and it was subsequently renewed last fall for 2 more years. So I'm not going to discuss the IMP because we've already covered it earlier today. Next slide. And this project was identified in the IMP as an administrative building, and this renovation, proposed renovation project, is not going to change the use. Next slide, please. 716 Columbus Avenue, also referred as Columbus Place, is a 124,000 square foot administrative building. It is a substantially sized building, which is why renovations that exceed half of the assessed building value triggered a large project review, even though the scope of work is actually under 50,000 square feet. So for that reason, we're here, and I'm sorry it's not as exciting as the previous projects that we just heard. So the renovation will include upgrades to the mailroom. Next slide, please. Next slide. I can talk about the context in a little bit. Next slide. Thank you. The renovations will include upgrades to the mail center to accommodate broader receiving and delivery needs, and aesthetic upgrades to existing administrative office spaces to accommodate departmental growth and hybrid work models. We'll also be replacing end-of-life mechanical equipment, which comes at a substantial cost, as well as addressing ADA concerns in the bathrooms, accessibility for elevators, and so forth. Next slide, please. We decided to focus only on one floor plan, as this is really the place which touches the public realm. So with the exception of the louver replacement and the addition of another delivery window along Benton Street, this project is not going to undertake any modifications to the existing enclosure of the building. We're not adding to the height, we're not adding to the square footage, we're just doing interior renovations. Next slide, please. So Benton Street, really in question, is the place where we use the receiving windows, and that is the only way to deliver mail to the windows, to the basement, because of the design of the building. In section, the loading dock actually lands in the first floor, but all of our mail for the whole university is centralized in this location in the basement. So we worked with the transportation team at the BPDA, and we appreciate their support in sorting out a way to do dedicated loading along Benton Street. And next slide. As the mitigation, what the BPA transportation team suggested is to move the loading docks and the parking onto another side of Benton. It'll help with the traffic calming, and it'll also help with loading and reduce any conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians. We will, next slide please. We will pay for all of the, sorry, go back one. We will pay for all of the mitigation of the sidewalk, and restriping, improving the cross-section, curb cuts, and the project will also be contributing to the Blue Bike Share program. Thank you for your time.
Awesome, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Through the chair, quick question, just out of curiosity. I know you all, as Northeastern, do such a great job of inviting general contractors, smaller ones, to get them started, get them on their feet, to basically, like, what am I looking for? Basically, get them some exposure, people that haven't been inside your campus. I know you guys kind of rotate and use people and try people out. So do you have any idea, or you might be looking at for this one as far as general contractor, due to the complexity is not as hard, and it's a good opportunity for maybe one of the smaller general contractors to step into the game?
I'm gonna have to ask Paul. Is Paul on the call? Paul Herbert is the architect with Cambridge 7. He might know. I don't have an answer, but I can get back to the board. But you're right, we're usually focused to ensure that our capital project spending is spent on smaller contractors, especially when the projects are contained to renovations, but I'm not sure who we're using.
Oh, that's all right. We'll find out. That's fine. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepard?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Thank you.
Luck with the reno. Okay.
Thanks.
All right, we did the public hearings. Item number 33, request authorization to ratify and confirm the First Amendment to the Memorandum of Agreement between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency, and the City of Boston to ratify and confirm an amended and restated grant agreement between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency, and Benjamin Franklin Cummings Institute of Technology. Request authorization to enter into a quitclaim deed between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and Benjamin Franklin Cummings Institute of Technology for several parcels referred to as 41 Berkeley Street, and authorize a director to take any and all related actions, including but not limited to executing an indemnification agreement. Devin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You did a very nice job with that.
Sorry, I'm like getting loopy. Is that we're just like,
Deeply appreciate you. Deeply appreciate the board staying with us to the late night edition here at the BPDA. Appreciate all the staff who are still here at City Hall at 10 p.m. I promise to be quick. I'm here to once again talk about and request this board's financial support for Benjamin Franklin Cummings Tech, a technical college that has been training Boston's workforce since 1789, and today provides affordable technical education to a student body that is majority Boston residents and majority people of color. In 2019, Franklin Cummings Tech acquired land on Harrison Avenue in Union Square to build a new state-of-the-art campus for training the next generation of Bostonians. This new campus is primarily financed through the sale of their existing campus at 41 Berkeley Street in the South End. And many of us had the opportunity to attend the groundbreaking of this new campus earlier this week. The mayor, I can definitely tell you it's going to be a transformational opportunity for both the neighborhood, the future students, and the city writ large. Importantly, as the project has progressed toward closing, the future of the development project at 41 Berkeley Street, which is what is financing this, has continued to face some uncertainty due to economic conditions. And in order to secure an execution of the purchase and sale agreement this week, the financiers involved in that project and the Union Square development project identified a need to quickly build an additional financing gap. To close this gap, the City of Boston has offered to transfer $2 million of additional American Rescue Plan Act ARPA dollars to the BPDA for us to immediately transfer to Franklin Cummings Tech in order to fill that gap and to immediately proceed to construction. So I'm here to request your support to amend our previous grant agreement to incorporate those funds, and then to amend our grant agreement with Franklin Cummings Tech to then disperse them. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Devin.
Very
Item
much.
34, personnel. Mike.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary and Director Jemison. We have really one item for your consideration at the BRA agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have 3 out-of-state travel requests, and that's all for personnel. I'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, everybody.
Cheers. And item number 35, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Second that.
Okay. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. Thanks. And finally, director's update. Chief Jemison, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Chief Rojas, and members of the board. Appreciate you, and I say it every time we meet, but your hard work away from the board and your preparation for the board is much appreciated. I know it's late. I'll keep my comments very brief. I want to congratulate our planning and zoning team for their work on Squares and Street zoning districts approved tonight. The amendment will need approval by the zoning commission, and then that's when the fun starts, really, the engagement process and the plans where citizens will work together with the city to identify which, if any of the particular things adopted today will be mapped into their neighborhood. So I'm excited about that part because that's where the dialogue and the joint work will really begin. We're excited about getting that started. Today was a meaningful step towards updating the code. It's a job well done to staff. I want to thank the board members for their important questions tonight and tell the community that we're looking forward to working with them and continuing the pace and momentum of dialogue that's happened. And we appreciate the extension of trust that both citizens have given our staff and the board has given us as well with their vote tonight. We intend to make good on that extension of trust. I'm also excited tonight to talk about a major milestone for our office, the residential conversion program. With the approval of the project at 281 Franklin Street, I've had a chance to visit it myself and talk to the developers. It's the first applicant in the program. They're going to begin construction in the coming months. Their financing was recently described in the newspaper. We're looking forward to bringing forward more of these projects to the board. We think we've got ones in either April or May scheduled to appear, so we're really thrilled about that. Would like to also take a moment to highlight the approval of 290 Tremont Street, also known as parcel P12C, which are going to bring more than 100 new affordable homes to the downtown Chinatown community. Excited to have this development happen. Finally, I did want to highlight two projects, 66 Cambridge and 425 Medford. Two projects in Charlestown that come with significant benefits to the neighborhood and were shaped significantly by Plan Charlestown. 66 Cambridge is going to provide higher density mixed-use development, ground floor retail, close proximity to public transportation, improving pedestrian and bicycle access through new connections and open space, and creating greater height and density along I-93 to buffer residential neighborhoods from visual and sound impacts. I'd also like to highlight the team working on 425 Medford. That PDA was approved tonight and sets the blueprint for development of the space over the coming years, reopening the neighborhood to the Mystic River for the first time in more than a century and providing 6 new residential buildings with over 500 units of housing. It's a huge win in particular for resiliency, which was, this is one of the first projects I got to work on. Mr. Roach and the whole team there are to be congratulated for stepping up and providing integrated resilience barrier along the waterfront that's going to protect against sea level rise for a very significant section of Charlestown, as well as parts of Cambridge and Somerville. So we're really thrilled about both these projects and the unique things that they bring to us. I'll dispense with the sort of normal recounting of the numerical progress we made this year so far and that we made this month, but suffice it to say, between the planning work and the development approvals tonight, we continue to advance the city and build the Boston. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Chair Rojas, and say thanks again to each of you and the board members for your thoughtful preparation for tonight.
Great, thank you so much, Chief Jemison. All right, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you next month.
Thanks, everybody.
Cheers.